Chapter 361, Challenging the Tower Eye. Chapter 361, Challenging the Tower Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The arrival of Merlin and Wizard Leo had caused quite a commotion. Wizard Leo smiled at Merlin. Merlin, look at all the spellcasters around you. They're all looking forward to your attempt at the runic tower. Merlin was naturally clear about the discussions of the spellcasters around him. However, he also knew that they were not exactly looking forward to him challenging the runic tower. Instead, they looked forward to judging the indirect showdown between him and Clyde. Merlin lifted his head and looked at the tall runic tower. The competitive spirit started filling his heart too. He did not mind if other people compared him and Clyde. In fact, even he himself wanted to have a real contest with Clyde. However, ever since Clyde betrayed the dark magic region and defected to Osmu, he never showed up again. Hence, Merlin also did not have the chance to compete with Clyde, but now with the runic tower, he could also indirectly compare himself to Clyde. "Teacher Leo, I'm going in," Merlin muttered to Wizard Leo. Then, he turned around and wind-type elemental fluctuations started appearing on his body. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the mysterious runic tower. Upon entering the runic tower, Merlin saw 3 spellcasters, 2 males and 1 female, all seemingly third-level spellcasters. Swoosh! Before he had the time to look at the 3 spellcasters closely, Merlin saw them shrouded in white light and disappear from the first floor of the runic tower instantaneously. They've passed the first floor? Merlin was surprised. It only took him a moment to realize that the 3 wizards had probably passed the first floor of the runic tower, and had advanced to the second floor. There were spellcasters attempting the runic tower almost every single day. Even if they failed, they would not die either. They would only be sent out of the runic tower, and a certain amount of their contribution points would be deducted. After all, Great Wizard Fidel's purpose of building the runic tower was not to kill the lower-leveled spellcasters of the dark magic region, but to select the best among them. The aim was to select these individuals to be prioritized for nurturing, especially those who were knowledgeable in runology, by granting them some unique and powerful treasures. Hence, even if they fail, they would not die. Merlin did not waste his time on guessing the 3 spellcasters' intentions. Instead, he went straight to the center of the first floor. There were several vermilion pillars carved with dense mysterious runes. The life force of these runes was somewhat similar to the life force of the runes on the stone tablets outside the dark magic region. Thus, they should have been engraved by Great Wizard Fidel himself. Even after thousands of years, they still possessed incredible power. This was the magical power of runes. So far, Merlin had seen many runic magic circles. Besides, he himself possessed a powerful runic magic disc. However, when it came to the study of runes, no one could ever match Great Wizard Fidel. Any runic magic circles that he simply engraved could actually produce life force, just like Black Cat Didymos, the spirit of the runic magic circle in the stone tablet. This was a feat that even a great wizard could not achieve. This was enough to prove how deep Great Wizard Fidel's research on runology was. Hum hum hum. Merlin stood in between the vermilion pillars. The mysterious runes on the stone pillars began to flash with glints of white light. These white lights swiftly gathered in mid-air. Slowly, a big black dog appeared. This big black dog shook its ears. Its gaze looked blank, and it appeared languid. The life force on its body was not strong either. It could even be considered quite weak. However, what surprised Merlin was that this big black dog had a lively life force, which was very similar to the Black Cat Didymos in the stone tablet outside the dark magic region. Merlin retreated a few steps to create a distance between the big black dog. After all, this was the runic tower, a tower personally built by Great Wizard Fidel. Even these runes were engraved by Great Wizard Fidel himself. Hence, no one knew how strong this big black dog was, so he needed to be more careful. The big black dog slowly looked up and glanced at Merlin. It could actually speak, and it said coldly, "I'm the guardian spirit of the first floor of the runic tower. Beating me can grant you advancement to the second floor. Those who fail will be sent out of the runic tower. Are you clear?" Merlin nodded and responded, "Clear." Swoosh! The big black dog had already started attacking the moment Merlin spoke. It was exceptionally fast. Initially, it looked very lazy, but now, its movements became very agile. Its entire body was covered with mysterious runes, which made its apparent body size seem larger. The big black dog's attacking style was very simple. It was rampant, but its strength raised some doubts. It was too weak. Frozen space. Merlin did not utilize a Pandora demon ability. Instead, he directly released a third-level spell, Frozen Space. Frozen Space was developed from the basis of the spell, Ice Seal Zone. It could almost form a space. Of course, it was not a real space, but a mere tiny, completely frozen place, which was completely encased by ice elements from the top to the bottom of the space. Kachak. The third-level spell, Frozen Space, had both binding power and a certain degree of attacking power. After all, that sub-zero temperature was quite powerful. Once frozen, many low-level spells would not be able to protect against it. With the weak body of a spellcaster, one simply could not survive the incredibly low temperature. Of course, the big black dog in front of him was not a spellcaster. Yet it seemed even more incapable of bearing the coldness. It was frozen by Merlin's Frozen Space right away. As the ice crystals cracked shortly after, its figure disappeared as well. I've won? That's it? Merlin was a little stunned. Though it was only the first floor, this seemed way too easy. Whoosh. After a moment, once again, a big black dog appeared from the mysterious runes on the stone pillars, but this time, the big black dog did not attack. Instead, it directly spoke to Merlin, "You've passed the first floor of the runic tower. However, you shouldn't be complacent. The first floor of the runic tower was only equivalent to a first-level spellcaster. You're a third-level spellcaster, so beating me doesn't really mean anything. Your real test is above the fourth floor." Only then did it dawn on Merlin that the guardian spirit of the first floor of the runic tower was only equivalent to a first-level spellcaster, while the second layer was equivalent to a second-level spellcaster. The higher the floor in the runic tower, the more powerful the strength of the guardian spirits. When he reached the fourth level or above, Merlin would face a real test, because the guardian spirit of the fourth floor was comparable to a fourth-level spellcaster, the fifth floor was comparable to a fifth-level spellcaster, and the sixth level to a sixth-level spellcaster. As for the final floor, the guardian spirit of the seventh floor would reach the level of a seventh-level spellcaster. Great Wizard Fidel's purpose of building the runic tower was to shortlist the true geniuses of the dark magic region, especially geniuses who were adept with runes. Thus, he even allowed up to 3 spellcasters to team up and use runic magic discs to attempt the floors. Even so, it was too difficult for spellcasters below the 4th level to defeat a 7th-level spellcaster. It was not surprising that no one in the dark magic region had been able to pass the 7th floor. They could not even get past the 6th floor. The strongest ones achieved the same thing as Clyde, who had only passed the 5th floor but did not defeat the guardian spirit of the 6th floor. All right, to the 2nd floor then. After the big black dog had finished talking, its figure dissipated instantly. Then, a white light immediately emerged from the vermilion pillar and enveloped Merlin. Swoosh! When Merlin's figure appeared again, he had reached the 2nd floor of the runic tower. There were also a few vermilion pillars on the 2nd floor. Merlin had already familiarized himself with the environment in the runic tower, so he immediately stood in between the vermilion pillars. Very soon, the mysterious runes condensed the guardian spirit of the 2nd floor in the form of a fat squirrel. This fat squirrel had a horrific tail which swept over with lightning speed. It was very difficult to dodge it. However, this hit could not hurt Merlin at all. Shortly after, Merlin casually cast a 3rd-level spell which easily defeated the guardian spirit of the 2nd floor. He continued to the 3rd floor of the runic tower. The guardian spirit of the 3rd floor was a scary white spider. This white spider could spit out tough white silk. There was also an odd smell on the spider silk. Catching a whiff of this would immediately paralyze the opponent. However, it was easy to deal with this spider. Merlin directly used Fiery Collapse, incinerating the spider into ashes effortlessly, thus defeating the guardian spirit of the 3rd floor. Next, Merlin smoothly advanced to the 4th floor of the runic tower. This time, Merlin met the 3 spellcasters he saw on the 1st floor again. The three spellcasters were all fighting the guardian spirit of the fourth floor, a strong giant black wolf. This giant black wolf was extremely fast, and its body was tough. It could even withstand the usual fourth-level spells multiple times. Only by continuously attacking a certain area on the body could the giant wolf be harmed. Merlin watched the three spellcasters battle from the side. The three spellcasters were actually four elemental spellcasters. Besides, the spells they built were quite impressive. Hence, even if they faced the giant black wolf alone, they could still triumph in the battle. These three spellcasters might not be as brilliant as the genius Clyes, but they could absolutely be deemed exquisite. In a small spellcasters organization such as the dark magic region especially, they would definitely target individuals focused for training. Nevertheless, such three bright spellcasters had teamed up together. Hence, they obviously desired to beat the fifth floor of the runic tower or even the sixth floor. Boom! Finally, the three spellcasters cast spells all together. One restrained the giant black wolf while the other two spellcasters seized the opportunity to cast offensive spells madly, instantly defeating the giant black wolf. We finally passed the fourth floor. However, this was just the beginning of our test. Let's go to the fifth floor. The three spellcasters seemed to be headed by Wizard Envier. They looked at Merlin, desperation revealed in their expressions. Then, a white light shrouded them and their figures disappeared. Merlin frowned and glanced above him. He was able to come to the conclusion that if they did not have any special moves, the fifth floor would surely be the limit of these three spellcasters. It would be virtually impossible for them to pass the fifth floor. My turn. Merlin looked at the few vermilion columns, but a relaxed smile etched on his face. Perhaps, for an average third-level spellcaster, facing the guardian spirit of the fourth floor was already the start of a real challenge since it was comparable to a fourth-level spellcaster. However, for Merlin, the fourth or even the fifth floor was no different from the first three floors that Merlin had passed. Whoosh! Merlin quickly stood in between the stone pillars. Slowly, the white light emitted by the mysterious runes quickly gathered in mid-air. Gradually, the figure of a giant black wolf appeared. Chapter 362, Challenging the Tower 2. Chapter 362, Challenging the Tower 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The giant black wolf was the guardian spirit of the fourth floor. It was comparable to a fourth-level spellcaster. Though the three spellcasters earlier could have defeated the giant black wolf alone, it still looked rather difficult. It took them quite some time to defeat it. Moments ago, Merlin also watched their attempt at the side. Hence, he had now grasped the giant black wolf's characteristics. It was fast and had a strong defense. Even if it was attacked by a fourth-level spell, it could still take it. It was quite a tricky opponent for a typical third-level or even fourth-level spellcaster. Quick speed? Strong defense? Merlin grinned. These characteristics of the giant black wolf could almost entirely be restrained by him. On speed, Merlin had Flash Wind, which was incredibly fast. On defensive power, Merlin had Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, which was incorporated into spells. It was capable of withstanding the attack of a sixth-level spell. Swoosh! The giant black wolf turned into a black ray of light and charged toward Merlin. Merlin gently extended his finger, and in between his fair-skinned fingers were traces of white fire. Kai dash! Merlin flicked his finger. A white flame spurred out and swiftly spread out, turning into a fist-sized fireball. Boom! The fireball smashed into the giant black wolf. The giant black wolf did not even have time to react as it was engulfed by the flame right away. Its figure collapsed instantaneously in the scorching high temperature. Too weak. Merlin shook his head lightly. Perhaps for an average spellcaster, the real test truly began on the fourth floor of the runic tower, because only at the fourth level would the guardian spirit be comparable to a fourth-level spellcaster. Besides, the third level was the highest level for a spellcaster who could enter the runic tower. Starting from the fourth floor, it would basically be a cross-level challenge for spellcasters. Thus, it could be deemed as a real test. Nevertheless, Merlin was not any average spellcaster, so the fourth floor was not really a challenge for him. Next should be the fifth floor. Merlin's entire body was covered in white light and he disappeared instantly. On the 5th floor, the 3 spellcasters, Wizard Sarah, Wizard Envier, and Wizard Ilman were staring at the few stone pillars in front of them with serious expressions. Wizard Envier even looked back and glanced downward. He said with a deep voice, "We have to hurry up. I didn't expect Merlin to be so quick. He has almost caught up with us. We must defeat the guardian spirit of the 5th floor as fast as possible." None of them were able to pass the 5th floor of the runic tower. They still felt that it would be a tricky task even though they were united now. Their only hope was the Kleiman runic magic disc that Wizard Envier had acquired by paying a huge price. The 3 of them were considered among the most talented in runology in the entire dark magic region. They were spellcasters who studied runes profoundly. It was precisely because of this that these 3 had activated such a complex runic magic circle like Kleiman runic magic circle, as this was their only hope. It was an asset which they relied on for their challenge on the runic tower this time. In the most glorious era of spellcasters, runic magic circles were not weaker than Pandora demon abilities. The only downside was that studying runology required the sacrifice of time and energy. Therefore, many spellcasters simply chose to cultivate Pandora demon abilities rather than studying runology. Now was an era where spellcasters were declining, so runology became even more reclusive. Spellcasters who were proficient in runes were even rarer. The dark magic region had always specialized in runology, so that was why there could be some spellcasters who were outstanding in runology. These 3 were undoubtedly among the few in the dark magic region who had excellent talent in runology. Otherwise, if it were other people, even if they had gotten the Kleiman runic magic disc, they would not be able to activate it either. Seeing the nervous look on Wizard Envier's face, Wizard Ilman seemed to be very calm and relaxed instead. "Wizard Envier, be rest assured that the giant black wolf on the 4th floor isn't easy to defeat. Even if Merlin is really a genius like Clyde, it'd still take him a lot of effort to deal with the giant black wolf. We have plenty of time to challenge the 5th floor." Wizard Envier also nodded slightly. He too knew that the giant black wolf on the 4th floor was not so easy to defeat as it took the 3 of them a long time to pass that floor. "Nonetheless," he said cautiously, "anyway, we still have to hurry up and don't take things lightly. We should begin. Let's first incorporate our respective mind power into the Kleiman runic magic circle and make all the necessary preparations. When the guardian spirit of the 5th floor appears, we'll immediately activate the runic magic disc. We shall combine all 3 of our mind power and activate the Kleiman runic magic circle to kill the guardian spirit of the 5th floor." As their voices landed, a round disc which emitted white light appeared in the hands of Wizard Envier. There were mysterious runes engraved on the round disc. This was the Kleiman runic magic circle. It was extremely precious and was obtained by Wizard Envier at a great cost. It required at least 3 spellcasters skilled in runology to successfully activate it. Once the runic magic disc was mobilized, the Kleiman runic magic circle, which had already been set up in the runic magic disc, could be activated to unleash unparalleled power. Seeing the Kleiman runic magic disc, envious looks appeared in the eyes of Wizard Sarah and Wizard Ilman. A runic magic disc like this was very precious. As a spellcasters organization that specialized in runology, the dark magic region would naturally have such a runic magic disc in the resource tower. They even had runic magic discs which were more powerful than the Kleiman runic magic disc. However, the price of those runic magic discs was expensive beyond imagination. Any runic magic disc like that would cost thousands of contribution points. It was way too expensive, even for those 4th level or higher leveled spellcasters. Even the Kleiman runic magic disc obtained by Wizard Envier was not exchanged from the resource tower, but gotten from the outside through some special methods. The only reason why Wizard Envier had such a huge fortune to purchase this runic magic circle, was because he was born in a powerful spellcaster clan. As for Wizard Sarah and Wizard Ilman, they could only secretly envy him. "Hurry up and put your mind power into the runic magic disc." Wizard Envier hushed them in a deep tone. Wizard Sarah and Wizard Ilman had gotten a little impatient too. Though they had simulated this before, it was merely a simulation. Wizard Envier would never simply take out such a precious runic magic disc for them to try. Only when it was really needed would they be allowed to engrave their mind power into the runic magic disc. Swoosh! Suddenly, a white light flashed through the 5th floor. Wizard Envier and the others immediately noticed the change. They stared at this white light which suddenly appeared. Soon, a black-robed figure slowly emerged from the white light. Seeing this figure, the expressions of Wizard Envier and the others changed instantly. How can he be so fast? How can the guardian spirit on the 4th floor be defeated so quickly? He actually made it to the 5th floor. I initially thought that the 4th floor would delay Merlin, but I didn't expect that Merlin will reach the 5th floor in the blink of an eye. It seems that the giant black wolf on the 4th floor didn't cause Merlin any trouble at all. Wizard Ilman, who had just vowed that Merlin would spend some time on the 4th floor, looked extremely embarrassed. Yet, at this moment, there was none who noticed his embarrassment. There was only a strong urgency in Wizard Envier's mind. Quick, engrave your mind power into the runic magic disc. Merlin was stronger than we thought. We can't let him break into the 6th floor before us. Wizard Envier urged immediately. Hence, Wizard Sarah and Wizard Ilman also recovered their senses and immediately mobilized their mind power, and engraved a trace of it into the runic magic disc. Hum hum hum. Suddenly, the runic magic disc in the hands of Wizard Envier erupted with a dazzling ray of light. Mysterious runes appeared in mid-air in succession, which then flew to the outer bodies of the spellcasters. It was like a layer of armor, shielding the three in the mysterious runes. After finishing this, Wizard Envier and the other two did not hold back. They immediately leaped in between the few vermilion pillars and began to face the guardian spirit of the 5th floor. Merlin, who had just arrived on the 5th floor, frowned slightly. He had an inexplicable feeling. He sensed a faint hostility from the looks of Wizard Envier's trio. Merlin remembered very clearly that he did not know the three at all, so how could they be hostile to him? It was indeed puzzling. However, when he saw Wizard Envier and the others rushing into the vermilion column and begin challenging the guardian spirit of the 5th floor, Merlin faintly understood why. It turned out that these three people were afraid that he would pass the 5th floor first, and even pass the 6th floor before them. After all, after a millennium since the establishment of the dark magic region, no one had been able to pass the 6th floor. Therefore, there were still treasures personally left by the great wizard Fidel on the 6th floor. At the thought of this, Merlin also shook his head rather helplessly. This kind of hostility was really inexplicable. In his opinion, the trio was not really strong in terms of strength. The 5th floor was already their limit. It was already very difficult to get through the 5th floor, let alone the 6th floor. Thus, Merlin was not worried at all. Instead, he squinted slightly and stood aside, closely watching the battle between the three and the guardian spirit of the 5th floor. Merlin might be strong, but after reaching the 5th floor of the runic tower, he also had to be more cautious. The guardian spirits assigned by Great Wizard Fidel would be stronger on each floor, so he could afford to be complacent. Splash! Just like the sound of water, when Wizard Envier and the rest stood in between the vermilion pillars, all the stone pillars began exuding dense white lights. These white lights gathered together like a small stream, eventually merging to become an ocean. In the dense white light, there was vaguely a fierce life force, which had never appeared in the 1st to 4th floors of the runic tower. Roar! Suddenly, in the glaring white light, accompanied by dense runic magic circles, a frightening roar resounded in the 5th floor of the runic tower. Chapter 363, The 5th Floor. Chapter 363, The 5th Floor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This. Wizard Envier felt a huge pressure. He felt breathless from head to toe. There was obviously a vast difference from the first 4 floors. The white light gradually dissipated. A three-headed grey grizzly bear appeared in mid-air. It was not how big the grey grizzly bear was and how terrifying its ferocity was, but the layer of encircling dense runes on the grey grizzly bear. The runes flew out from the vermilion pillars. They served the function of enhancing the strength of the guardian spirit. Just from its ferocity alone, this grey grizzly bear was significantly more powerful than the guardian spirit of the 4th floor. Besides, it had the protection of the layer of runes, which made it even trickier to deal with. Sure enough, starting from the 5th floor, the guardian spirit's strength had changed overwhelmingly. Merlin's eyes widened in disbelief. The guardian spirit of the 5th floor had actually made him feel a little threatened. This showed that it was highly likely that the grey grizzly bear could hurt Merlin. Merlin's current strength was comparable to a spellcaster at the peak of the 6th level, but now, he actually felt threatened by the guardian spirit of the 5th floor. It was sufficient to prove that the guardian spirit of the 5th floor was extraordinary. The 5th floor was truly a real test of the runic tower. It was not surprising that in the millennium-long history, there were very few who could get past the 5th floor. Wizard Envier and the other 2 wizards looked at each other and then whispered, "Don't be afraid, everyone. If the Kleiman runic magic circle is operated correctly, its powers could even rival that of a 6th level spellcaster. The 3 of us have studied extensively on runology, so we can surely exert most power of the Kleiman runic magic circle. We could at least attain the power of a peak 5th level spell. We'll surely pass the 5th floor." As the voice fell, Wizard Envier took the lead and rushed toward the grey grizzly bear. The Kleiman runic magic disc in his hand gave off a dazzling flash, and a large number of runes began to augment unto his body. His life force swiftly became stronger. At the same time, Wizard Sarah and Wizard Ilman also looked at each other and acted together. The Kleiman runic magic circle originally needed at least 3 people to unleash its power. Since the 3 of them also had a profound study in runology, they could unleash most of the power of the Kleiman runic magic circle and reach the stage where they could rival a 5th level spellcaster. Boom! A series of lightning suddenly appeared. Just like a heavy downpour, they slammed onto the grey grizzly bear in the air. The Kleiman runic magic circle was a purely offensive runic magic circle. If its greatest power could be exerted, it could even kill a 6th level spellcaster. However, with the powers of Wizard Envier and the other 2 wizards, they could only unleash a part of the power of the Kleiman runic magic circle. Even so, they could still match the peak of a 5th level spellcaster. Zap! Bolts of thunder and lightning struck the grey grizzly bear successively. However, the mysterious runes on the grey grizzly bear's body acted like real armor robes, blocking the thunderbolts. The continuous lightning attack could not bring any harm to the grey grizzly bear. Again. Wizard Envier gritted his teeth. Initially, he was full of confidence as he had paid a huge price in exchange for the Kleiman runic magic disc in order to pass the 6th floor, and obtain the treasures left by Great Wizard Fidel. Yet, he was actually stopped on the 5th floor now. How could Wizard Envier accept this? Hum hum hum. Both Wizard Ilman and Wizard Sarah whom Wizard Envier had sought were among the most proficient in runes, who were below the 4th level in the entire dark magic region. Only by joining forces with them could he barely manage to activate the Kleiman runic magic circle, and exert part of the power of the runic magic circle. As the 3 desperately tried to activate the runic magic circle, several huge runes which glinted with white illumination finally emerged vaguely from the Kleiman runic magic disc. As soon as these runes appeared, the finger-thick lightning which filled the sky disappeared, replaced with lightning bolts as thick as an arm which constantly spewed electric currents. It looked extremely daunting. Seeing these huge lightning bolts, joy flashed across Wizard Envier's face. He said deeply, "The strongest attack of the Kleiman runic magic circle, a Kleiman thunder, kill." The Kleiman runic magic circle was named after Kleiman, a great spellcaster. Rumor had it that Kleiman thunder could be activated by at most 18 thunder-type great wizards. Of course, these great wizards must be proficient in runes. With 18 great wizards operating the Kleiman runic magic circle together, it could unleash the strongest power of the Kleiman runic magic circle. That power would faintly be capable of competing against a legendary wizard. Anyhow, this was only a myth. Legendary wizards were great spellcasters who condensed maxims and mastered the essence of elements. Even the most powerful spells must also comply with maxims and be suppressed by the power of maxims. Therefore, spellcasters below the legendary status would never trump legendary spellcasters no matter how powerful they were. Even in the most glorious era of spellcasters, there were never stories of people who could kill legendary wizards without achieving the legendary status. Although there had been word about how it was only necessary to gather 18 Thunder-type wizards proficient in runes, to counter a legendary wizard by relying on the power of the runic magic circle, it was still only a myth. The only thing that it proved was that the Kleiman runic magic circle was indeed extraordinary. The Kleiman runic magic disc in the hands of Wizard Envier had shrunk significantly after continuous use. So of course, its power had also been reduced by countless times. Even so, when that huge Kleinman thunder appeared, it still sent cold shivers down everyone's spines. Boom! Kleinman thunder, which was as thick as an arm, flashed ferociously like dazzling lightning. In an instant, it bombarded the grey grizzly bear in the air. The deafening rumble, coupled with dazzling electric flashes, had made it extremely difficult to see the situation inside. Merlin also was somewhat astonished by the combined power of the three, which was unleashed along with the runic magic circle. These three were clearly only third-level spellcasters. Though they were high achievers in the dark magic region, it was highly likely that they would become fourth-level spellcasters and build towers by themselves. However, these three did not have Pandora demon abilities, and they had no powerful casting tools either. By relying on a runic magic disc alone, they were able to instantly exert power at the peak of a fifth-level spellcaster. It also made Merlin have a deeper fear toward runology. In the most glorious era of spellcasters, even a weak spellcaster could annihilate high-leveled spellcasters just by mastering powerful runes. Runology and spell construction, as well as Pandora demon abilities, were at the same level. The only thing was that to this day, there were too few spellcasters who understood runology. After all, runology was not like Pandora demon ability, which only required some treasures for successful cultivation, thus unleashing unparalleled power. Runology required the sacrifice of a lot of time and energy to study profoundly so that one could grasp the surface of it. As for proficiency, there must be an excellent inheritance, coupled with an extraordinary talent toward runology. Then only could one become a great rune wizard. It was just like Merlin. He had a runic magic disc in his possession, but he was not proficient in runes, so he was not able to activate the runic magic disc. Even the 7th-level spellcaster, Wizard Bamu, who was already a high-leveled spellcaster, could not operate the runic magic disc due to his lack of proficiency in runology. For someone not proficient in runes, even the possession of a powerful runic magic disc would not do anything to help improve the person's strength. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why runology kept on declining. Of course, runic magic circle was just one of the many types among the endlessly vast rune methodologies. It was merely one of the more widely used types, as there were many other applications of runes. Like the guardian spirits in the runic tower, they were clearly born from complex runic magic circles, but they each had a life force. It was also similar to the spirit of runic magic circle, the black cat Didymos in the stone tablet. It had a life force and was very magical. These were just a few aspects which runes were applied. Life could be created out of nothingness. It was something which even legendary wizards could not achieve. However, by being proficient in runology, and by attaining the same level as Great Wizard Fidel back then, life could be created from nothingness. Great Wizard Fidel left this runic tower with the purpose of finding gifted spellcasters, especially those who were skilled in runology. It was as such that he allowed at most 3 spellcasters to combine forces and set up powerful runic magic circles. At present, Wizard Envia's trio had used the runic magic disc to trigger the power of the Kleinman runic magic circle in the runic magic disc. It was so that they could fight the grey grizzly bear, the guardian spirit of the 5th floor. The thick Kleinman thunder gave out flashes of silky yellow light, enveloping the huge body of the grey grizzly bear. Only the continuous sounds of zap could be heard. No one could see clearly what had happened inside. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. The violent shockwave surprised Wizard Envia and the others and drained the color from their faces. Along with the buzzing sound, the electric light which shrouded the grey grizzly bear also collapsed gradually, finally revealing the grey grizzly bear's body. At this time, the grey grizzly bear was still very energetic. Moreover, the mysterious rune armor on its body seemed to have diminished. Its illumination seemed to have dulled down a little, so obviously, it was the result of Kleinman thunder which Wizard Envia had pulled off. Nevertheless, it only smashed a part of the runes that protected the grey grizzly bear, as it did not suffer any damage at all. How can it be unscathed? How could it have failed? Failed, completely failed. Even Kleinman thunder couldn't kill the guardian spirit. We're completely defeated. We've really underestimated the runic tower. Wizard Envia and the others' expressions turned pale. They had disappointment written all over their faces. They thought that with the help of the Kleinman runic magic disc, and by activating the runic magic circle with their joint forces, they would easily pass the 5th floor, and even stand a chance at passing the 6th floor. However, the current situation had given them a deep understanding of why there were very few spellcasters who had been able to pass the 5th floor throughout the 1,000-year-long history of the dark magic region. If the guardian spirit of the 5th floor was comparable to an ordinary 5th-level spellcaster, then the trio would have defeated it. However, it was far from being as simple as that. Chapter 364, Indirect Showdown. Chapter 364, Indirect Showdown. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Swoosh. The guardian spirit of the 5th floor of the runic tower quickly turned into a ray of grey light. Its speed was even faster than the giant black wolf on the 4th floor. In no time, it reached Wizard Envier and the other 2 wizards in the blink of an eye. Snap! The grey grizzly bear lifted its giant paw and slapped forcefully. The mysterious runes which were originally on the grey grizzly bear's body surface instantly converged into the grey grizzly bear's giant paw. The power of that slap suddenly turned incredibly violent. K-A-chak! The Kleinman runic magic circle cracked in an instant. A few tiny cracks appeared on it, and it then shattered completely. Without the Kleinman runic magic disc, Wizard Envier's trio did not have the slightest resistance. If they were to be slapped by the grey grizzly bear, they would disappear out of the runic tower in an instant. Merlin frowned. He watched the grey grizzly bear's every move from the side and finally discovered the real reason why it became so terrifying. This grey grizzly bear indeed only had the strength of a 5th-level spellcaster. However, it could withstand Kleinman thunder because it relied on the dense mysterious runes attached to its body surface. These mysterious runes seemed to be able to both attack and defend. Once they were needed to block a powerful attack, these runes would gather to exert powerful defensive features. If the protection of these mysterious runes could not be broken and annihilated with a smashing hit, it would then become a battle of attrition. This was because the mysterious runes could continuously resist the attacks. Moreover, if the spellcaster challenging the tower lost focus, the grey grizzly bear would launch an attack. At the moment of the attack, the mysterious runes would once again condense together, instantly increasing the grey grizzly bear's offensive power. This was the real reason why the guardian spirit of the 5th floor was so powerful. The guardian spirits below the 5th floor did not have the ability to harness the power of runes. In other words, it was the great wizard Fidel who did not grant the guardian spirits below the 5th floor the ability to utilize the power of runes. Wizard Envier and his team had lost, but they were not beaten without good reason. After all, how many talented spellcasters had there been throughout the existence of the dark magic region for thousands of years? How could anyone not try using a runic magic disc before this? Yet, they all failed, and they could not pass the 5th floor. There were only a few people, the real freaky geniuses, who had passed the 5th floor. Merlin also knew that Envier and the others did not die, but was sent out of the runic tower. After all, the real purpose of Great Wizard Fidel who left the runic tower was to search for genius spellcasters, especially those who were good in runology. Hence, he would naturally not let the spellcasters who challenged the tower to simply perish. My turn then. Merlin took a deep breath and then walked into the middle of the vermilion pillars with determination, ready to face the guardian spirit of the 5th floor. Outside the runic tower, many spellcasters were watching the changes in the runic tower. Although the specific scene inside the runic tower could not be from the outside, as long as someone advanced to one of the floors, then the tower on that level would have a burst of dazzling light. At this time, the 5th floor of the runic tower was still shining brightly, which symbolized that there were 2 groups of people who were attempting the 5th floor. Swoosh! Suddenly, one of the 2 lights rapidly went off, leaving only one bright light. This meant that someone had failed to pass the 5th floor. Who has failed? Is it Wizard Merlin? The 5th floor is very difficult. That was the real test. In recent decades, only Clyde has passed the 5th floor. These spellcasters knew the difficulty of the runic tower. The 5th floor was the real test. Even the look of Wizard Leo had become serious. Buzz buzz buzz. 3 rays of light emerged outside the runic tower. Immediately after, 3 gloomy-looking spellcasters gradually walked out of the light. They were Wizard Envier, Wizard Sarah, and Wizard Ilman. The 3 spellcasters did not pass the 5th floor and were directly sent out of the runic tower. They looked back at the runic tower, and there were indescribable expressions on their faces, especially Wizard Envier. He had paid a huge price to obtain the Kleinman runic magic disc. Now, not only had they not been able to pass the 5th floor, even the Kleinman runic magic disc had been destroyed. Such a huge price, even if he was a valued individual in the clan, it would unfortunately still be hard to come to terms with it. Wizard Envier, let's go. This runic tower is indeed not that easy to challenge. Wizard Ilman was also very confident before this, but now, the harsh truth laid in front of his very eyes. He had to admit that even with the help of a runic magic circle, it would still be extremely difficult for them to pass the 5th floor. Besides, even if they had passed the 5th floor, there would still be a more difficult 6th floor. If they had only passed the 5th floor, there would be no substantial gain. Only after passing the 6th floor would they obtain the treasures left by Great Wizard Fidel. Wizard Envier shook his head gently and said gloomily, "There's no need to hurry. We haven't been able to pass the 5th floor, so let's see if this Wizard Merlin could get past it." Merlin? Wizard Ilman was slightly shocked too. Thereafter, he glanced around at the spellcasters surrounding them. He did not know when did such a large crowd of spellcasters came to this originally deserted runic tower. They all looked up at the runic tower enthusiastically. At this time, only the 5th floor of the runic tower was lit. That was to say, only Merlin was inside the tower challenging it. These wizards had come after hearing news of this. They heard that the recent hotshot, Wizard Merlin, was challenging the runic tower. They all came because of Merlin, but actually, they just wanted to see the indirect showdown between Merlin and Clyde. Previously, Clyde had passed the 5th floor of the runic tower. Wizard Sarah did not leave either as her beautiful pair of eyes also focused on the 5th floor of the runic tower. Just as Wizard Envier and others had decided to stick around and check out how Merlin would turn out, the many spellcasters around also saw clearly the faces of the 3 wizards. Merlin was not there, and they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They all knew that Merlin was still on the 5th floor of the runic tower, perhaps fighting the guardian spirit of the 5th floor currently. I wonder if Wizard Merlin can pass the 5th floor? Wizard Merlin was now in the limelight. He had caused a bigger commotion than Clyde did back then. One was a 5-elemental spellcaster while the other a 6-elemental spellcaster. Both were freaky geniuses. If the two were to battle, it would be truly exhilarating. Though this isn't a real duel, this indirect showdown is good too. Just wait and see, there should be a result very soon. As Wizard Sarah had suspected, the real reason so many spellcasters came to the runic tower was to see the indirect showdown between the 2 geniuses, Merlin and Clyde. Merlin stood in the middle of several vermilion pillars. Gradually, a ray of light was emitted from the vermilion pillars. These lights quickly gathered, and the grey grizzly bear reappeared again. Right after that, dense mysterious runes flew out of the vermilion pillars again. Like a fine large net, it attached to the surface of the grey grizzly bear's body. Merlin's eyes narrowed. He knew that the true greatness of the guardian spirit of the 5th floor was these mysterious runes, which were inscribed by Great Wizard Fidel himself back then. Merlin was now more and more aware of the prowess and mysteriousness of Great Wizard Fidel. He had also met a great wizard in Kerdmansler Islands previously. In addition, from Merlin's point of view, the power of great wizards seemed to not be all that powerful. Nevertheless, only until now had Merlin gradually learned that great wizards were also differentiated into many kinds. There were strong ones and weak ones. Just like that great wizard on Kerdmansler Islands, he was at best a beginner great wizard, the weakest among great wizards. Great Wizard Sterling of the Sterling House should also belong to the category of beginner great wizards. The founder of the Dark Spirit region, the Great Wizard Fidel, was very proficient in runology, up until a point where it was beyond imagination. Any runic magic circles that he simply engraved could also give life. This kind of great wizard should be at the peak level among great wizards. Perhaps he was not as good as a legend, but in certain areas, such a great wizard deserved the respect of even great legends. This was the case with Great Wizard Fidel. His proficiency in runology could even make legendary wizards feel inferior. He could be considered a powerful wizard with profound knowledge in runology. Hence, the runic magic circle left by Great Wizard Fidel was able to protect the entire dark magic region even until now. Moreover, the runic tower that he had built was even more magical. These guardian spirits were truly immortal beings. As long as the runic magic circle was not destroyed, even if these guardian spirits die many deaths, they could still be swiftly reborn. 1,000 years' time was not able to incur any change on these guardian spirits. It was evident how masterful great wizard Fidel was in runology. Merlin knew that these vermilion columns should be the foundation of these guardian spirits. If these vermilion pillars were destroyed, the guardian spirit in the runic tower would naturally vanish. However, there were clear rules in the runic tower. No matter what the reason, it was not allowed to attack the vermilion pillars. Otherwise, there would be serious consequences. Roar! Finally, the grey grizzly bear which was in mid-air let out a loud roar and fiercely charged toward Merlin. Merlin's mind power was shaken slightly. This grey grizzly bear's roar was able to shake his mind power. Fortunately, he had already braced himself, so he was not really affected. If he wanted to defeat the grey grizzly bear, he must deal a smashing blow and directly destroy the mysterious runes on the surface of its body along with it. Only then would the grey grizzly bear be harmed. Merlin took a deep breath. From top to bottom, white flames abruptly exuded from his entire body. This was Merlin's strongest attack currently. The illusion of darkness type spells had absolutely no effect at all on these guardian spirits. Thus, he could only use his strongest offensive spell to defeat it completely. Condensed fire. Merlin gently reached out the palm of his hand. From his palm, bursts of fireballs suddenly emerged, floating in the air calmly. Only a spellcaster who was proficient in fire-type spells would know that these few small fireballs had been compressed for who knew how long. The flames contained would make even those 6th-level spellcasters shudder. Strike! A hint of madness also flashed across Merlin's eyes. Then, he reached out a finger and pointed. A few tiny white fireballs quivered slightly and flew straight ahead. Chapter 365, Entering the 6th Floor. Chapter 365, Entering the 6th Floor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hiss hiss hiss. A series of fireballs slammed rapidly one after another into the grey grizzly bear. It formed a tall white flame that surpassed the height of a man, completely engulfing the grey grizzly bear. It was Merlin's 3rd-level spell, Condensed Fire. At a glance, the fireballs might seem small in size, but in actual fact, the flames contained within were tightly compressed and hence immensely powerful. Once a fireball is released, it would explode with unparalleled power. Fiery collapse which was infused into his spell would also be amplified following the increase in spell power. Therefore, Merlin's condensed fire had already achieved the peak of a 6th-level spell. Despite the magical runic protection possessed by the grey grizzly bear, this was a level gap that could not be compensated for. Once Merlin's fiery collapse completely engulfed the grey grizzly bear, the frightening high temperatures could destroy the armor as easily as snapping a twig. In just a few moments, the runic armor on the grey grizzly bear had been burned to ashes. In order to defeat the grey grizzly bear, a spellcaster must first and foremost be able to break through the runic protection on the bear's body. Merlin's fiery collapse had far exceeded the limits of the runes. Therefore, at the exact moment that the runes collapsed, the grey grizzly bear's figure also disappeared and reverted into the white twinkling stars on the vermilion pillars. Phew! Merlin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had conquered the 5th floor. Although he had been relatively confident that he would be able to break through the 5th floor, he was very relieved to have actually succeeded. Soon, another grey grizzly bear coalesced again between the vermilion pillars. This bear, however, could converse in the human language. The grey grizzly bear gave Merlin an assessing look. Good job. It has been so many years since someone managed to break through the 5th floor. You can rest here for a moment, then you can choose whether to continue or to leave. Leave? I can still leave? Merlin was startled. He had never heard that it was possible to leave the runic tower so easily. The grey grizzly bear smiled. Of course, you can leave. It's just that as long as you're inside the runic tower, there's no mortal danger to your life. Even if you're defeated by the guardian spirits, you'll just be removed from the runic tower. Therefore, naturally, very few people would choose to leave the runic tower. Merlin nodded in understanding. The runic tower was used by the great wizard Fidel to select excellent spellcasters within the dark magic region, especially spellcasters who excelled in runology. It was one of the main areas of interest to the great wizard Fidel. He had even allowed 3 spellcasters to attempt the challenges within runic tower together, which implied that it was acceptable to combine strengths to conjure a runic circle in order to conquer the tower. Moreover, a failure in conquering the tower would not result in death. Instead, the challenger would merely be ejected out of the runic tower without any injury, like Wizard Envia and his team. Once they were hit by the grey grizzly bear, their bodies were instantaneously wrapped in a white ray of light. Merlin guessed that they must have been ejected from the runic tower in that manner. Thinking along those lines, Merlin said, "Since there's no harm even if I'm defeated, of course, I'll continue the quest." The grey grizzly bear nodded its head. It was normal for all spellcasters to choose to continue even if they did not know what enemy was lying ahead. After all, they would not suffer any bodily harm as long as they were inside the tower, and would also be able to witness for themselves the powers of the guardian spirits on the 6th floor. You can also choose to rest for a moment before continuing. The grey grizzly bear appeared to be slightly human-like as it reminded Merlin to rest longer on the 5th floor. However, Merlin's fiery collapse did not consume much magic power. With the amount of magic power accumulated in the spell model within his awareness, he could easily battle another few more hours at least. Thus, Merlin shook his head. "I'm fine, just send me to the 6th floor please." The grey grizzly bear did not insist any further. With a slight wave of its enormous paw, a white light appeared and wrapped around Merlin. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Outside the runic tower, numerous spellcaster was staring unblinkingly at the 5th floor. For the longest time, however, there was no change in the ray of light on the 5th floor. It did not ascend to the 6th floor, but neither did it snuff out. Did he meet a tricky situation? The formidable wizard Leo muttered quietly under his breath. He had never challenged the runic tower even though he had relatively high confidence regarding his accomplishments in runology. However, when he first joined the dark magic region, his goal was dead set on becoming a 4th level or higher spellcaster. As a result, he did not spare a single thought for other matters. When he finally became a 4th level spellcaster and constructed the wizard tower, he was no longer eligible to challenge the runic tower. This was one of Wizard Leo's biggest regret. Right now, Merlin finally made it to the runic tower, and even better, he had advanced all the way to the 5th floor at lightning speed. His accomplishment attracted much speculation on the upcoming indirect showdown between him and Wizard Clyde, making Wizard Leo feel quite pleased. Even though Wizard Leo did not know Merlin's current situation, he was not overly concerned since there was no danger inside the runic tower. Hum hum. Suddenly, the light ray on the runic tower began to flash brightly as though it would disappear at any time. If the ray of light on the 5th floor vanished, then it would mean that Merlin had failed to conquer the tower. However, the ray of light on the 5th floor flashed for a moment then immediately ascended to the 6th floor, illuminating the 6th floor of the runic tower. This caused a large stir among all the spellcasters. The 6th floor, finally someone made it to the 6th floor. Wizard Merlin truly is a 6-elemental spellcaster, he's just as powerful as Clyde back then. Even though this is Merlin's first time conquering the runic tower, he has already managed to get to the 6th floor. Throughout the past thousands of years within the dark magic region, very few had managed to even reach the 6th floor. To date, no one has managed to defeat the 6th floor. Even back then, Clyde was only able to break through the 5th floor. Now I'm looking forward to the indirect showdown between Wizard Merlin and Wizard Clyde. Seeing that the 6th floor of the runic tower lit up, everyone knew what it meant. It meant that Merlin had successfully defeated the 5th floor and progressed to the 6th floor of the runic tower. Merlin's ability as a 6-elemental spellcaster was more brilliant than Clyde's, who was a 5-elemental spellcaster. Nevertheless, ever since Merlin captured the attention of the dark magic region, he had not been able to escape being constantly compared to Clyde. As long as Merlin was mentioned in any conversation, Clyde would also be mentioned. Many spellcasters, including those high-level 7th-level spellcasters, were extremely interested in witnessing the showdown between Merlin and Clyde. Right now, the crowd would finally be able to witness the showdown between Merlin and Clyde. Wizard Envia, Merlin actually managed to conquer the 5th floor. I cannot believe that we're hoping to confront Clyde and kill him in order to claim the immense reward from the dark magic region. It looks to me now that our powers are no match for Clyde. Is Clyde truly that formidable? Wizard Ilman could not help but whisper. He was initially very confident in his abilities as he was one of the more gifted spellcasters in the dark magic region. They had never had much contact with Clyde prior to this. Both Clyde and Merlin were similar where they often went missing for long periods of time, and no one really knew what they were doing. Now that Clyde had betrayed the dark magic region to join Osmu, the dark magic region had put an extravagant price on his head. Any 4th level spellcaster and below who was able to kill Clyde would be able to claim the huge reward. Wizard Ilman had even planned in his head that if he ever bumped into Clyde, he would take the opportunity to kill him and claim the immense reward for himself. Earlier inside the tower, Ilman had combined powers with Wizard Sarah and Wizard Envier to cast a large runic circle in order to defeat the guardian spirits on the 5th floor of the runic tower, but still, they did not succeed. Therefore, it implied that their powers paled greatly in comparison to Clyde, who had managed to break through to the 6th floor without a sweat. The gap in their abilities was too blatant. If they had really bumped into Clyde, they would be facing their own doom. Wizard Envier and Wizard Sarah were thinking along the same lines. The three of them were considered the cream of the crop in the dark magic region with the potential to advance beyond 4th level spellcasters. With their combined power of the runic circle, they had been extremely confident of their abilities, to the point that they believed they could kill Clyde. Nevertheless, they had failed to even break through the 5th level. Now, they realized that Clyde was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Let's wait and see whether Merlin can break through the 6th floor. Unconsciously, Wizard Envier's tone toward the mention of Merlin warmed up considerably than before. Swoosh! Merlin slowly opened his eyes and found that he was in a completely unfamiliar place. This must be the 6th floor of the runic tower. However, the 6th floor no longer had the red stone pillars. Instead, the entire place was filled with dense runes in every nook and corner. Entering the 6th level, Merlin could vaguely sense that the spells within his awareness were almost eager to move. It was a wonderful feeling, like there was an external force guiding these spells. More accurately, it was guiding the spell model in Merlin's awareness. What on earth is happening? Merlin immediately heightened his guard. The 6th floor of the runic tower was simply too weird, vastly different from the first 5 floors. He did not dare lose focus. After all, for the past thousands of years, no one in the dark magic region had been able to break through the 6th floor. Among the challenges included Clyde, the most prominent genius the dark magic region had seen for the last hundreds of years. Back when it was Clyde's first time challenging the runic tower, it was also a walk in the park for him until he reached the 6th floor. However, his conquest ended prematurely on the 6th floor, and he did not manage to proceed further. Therefore, Merlin was extremely vigilant toward the 6th floor of the runic tower, not allowing his focus to waver even for a moment. Hum. Suddenly, the entire room shook lightly. At the same time, the mysterious runes started to gather together and take form. Under the watchful eye of Merlin, a familiar figure slowly emerged. Chapter 366, Overlapping Runic Magic Circles. Chapter 366, Overlapping Runic Magic Circles. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The figure was draped in a golden robe. His build was tall and slender with long golden hair casually scattered behind his head. Handsome features adorned his face, but the most prominent feature of all was the pair of deep, thoughtful eyes that looked as if they contained bottomless wisdom. Under the continuous gathering and melding of runes, a solid figure began to take shape. This figure would not be unfamiliar to any spellcaster in the dark magic region. It was the creator of the dark magic region, the Great Wizard Fidel. As the creator of the dark magic region, statues of the Great Wizard Fidel could be found everywhere in the dark magic region. Therefore, Merlin was extremely familiar with his appearance. When the mysterious runes on the 6th floor began to take shape as the Great Wizard Fidel, Merlin could recognize him immediately. Ah, lucky spellcaster. Very well then, I'm the guardian spirit of the 6th floor of the runic tower. You can call me Wizard Effidel. In the ancient Molten language, the F- prefix used in Effidel denoted something that was imaginary or fake. The guardian spirit on the 6th floor must have been a playful character. Not only did he assume the effigy of the great wizard Fidel, but also gave himself a funny name. Seeing the confusion on Merlin's face, Wizard Efferdle grinned. "Oh, it wasn't the great wizard Fidel who made me like this. Actually, the guardian spirits can choose whatever forms we want to manifest ourselves into. Since I'm very grateful to the great wizard Fidel for creating me and allowing me to experience this wonderful world, I assumed his appearance and faithfully guard the 6th floor of the runic tower." Wizard Efferdle was very peculiar indeed. It seemed that the guardian spirit had developed a complete conscience, just like Didymos, the black cat inside the stone plaque of the dark magic region. However, Merlin was not interested in the peculiarities of this guardian spirit. He asked, "Wizard Efferdle, if I want to pass the 6th floor, do I have to defeat you?" "Defeat me? No, you're mistaken. In order to conquer the 6th floor, you don't have to defeat the guardian spirit. In fact, I don't even have any fighting skills in me. The challenge on the 6th floor of the runic tower is very simple. All you have to do is break open that big door." Wizard Efferdle pointed toward a big square door in front of them. "Really? All I have to do is break open that door?" Merlin was doubtful. How could the 6th floor challenge be so simple? If it was so simple, then how was it that no one, including Clyde, would be unable to get through the 6th floor? Wizard Efferdle's figure vanished and reappeared in a flash in front of the square door. He pointed his finger at the dense runes covering the doorway. "Of course, it's not easy to break open this door. The door is protected by 5 layers of runic magic circles that was personally engraved by the great wizard Fidel, layer after layer. These overlapping runic magic circles are the most difficult among all the runic magic circles. You must have attained a requisite command of runes to be able to crack these 5-layer overlapping runic magic circles." Sure enough, breaking open the door was not as easy as it appeared. Judging from the complicated runic magic circles personally engraved by the great wizard Fidel on the door, only a spellcaster who was highly proficient in runes would be able to break through it. At this point, Merlin had completely understood the great wizard Fidel's intentions. His real purpose for leaving behind the runic tower was to find a genius spellcaster who excelled in runes. Moreover, Merlin could also guess that the treasures contained on the 6th and 7th floor would surely be closely tied to runes. Thus, spellcasters who were proficient in runes would derive immeasurable benefits from those treasures. Wizard Efferdle continued. Not long ago, a young spellcaster by the name of Clyde was very good. He, too, managed to enter the 6th floor, and his knowledge of runes was quite remarkable. Unfortunately, he was just one step short. He was only able to crack the first 4 layers of runes, but not the final layer. Otherwise, he would have succeeded in conquering the 6th floor and progressed to the 7th floor. Oh, by the way, no one has been able to claim any of the treasures on the 6th floor yet. Behind this door is where the treasures are kept, so if you can crack the 5-layered runic magic circles on the door, then you can open it and receive a treasure left behind by the great wizard Fidel. Clyde? He has already betrayed the dark magic region and joined Osmu. Merlin's eye twitched slightly. He did not expect that Clyde was only one step short of solving the 5-layered runic magic circles and conquering the 6th floor. Clyde was not only talented in constructing spell models but also had considerable talents in runology, alchemy, potions, and other areas. Compared to Clyde, Merlin felt inadequate. Besides possessing the matrix and the ability to construct spell models, Merlin's other abilities were still subpar compared to Clyde. It was not without good reason that Clyde was hailed to be one of the most talented spellcasters that the dark magic region had seen in hundreds of years. What? Clyde betrayed the dark magic region and joined Osmu. That's such a pity. He was a good lad, and I even nurtured him like a seedling. I was hoping that after a few years, he would gain a deeper understanding of runology and come back to challenge the runic tower again. Who knew that he would actually end up joining Osmu? The look on Wizard Efferdle's face was extremely expressive, just like a normal human being. If not for the fact that Merlin had seen him being shaped out of runes, he might have even thought that Wizard Efferdle was a real human spellcaster. Merlin ignored Efferdle and headed toward the big square door. He laid both hands on the door and pushed gently. True enough, the door did not budge. Bearing in mind that Merlin had practiced the 4 mysterious relief sculptures, so even a heavy stone door would be easily pushed open. However, this square door did not budge even the slightest, proving that it would be difficult to rely on physical strength to open it. Unfortunately, since Merlin only had a very rudimentary understanding of runology, it would be next to impossible for him to crack the overlapping runic magic circles that were personally engraved by the great wizard Fidel. No matter what, I still have to try. Merlin placed his hands on the door again. Immediately, rows of mysterious-looking runes began to appear on the door. He could see that the runes were extremely special and complex, also known as the legendary overlapping runic magic circles. The arrangement of the overlapping runic magic circles was extremely complicated and required extreme caution, otherwise, the runic magic circles would collapse and cannot be rebuilt. Overlapping runic magic circles were commonly used as a test subject to gauge the knowledge of rune masters in runology, so it was truly amazing that the great wizard Fidel was able to lay down 5 consecutive layers of overlapping runic magic circles. Merlin did not understand runes at all. Despite spending a long time groping at the door blindly, he still had no idea how to crack the runic magic circles. Therefore, he decided to go back to basics, break them using brute force. Even if he failed to break the runic magic circles by force, the worst that could happen was only for him to be ejected from the tower. Thinking along those lines, Merlin decided to cast perfect armor to protect his entire body. First of all, Merlin tentatively released a small wisp of his white fiery collapse. Immediately, the fire traveled toward the door and slammed into the runic magic circles. Crack! Exceeding Merlin's expectations, the first layer runic magic circle broke easily upon impact. However, the spell was blocked by the second layer. At the same time, the second layer runic magic circle rebounded Merlin's fiery collapse back at him. Fortunately, Merlin was protected by perfect armor, and the amount of fire he released was relatively small, so it did not cause any damage. Nevertheless, this attempt gave Merlin a fresh glimmer of hope. It showed that the runic magic circle was actually capable of being broken by force. Forcibly breaking the runic magic circles? Wizard Effidel frowned slightly as he watched Merlin's destructive attempts. Within his long existence, he did encounter a few unorthodox spellcasters who had tried to break the runic magic circles on the door using physical force. Perhaps the great wizard Fidel had already anticipated this to happen back then, thus there was another special feature of the runic magic circles. As long as the spells did not break the runic magic circle, it would be bounced back to the spellcaster with equal force. Therefore, most spellcasters who tried to break the runic magic circles by force were usually defeated by their own spells in the end. Lucky spellcaster, it's completely impossible to crack the runic magic circle by force. There have been spellcasters who tried what you're planning to do, but all of them ended in failure. However, nothing Wizard Effidel said was getting through to Merlin. Once he discovered the possibility of breaking the runic magic circle by force, the cogs in his head were turning at full speed as new ideas began to appear. Judging by the strength of the first layer runic magic circle, the defensive powers of the 5-layered runic magic circles were surprisingly strong. Moreover, any spell that failed to break the runic magic circle would be rebounded toward the spellcaster and inflict harm on the spellcaster himself. Merlin hoped to avoid this type of damage as much as possible. Otherwise, even though the spirit guardians did not harm him, he might end up getting killed by his own spells instead. After all, his own actions were separate from the runic tower. If Merlin was actually killed by one of these spells, he would become the laughingstock of the entire dark magic region. Alright, I'll just increase the power a little bit at a time. Even though it would consume more time and magic power, I cannot afford to act too hastily. Hopefully, my perfect armor would be able to withstand the rebounded spells. Merlin clenched his teeth and sealed his determination. Whoosh! Another burst of white flames flew toward the square, rune-covered door. This time, Merlin had increased the power of the fiery collapse slightly, so the flame's power and speed were also increased. Crack! The second layer runic magic circle was broken upon impact, but the flames of fiery collapse were stopped by the third layer runic magic circle and came hurtling back toward Merlin, setting perfect armor ablaze. Fortunately, perfect armor was still capable of resisting this level of attack, only that it consumed his magic power faster than usual. Merlin increased the power of fiery collapse again and subsequently managed to break the third layer runic magic circle. However, he encountered difficulties with the fourth layer, forcing him to release all his Pandora demon abilities. Condensed fire. Finally, pale white fireballs appeared beside Merlin. This was the strongest spell Merlin had under his belt, which was infused with fiery collapse, thus it was capable of breaking even some 6th-level defensive spells. Hiss hiss hiss. With a swish of Merlin's robes, instantly a few pale white fireballs began flying toward the big square door. Upon hitting the 4th layer runic magic circle, there was a suspense-filled pause, followed by the fireballs carving their flight path further inside toward the 5th layer runic magic circle. Back during Clyde's attempt, he had been stumped by the 5th layer runic magic circle. Since he was unable to crack it, he had no choice but to leave the runic tower. This time, it was Merlin's turn to challenge the 5th layer runic magic circle. It was from this moment onward that really counted as the indirect showdown between Clyde and Merlin. Chapter 367, Ultimate Limit of the 6th Level. Chapter 367, Ultimate Limit of the 6th Level. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hiss hiss. The 5th layer of the overlapping runic magic circles intertwined with the flames from Merlin's condensed fire. Both were comparable in power, so neither could triumph over the other. Right now, Merlin had put all his power into condensed fire, so it was already almost at the peak of a 6th-level spell. However, it was still not enough. The 5th and final layer of the overlapping runic magic circles did not give any indication of yielding, and even managed to rebound a few fireballs of condensed fire at Merlin. Crack! Merlin's perfect armor finally cracked apart due to the force of his own spells. Sure enough, even perfect armor was unable to withstand the attack of condensed fire. Fortunately, Merlin was very familiar with condensed fire and kept the flame maxim active in his awareness, so any flame-type spell surrounding him would be suppressed. Therefore, he only suffered minor shocks to his body. Since his body was strong and powerful, those minor shocks were negligible. Sure enough, it hasn't broken. Merlin's face sank slightly. He ignored the minor injuries on his body and glared fiercely at the final runic magic circle on the square door. It was still unbroken. Wizard Efferdal approached him slowly with a smile on his face. Young spellcaster, you should feel lucky enough. I definitely didn't expect that you were hiding such a powerful Pandora demon ability. The runic magic circles left behind by the great wizard Fidel have almost been broken by you. I'll tell you honestly then. Forcibly breaking these 5 layers of overlapping runic magic circles will need powers that exceed the peak of a 6th-level spell. Although your Pandora demon ability is very strong, you can only reach the peak of a 6th-level spell at best, so it will not be sufficient to break the 5th layer runic magic circle. As the guardian spirit of the 6th floor, Wizard Efferdal was naturally well versed with the obstacle. Powers that exceed the peak of a 6th-level spell? Merlin mumbled under his breath. Powers that exceeded the peak of a 6th-level spell might sound similar to a 7th-level spell, but Merlin knew that they were not the same. Beyond the peak, there was something known as the ultimate limit. However, the ultimate limit was not easily achieved by all spellcasters. Most spellcasters could only construct spells up to the peak of the 6th level. In order to achieve the ultimate limit, the constructed spell must be able to incorporate elements such as Pandora demon ability, enhancement casting tools or even mysterious runes. No matter what, I still have to try. Merlin narrowed his gaze as he affixed his stare at the final layer of runic magic circle on the square door. A terrifying aura started to rise around his body and surrounded him. Oh! Don't tell me that he's actually capable of powers that exceed the peak of the 6th level? Wizard Efferdal was somewhat taken aback. Powers that exceeded the peak of the 6th level was notoriously difficult to achieve, not to mention that Merlin was merely a 3rd-level spellcaster. Even a true 6th-level spellcaster would rarely possess the amount of power required to exceed beyond the peak and reach the ultimate limit. Therefore, it was extremely difficult, to the point of unthinkable, for a spellcaster to reach the ultimate limit. It would require a spellcaster to successfully combine multiple aspects and elements in order to possess powers exceeding the peak of the 6th level. In other words, to exceed the peak powers of the 6th level was even more difficult than being promoted to a 7th-level spellcaster. If he actually ends up breaking the entire runic magic circles by force, then what should I do? Should I let him progress to the 7th floor, or is it counted as a defeat? Sigh, this quandary is giving me a headache. Why didn't the great wizard Fidel anticipate that a situation like this might happen? The internal conflict within Wizard Effidel was of course not felt by Merlin. At this time, his focus was wholly concentrated on mobilizing the fire-type magic power inside his body. The third-level spell, Condensed Fire, which was infused with Collapse Fire, might only possess the peak power of the 6th level, but after every 3 spells, there was a window of opportunity for him to cast a stronger, enhanced version of the spell. Despite this opportunity, Merlin had never used it. This was because very few had been able to withstand the attack of Collapse Fire, so there was no reason for Merlin to use the stronger, enhanced spell. However, the situation was different now. If Merlin failed to break the final runic magic circle on the square door, then his tower conquest would be considered a failure. His conquest would end on the 6th floor, exactly like Cly's. Faintly in his heart, Merlin too had a desire to compare himself with Cly's. Therefore, he had a strong desire to surpass the 6th floor and enter the 7th floor of the runic tower. At least then, he would be the first spellcaster to set foot on the 7th floor of the runic tower. Nonetheless, even Merlin himself was not entirely confident whether he possessed enough power to exceed the peak and reach the ultimate limit of the 6th level, Condensed Fire. Around Merlin, strong raging flames began to rise and burn ferociously. The pale white flames appeared exceptionally terrifying, especially the small fireball floating between his hands. The fireball appeared to be continuously absorbing the surrounding flames into its small body. This was the enhanced version of Merlin's Condensed Fire. He could clearly feel that the fireball in his hands had been compressed tightly to its limit. The composition of Condensed Fire was basically made up of a continuous compression of flames. The more flame power it compressed, the more powerful the resulting explosion would be. The ordinary Condensed Fire released by Merlin also contained compressed flames, but he could feel that their compression had not reached their limits. Now that Merlin had used the enhanced version of Condensed Fire for the first time, he discovered that there was a limit to the amount of compression that could go into the spell. Only when the flames had been compressed to its limit, then its power could be maximized. Therefore, it would be wise not to be easily fooled by the small fireball which was floating in front of Merlin. Even though its size was smaller than Condensed Fire, the power contained inside was even stronger than 10 ordinary Condensed Fire combined. Go! Merlin locked his gaze and used his mind power to guide the path of Condensed Fire. With a small hum, it transformed into a sharp ray of white light and flew toward the runic magic circle on the square door. Boom! The small fireball slammed violently against the big door, especially on the final remaining layer of the runic magic circle. Mysterious runes began to rapidly float in front of the runic magic circle in a futile effort to subdue the pale white flames. However, the small fireball that Merlin had released with all his might packed a truly powerful punch that could not be subdued by these runes. In an instant, a fire erupted and engulfed the entire square door. From the outside, Merlin could no longer see what was happening clearly. All he could see was a strong raging wall of flames burning ferociously before him. He used his mind power to check the runic magic circle on the door. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp loud noise sounded on the square door. Merlin's face instantly changed, and he heaved a long breath of relief as if releasing a huge burden. It's finally broken. The power that exceeds the peak, the ultimate limit. It turns out that I have already possessed the ultimate power limit of a 6th level spellcaster. Merlin laughed in glee. He had managed to break the runic magic circles by force and defeated the challenge on the 6th floor. He would be progressing to the 7th floor, so he had won the indirect showdown with Cly's. You've actually broken the runic magic circle? Powers that exceed the peak of 6th level, that's the ultimate limit of a 6th level spell. Beside him, Wizard Effidel's eyes and mouth were wide open, a stunned look displayed on his face. Wizard Effidel was conflicted. If Merlin broke the runic magic circles by force, would his victory still be considered a victory? Did he conquer the challenge of the 6th floor? According to the rules of the runic tower, it would be acceptable to award the conquest to Merlin. However, according to the original intentions of the great wizard Fidel, the runic tower was meant to select spellcasters who were proficient in runes to continue his legacy. Therefore, Merlin's actions of breaking the runic magic circle by force did not comply with his rules, so it should not be regarded as conquering the sixth floor. This question posed a dilemma for Wizard Efferdle. Seeing that Wizard Efferdle's expression was torn, Merlin's heart sank a little. In a low voice, he whispered, "Wizard Efferdle, what's the matter? I've conquered the sixth floor. Please open the door to the treasure chest." Merlin knew that the square door was fully controlled by Wizard Efferdle. Only after the guardian spirit had determined that Merlin had succeeded in conquering the sixth floor, then he would open the door and allow Merlin to receive one of the treasures left by the great Wizard Fidel. Upon Merlin's urging, Wizard Efferdle gritted his teeth fiercely. "Fine, I don't care anymore. I'm the guardian spirit around here. According to the rules, as long as someone manages to break through the sixth floor regardless of the method used, I must open the treasure chest door and let him claim his treasure." Merlin had succeeded in cracking the 5-layered runic magic circles, but it was done via forceful destruction rather than a deep understanding of runes. This went against the original intentions of the great Wizard Fidel. Regardless, he did in fact defeat all 5 layers of runic magic circles, so it was in line with the challenge set by the runic tower. Therefore, as the guardian spirit, Wizard Efferdle could not help but acknowledge that Merlin had conquered the sixth floor. With that in mind, a smile appeared on Wizard Efferdle's face. "Congratulations, young spellcaster. You're the first wizard in the dark magic region to conquer the sixth floor. Hence, you can choose a treasure on the sixth floor. Do remember, however, that you can only pick one item." Rumble. Subsequently, with a wave of Wizard Efferdle's hand, the big square door slowly rose up. Merlin was staring intently behind the door. According to Wizard Efferdle, there was more than one piece of treasure on the sixth floor that was left behind by the great Wizard Fidel. Even though he knew that he could only choose one, it would be enough to attract the envy of many spellcasters. After all, any treasure left behind by the greatest rune master would not be ordinary. Therefore, Merlin's heart was brimming with anticipation. Chapter 368, The Golden Relief Sculpture. Chapter 368, The Golden Relief Sculpture. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The square door opened slowly, revealing a small cabin. The cabin looked exceptionally delicate and contained a few expensive-looking glass cabinets. Inside the transparent glass cabinet, there were treasures. Among them, Merlin could see a runic magic disc the size of a washbasin. After all, the great Wizard Fidel was a master of runes, and the runic tower had been built to nurture genius spellcasters who excelled in runes. This runic magic disc was extremely invaluable as it was handcrafted by the great Wizard Fidel himself. It would not be found even in the resource tower. Besides the runic magic disc, there were also some precious runic magic circles that, if arranged correctly, were capable of killing even a 7th-level spellcaster. Of course, the foremost requirement to achieve that goal was to be able to arrange the runic magic circles correctly and also possessed a proficient grasp of manipulating runic spells. Back in the golden age of spellcasters, it was not unheard of to kill 7th-level spellcasters or above using runic magic circles. On the other hand, nowadays, the study of runology was close to none, and the standards of spellcasters had dropped significantly. Consequently, all 7th-level spellcasters and above were heralded as the untouchable elites. If any of them died, it would shock the entire spellcaster world. Other than the runic magic disc and runic magic circle, sitting on the topmost shelf was a very old and quaint book, its spine held together by bits of string. The book was so old that even its pages had turned yellowish over the long period of time. This is the handwritten notes of the great Wizard Fidel. It contains some of his discoveries on runology and can be considered quite profound. This notebook is the most precious item among all the treasures on the 6th floor. Seeing the hesitation in Merlin's eyes, Wizard Efferdle started explaining to him. It turned out that this book, which had yellowed with age and held together with bits of string, was actually the great Wizard Fidel's personal notes, which was truly rare and precious. Even though the great Wizard Fidel also left behind a few of his notes in the dark magic region, they were not accessible by the average spellcasters and were extremely few in numbers. These notes would be priceless to spellcasters who were involved in the study of runology because the other items such as the runic magic disc and the runic magic circle would only increase their powers for a short time. With the great Wizard Fidel's notes, it was akin to being personally guided by the great wizard in runology. Obviously, to spellcasters who were proficient in runes, such guidance would be more precious than any other treasure. However, the precious runic magic disc, the powerful runic magic circle, the almost unrefusable notes belonging to the great wizard Fidel. All of them were invaluable to spellcasters who were proficient in runes but were not very useful to Merlin. He already had a runic magic disc, but since he was not proficient in runes, he had not even been able to use it at all. Seeing that these few treasures were closely linked to runes, Merlin immediately lost interest. Are these all the treasure there is? They're all related to runes, so they are not very useful to me. Merlin was slightly disappointed, even though he knew that it was to be expected. After all, the main purpose of the runic tower was to nurture spellcasters in the dark magic region who were highly involved in the study of runology. Thus, it was not surprising that the treasures inside were highly related to runes. Perhaps even the great wizard Fidel did not anticipate that there would one day be a spellcaster below the 4th level who could release the ultimate limit power of the 6th level. Even back in the most golden age of spellcasters, it was rare to come across a 1 in a million demonic genius. However, the appearance of a spellcaster like Merlin threw a wrench into things. Exceeding all expectations, a 3rd level spellcaster had managed to break the 5-layered overlapping runic magic circle by force. Right now, Merlin was dissatisfied with the treasure he found on the 6th floor. So, have you chosen which treasure you would like to keep? Wizard Effidel smiled good-naturedly. If he were to guess, Merlin would either choose the runic magic disc or the notes belonging to the great wizard Fidel. After all, these two were the most practical gifts among all the other treasures. The former would immediately heighten the spellcaster's power for a short period of time, whereas the latter would be equivalent to receiving personal guidance from a great rune master. Regardless of which one Merlin chose, both treasures were incredibly precious. Merlin shook his head discreetly. He understood Wizard Effidel's intention, so he walked further into the small cabin and began to search the transparent glass cabinet carefully. There were quite a number of treasures within the small cabin. However, they were mostly related to runology, which Merlin glossed over as they were of no use to him. There were also some enhancing casting tools that were engraved with runes. These items could be activated using mind power and did not require any runic knowledge. Nevertheless, these enhancing casting tools were all defense-type tools and were only marginally better than the robe that he was already wearing. If he really could not find anything he liked, Merlin would much rather choose the runic magic disc compared to these enhancing casting tools. At least with the runic magic disc, if he could find a spellcaster who was proficient in runes, then it could potentially be put to good use. Oh! What is this? Suddenly, in one of the corners of the glass cabinet, Merlin spotted a plain-looking glass cage. Inside, there was a shiny pale golden sculpture. The carving of the sculpture was extraordinarily unique, and it also piqued a sense of déjà vu in Merlin. The sculpture not only gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity but upon closer inspection, it also roused a sense of curiosity in him. Wait a minute, this sculpture? Merlin's heart skipped a beat and he immediately extracted 4 relief sculptures from his ring. Judging by their color and carving styles, these 4 relief sculptures were completely different from the golden sculpture inside the glass cage. The only similarity between these items was that persistent sense of curiosity that they roused. Moreover, although the posture of these sculptures might appear different to a casual observer, Merlin could see a special link between the postures of the 4 relief sculptures and the golden sculpture. Maybe, just maybe, they came from the same origin. Hum hum hum. True enough, Merlin's guess was proved the next moment when he removed the 4 relief sculptures. The 4 relief sculptures began to vibrate gently and there was a reciprocal reaction from the golden sculpture, which also began to vibrate. It was now blatantly obvious that the golden relief sculpture and the 4 relief sculptures came from the same origin. The 5th relief sculpture. Merlin was overjoyed. It appeared that he had somehow managed to stumble upon an accidental prize from his runic tower challenge. He had not expected to find the 5th relief sculpture to add to his collection. Merlin had approached Wizard Banmu about the origin of the mysterious relief sculptures before, but he seemed to have not heard of it before. It seemed like the strange postures could help to continuously strengthen a person's body. Thereafter, Merlin did not continue to investigate the matter because he thought that he would not be able to find other relief sculptures anymore. Who would have guessed that he would find one of it in the runic tower? Although this golden relief sculpture was relegated to a small corner of the cabinet, Merlin was sure that any item placed on the 6th floor was considered a treasure by the great wizard Fidel. Among these treasures included the golden relief sculpture, though it was uncertain if the great wizard Fidel actually knew its secrets. "Wizard Effidel, I've chosen my treasure. I want this golden sculpture." Merlin pointed at the golden sculpture. Behind him, Wizard Effidel's expression was doubtful. "Are you sure you want this treasure? You can still change your mind. Are you sure you don't want the runic magic disc or the notes of the great wizard Fidel?" "No thank you, I'm choosing this treasure." Merlin shook his head adamantly. Wizard Effidel could only respond helplessly. "I don't even know what this is, but since the great wizard Fidel treated it as a treasure, I'm sure it must have its value." Despite being the guardian spirit of the 6th floor, Wizard Effidel was not knowledgeable about everything within it. At the very least, he did not know that was the purpose and use of the golden sculpture. However, according to the rules set by the great wizard Fidel, as long as someone succeeded in conquering the floor, he had the right to choose a treasure. Therefore, he gently waved his hand and grabbed the golden relief sculpture in his hand, lifting it from the runic magic circle that was guarding it. "Here you go, take the treasure that you deserve." Effidel handed the golden relief sculpture to Merlin. Upon receiving the golden relief sculpture, Merlin could hardly hide the joy and excitement on his face. This was the 5th relief sculpture that he received. Moreover, this golden relief sculpture was visibly different from the 4 relief sculptures before. Perhaps with some additional practice, the strange postures too would see a mysterious change. Previously, Merlin had thought that the mysterious relief sculptures might have originated from the Malta Empire. He also thought that they might have been common items back in the day, at least among the spellcaster circles. However, seeing that the great wizard Fidel treated it as a treasure, even with only one sculpture, for the first time, Merlin started to wonder if these mysterious relief sculptures had a more interesting origin. "Okay, since the treasure is already chosen, it's time for you to choose whether you would like to continue with the conquest," Wizard Effidel said slowly with a small smile. Merlin kept the golden relief sculpture into his ring. Practicing the posture on the relief sculpture was not something that could be accomplished in an hour or two. When he practiced with the 4 relief sculptures in the past, it took him quite a long time. Although he still did not know how difficult the posture on the 5th relief sculpture would be, he was sure it would not be easy. "Of course, I'll continue. This is the 7th floor of the runic tower. Even if I end up failing the challenge, I still want to see how strange the final floor is." No one in the dark magic region had broken through to the 7th floor before. Therefore naturally, no one knew what challenge it held. Right now, though, Merlin finally had the chance. "As you wish." Wizard Effidel's voice was calm. Following that, he gently pointed at Merlin and a white light surrounded his entire body. With a flash, Merlin's figure disappeared completely from the 6th floor. Chapter 369, The 7th Floor. Chapter 369, The 7th Floor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Outside the runic tower, all the spellcasters were looking on nervously, including Wizard Leo. Those with stronger mind powers even extended their powers into the runic tower. After all, in the history of over 1,000 years in the dark magic region, only a few had been able to break through to the 6th floor of the runic tower, including Clys, the betrayer of the dark magic region. Amazingly, now Merlin too had managed to break through to the 6th floor of the runic tower. It unwittingly became an indirect showdown between Merlin and Clys, the former genius of the dark magic region. It was not surprising that even the powerful spellcasters were interested in the outcome of the indirect showdown. However, the wait eventually extended into hours as Merlin was spending a long time on the 6th floor. The passing of time was perhaps not felt by Merlin himself, but the many spellcasters who were waiting outside were starting to get impatient. "As long as he hasn't been sent out from the tower, there's still a chance," Wizard Leo mumbled in a low voice. Even the blood-red vertical eye in his forehead was blinking expectantly, its gaze set on the 6th floor of the runic tower. Then, the ray of light started to flash, showing that a change was about to happen on the 6th floor. If the light was snuffed out, then Merlin would be sent out of the runic tower, which meant that he was defeated at the 6th floor, just like Clys. On the other hand, if the light ascended to the 7th floor, it would be groundbreaking. It would mean that Merlin was the first spellcaster to break through to the 7th floor ever since the runic tower was built. Did he get defeated? Is he going to be sent out from the runic tower? The fact that even Cleis got defeated on the 6th floor shows how difficult the challenge is. Can Merlin really clear it? Everyone was aware of the difficulty posed by the 6th floor of the runic tower, so no one was confident whether Merlin would be able to create a miracle. Whoosh! Suddenly, the ray of light on the 6th floor dimmed, but it was immediately followed by a brighter ray of light bursting forth from the 7th floor. At the same time, the giant glass dome on top of the runic floor also began to glow brightly, its light illuminating almost the entire dark magic region. Such an extravagant effect was never before seen by the crowd. Most importantly, it would only appear when a spellcaster successfully stepped foot onto the 7th floor, the highest and final floor of the runic tower. The 7th floor, Merlin actually managed to step onto the 7th floor. The first person from the dark magic region in over 1,000 years, the honor now belongs to Merlin. Cleis didn't succeed, but Merlin did. Truly, the gods have been watching over the dark magic region. Even though we have been betrayed by Cleis, now we have another genius spellcaster who is more talented and shines even brighter than him. The indirect showdown between Merlin and Cleis has been decided, and Merlin wins this round. Many of the spectating spellcasters were overjoyed and excited, and there were even loud cheer and joyful shrieks outside the tower. It was important to note that the strong reaction was not just because Merlin was the first spellcaster to set foot on the 7th floor in thousands of years after it was built. The more important reason was the symbolic meaning behind Merlin's successful conquest, which was winning the indirect showdown between Cleis and him. Wizard Leo finally revealed a rare smile. Unfortunately, the smile was extremely terrifying, to the point that none of the spellcasters dared to come near him. Nevertheless, it was a genuine smile, one that was filled with sincerity from the heart. Who would have thought that I would one day have such an excellent student? Wizard Leo raised his hand to caress the scary-looking blood-red vertical eye in his forehead, deep in thought. Swish! On the 7th floor of the runic tower, a bright white light suddenly appeared, followed by Merlin's figure which slowly materialized into existence. Phew! Merlin exhaled lengthily. He had finally arrived on the 7th floor of the runic tower and won the indirect showdown with Cleis. I look forward to the day that I can defeat you in person. Merlin muttered to himself and began to evaluate the final floor of the runic tower. Despite being the final floor of the runic tower, the arrangement of the room was not particularly remarkable in any way. Most importantly, he had to locate the guardian spirit of the final floor of the runic tower. According to the rules of the runic tower, the guardian spirit on every subsequent floor would have a level increase in their powers. Therefore, the guardian spirit on the final floor would definitely be exceptionally powerful, perhaps even to the point of a 7th level spellcaster. Merlin, on the other hand, was still eons away from being capable of challenging a 7th level spellcaster. Welcome, lucky spellcaster. You're the first person to step foot onto the 7th floor of the runic tower in more than 1,000 years. At this very moment, a familiar voice called out to him. Merlin was stunned as he watched a familiar figure appear in the air. It was an unequivocally graceful, pitch-black, haughty-looking cat. The feline exuded an air of unbothered laziness like he was still half asleep. However, Merlin was extremely familiar with this black cat. Sir Didymos? Why are you here? Merlin was astonished. This mysterious cat was none other than the black cat Didymos, the spirit of the tablet outside the dark magic region. How did he appear inside the runic tower, and even became the guardian spirit of the final floor of the tower? Oh! It's you, newbie wizard. The majestic black cat was originally taking a lazy stroll in the air. Due to his haughty attitude, he did not even spare a single look at the wizard who had just entered the 7th floor. When he heard Merlin's gasp of astonishment, however, he glanced down and spotted Merlin's familiar face. In an instant, the majestic aura dissipated, and the cat reverted to his usual lazy self. Merlin breathed deeply and bowed his head. Honorable Sir Didymos, my name is Wilson Merlin. The black cat Didymos used 2 claws to scratch the back of his head. In a half-hearted voice, he said, Very well, Wizard Merlin, since you already found out about me, Then I'll let you know that this was all prearranged by the great wizard Fidel. Within the entire dark magic region, I can control any place that is engraved with runes, so I can also travel freely between them. As to the 7th floor of the runic tower, I occasionally visit and play guardian spirit to this place. After all, in all the years, no one except for you has been able to break through to the 7th floor. It turned out that the mysterious guardian spirit of the 7th floor of the runic tower was only Didymos occasionally visiting to play guardian spirit. This discovery made Merlin unsure whether to laugh or cry, but most of all, he felt confused. Sir Didymos, what's the challenge on the 7th floor of the runic tower? After a brief moment of hesitation, Merlin asked softly. The black cat Didymos took a long, measured look at Merlin. He brandished a claw and spoke in the human language, Wizard Merlin, although you know me and have often gifted me with delicious elemental crystal stones, don't expect that I'll go easy on you and let you clear the challenge on the 7th floor of the runic tower. In order to find a suitable spellcaster, the great wizard Fidel had spent a great deal of precious effort to build this tower. As a guardian spirit, I cannot deviate from the rules set by the great wizard Fidel. Merlin was already mentally prepared for this scenario. No matter how mysterious the black cat Didymos was, it was still a spirit of the runic magic circle. He was forever bounded to the runic magic circle, obliged to obey the rules set by the great wizard Fidel. Please don't worry, Sir Didymos. In order to conquer the 7th floor, I'll rely on my own abilities. The black cat Didymos nodded. Good. Actually, there's only one challenge. Apply your understanding and findings in runology to quickly construct a runic tool from runes. Once you fulfill the requirement set by the great wizard Fidel, you can clear the 7th floor and receive the greatest treasure left behind by the great wizard Fidel. There's only one type of challenge? Merlin frowned visibly. True enough, this runic tower was built by the great wizard Fidel to nurture spellcasters who were proficient in runes. However, no one had managed to reach the 7th level after so many years, not to mention fulfilling the requirement set by the great wizard Fidel. Moreover, Merlin was not at all proficient in runes and only had a rudimentary knowledge of them at best. He was not even capable of setting up a runic magic circle, what more to construct a runic tool. Sir Didymos, is there really only one type of challenge? Is there any other way for me to clear this floor? Merlin asked with a bitter expression on his face. Any other way? Actually, there is, although at that time the great wizard Fidel had decided it somewhat offhandedly. Back in the golden age of spellcasters, the top was often dominated by demonic geniuses. Thus, he decided that if a spellcaster like that appeared one day, even without any runic ability, he was willing to gift his treasure to the challenger. After a long, deep contemplation by the black cat Didymos, he finally remembered the second type of challenge set by the great wizard Fidel. Whether or not it constituted an actual challenge was debatable, as even the great wizard Fidel did not think that such a situation would materialize. What is it? Sir Didymos, I don't have much knowledge of runes. The first challenge you mentioned is completely out of my depth. I would like to attempt the second challenge. The black cat Didymos reacted with surprise upon hearing Merlin's confession that he did not know runes. Upon second thought, however, Didymos realized that within a short period of joining the dark magic region, Merlin had already progressed to become a 6-elemental 3rd-level spellcaster. In order to achieve this feat, the construction of spells alone would already consume a huge amount of effort. If Merlin also managed to grasp a proficiency in runes, it would be even more abnormal. Hence, the black cat Didymos continued speaking. The second challenge is very simple, which is to defeat me. Wizard Merlin, even though I'm only a spirit of the runic magic circle, with the support of the enforced runic magic circle laid down by the great wizard Fidel, I can release powers equal to a 7th-level spellcaster. He. If you chose the second challenge, then be prepared to duel a 7th-level spellcaster. A 7th-level spellcaster. Merlin was not at all surprised, he had vaguely predicted this potential scenario to happen. Since the runic tower only allowed 4th-level spellcasters and below to enter, it was practically unthinkable to defeat a 7th-level spellcaster. Perhaps in the spellcaster's glorious era, there also existed a demonic genius, but they were so rare that their numbers could be counted on one hand. Merlin had only heard of one occasion where a 4th-level spellcaster managed to defeat a 7th-level spellcaster. It was the tale of great legend Nicola, which was told by the spirit of the flame Maxim aboard the ship of Nicola. Even then, the great legend Nicola only managed to defeat a 7th level spellcaster when he reached 4th level. Prior to 4th level, Nicola, too, did not qualify as an opponent to a 7th level spellcaster. Therefore, the second challenge set by the great wizard Fidel was one that even he did not believe would be attempted by anyone. However, if a demonic genius actually did appear, the great wizard Fidel was willing to gift his treasure even if the spellcaster was not proficient in runes. The reason was that a demonic genius spellcaster was so extremely rare, and that they would eventually mature into one of the most powerful spellcasters in the future. So, have you decided? The black cat Didymos pressed for an answer, looking slightly impatient. Merlin took a deep breath and nodded reluctantly. He steadied his tone and said, "I have decided." "Sir Didymos, give me your best shot." "Oh. I see that you chose to attempt the second challenge." The black cat Didymos raised his head to stare at Merlin with an indecipherable half-smile. Chapter 370, The Golden Relief Sculpture. Chapter 370, The Golden Relief Sculpture. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Come on, Sir Didymos. Show me the power of a 7th level spellcaster. Merlin growled softly. He was covered entirely by a layer of perfect armor. Admittedly, he had Wizard Bamu, a 7th level spellcaster, and Wizard Leo, who possessed abilities that were not inferior to an 8th level spellcaster in previous battles. However, Merlin had never truly battled with a 7th level spellcaster. In order to experience how strong a 7th level spellcaster was, he would need to seek it out in battle. As you wish. Still, I'm a runic magic circle spirit, and can only rely on the strength of the runic magic circle. Here I go, O runic thunder. Following Didymos' great roar, the entire 7th floor of the runic tower was covered in many thunderbolts. These thunderbolts did not charge at Merlin but instead, quickly gathered and transformed into 9 thunderbolts that were each as thick as an arm. Whiz whiz whiz. One thunderbolt after another flew toward Merlin at an incredible speed. He could not keep up with them even after casting Flash Wind, so he could only block them by force. Pandora Demon Ability, Fiery Collapse. A fireball began to form before Merlin, emitting a terrifying force. With a push from both his arms, it quickly forged ahead. Bang! With only a loud explosion, the fireball erupted into white flames that filled up space. Nevertheless, very soon, the thunderbolts began to fly out from the midst of these flames. Condensed fire was completely unable to withstand such 7th level powers. Each thunderbolt contained a terrifying strength that was comparable to a 7th level spell. Boom! At last, the thunderbolts landed on Merlin's perfect armor. Just then, Merlin felt as if he was about to be submerged in these wide-ranging thunderbolts, a feeling that he was close to death. The 7th level I still fall short by quite a bit. Merlin mumbled in a low voice. Perfect armor, which was covering his body, shattered in an instant. However, just as the thunderbolts crashed into his body, a beam of white light that flickered with mysterious runes quickly flashed over his body, intercepting the power of the thunderbolts, which caused no harm to Merlin. Whoosh! Following that, the white light enveloped Merlin and he disappeared from the 7th floor. His capabilities are still lacking by a bit. How boring. I don't know who will be able to clear the 7th floor. It's easier to go back to sleep. The black cat Didymos glanced carelessly at where Merlin had disappeared, and gradually faded away as if he had never appeared in the first place. The spellcasters who had gathered outside the runic tower seemed to have increased slightly. There were even a few 4th level spellcasters who were able to build their own individual towers that came before the runic tower. Their eyes fixed firmly onto the 7th floor of the runic tower. Merlin had brought about a miracle by getting past the 6th floor, becoming the first spellcaster over the past 1,000 years of the dark magic region to step onto the 7th floor. Nonetheless, there were many spellcasters who anticipated more from Merlin, hoping that Merlin had a final spurt of energy in him to clear the 7th floor of the runic tower. Suddenly, a light began to flicker on the 7th floor of the runic tower, causing everyone's emotions to fluctuate with uncertainty along with the flickering light. Finally, after flashing 3 times, the light vanished completely. This meant that Merlin had failed to clear the tower. He still failed. the seventh floor, the final floor of the runic tower, holds the greatest treasure left behind by the great wizard Fidel. It's a shame that even Wizard Merlin had failed. It seems like it's fated that no one will be able to clear the seventh floor of the runic tower. As soon as the light faded on the seventh floor of the runic tower, a beam of light appeared before the tower. Following that, the light gradually dissolved, revealing a figure within. At that moment, countless gazes were directed at this figure. They all knew that this figure was Merlin, who had just failed to clear the tower. Although he had ultimately failed in getting past the seventh floor, it was hard to deny Merlin's glory. Wizard Merlin, can you divulge what sort of challenge lies on the sixth floor of the runic tower? A few spellcasters who were more ambitious questioned Merlin softly. After all, the number of spellcasters who had cleared the sixth floor could be counted on one hand, and Merlin was one of them. If they knew what the challenge was on the sixth floor, it might be of immense benefit to spellcasters' future attempts in getting past the sixth floor. Nevertheless, Merlin paid them no mind. In the dark magic region, there were a few spellcasters who had reached the sixth floor before, only they were not able to clear it. They should know what the challenge of the sixth floor was, yet they did not reveal it. There was even a spellcaster who had recorded the challenge of the sixth floor in writing and put it up for sale in the resource tower. Its price was in the hundreds of contribution points, and there were only a few spellcasters who would be willing to spend so many contribution points to exchange for it. Therefore, Merlin was even less likely to easily divulge what the challenge of the sixth floor was. At the moment, he was still caught up in the puzzlement of experiencing thunderbolts crashing into him yet surviving it without a scratch. Merlin could clearly recall that power which was comparable to a seventh-level spell. Once it landed on him, he would be heavily injured even if he survived. That feeling of perishing and suffocation was imprinted in his memory even now. However, the moment the thunderbolts crashed into him, mysterious runes had entered his body, forcibly obstructing the harmful impact of the thunderbolts. Merlin guessed that those runes must have been set up by the great wizard Fidel inside the runic tower. Once a spellcaster was in imminent danger, the runes of the runic tower would protect them and bring them away from the tower. After all, the purpose of constructing the runic tower was to search for prodigious spellcasters who had excelled in and mastered runes, not to kill spellcasters. Merlin looked around. Other than Wizard Leo, he spotted Wizard Envier and the rest, all three of them, in the crowd. As expected, they had been safely sent out from the runic tower. As they had failed on the fifth floor, they were transported from the runic tower. Merlin, how did it feel being in the runic tower? Wizard Leo cracked a rare smile. Although his appearance was sinister and frightening, and his smile was more horrifying than his tears, Merlin could perceive his sincerity. Merlin smiled and answered, it wasn't too bad. The runic tower was built by the great wizard Fidel himself, and he was at his peak with his accomplishments in runology. TSK, runology is amazing indeed. It's only a shame that I have no talent in runology, otherwise, I would be studying runes with great care. Merlin was not bothered that he understood nothing of runology. Furthermore, his lack of talent in runology extended to alchemy and even potions. In terms of brewing potions, if Merlin did not have the precise control of the matrix, he would be unable to make potions successfully. It could be said that Merlin merely possessed average skills in many areas, but because he had the matrix, he was able to rise above the crowd of ordinary spellcasters, becoming a spellcaster who was even more genius than Clyde. Wizard Leo nodded as well. In fact, one may only have great accomplishments by focusing on one field. Even though I study runology in depth, my main focus is still on creating spells. This is why I'm able to become a 6th-level spellcaster. Focus your attention on constructing spells and forget about the rest. Perhaps there were some spellcasters who could grow holistically and be proficient in many fields such as a genius spellcaster like Clyde. Nevertheless, they were the minority, and most spellcasters would only focus on one aspect. Of course, there were some spellcasters who felt that they had not much talent in constructing spells and were unable to progress further. Thus, they turned to the study of runology or alchemy. Perhaps they could still achieve wonderful things. All right, let's go back to the tower. There's no point in hanging around here. Wizard Leo glanced at the teeming masses of spellcasters and furrowed his brow slightly. Merlin nodded as well. He wanted to find a quiet place to examine in detail the golden relief sculpture he had acquired on the 6th floor of the runic tower. With that, both of them quickly soared into the air and flew toward Wizard Leo's tower. Merlin's success in clearing the 6th floor and obtaining its treasure had caused a stir within the dark magic region. The popularity of the topic was only second to Clyde's betrayal of the dark magic region back then. No one had been able to get past the 6th floor of the runic tower. Even Clyde had only made it as far as the 6th floor and was unable to clear it. In this round of the unspoken rivalry between Merlin and Clyde, Merlin was of course ahead by one. Thanks to Merlin, the runic tower was bustling with people once more. Initially, it was quiet and deserted without many people. Now, there were great crowds every day as countless spellcasters waited for their turn to enter the runic tower. However, no miracles occurred once more, and most spellcasters failed on the 4th floor. Still, Merlin knew nothing of the hubbub in the dark magic region, and it did not have the slightest effect on Merlin. Merlin was currently sitting in a room in the tower. He closed his eyes slightly and tried his best to calm his emotions. Only when his thoughts were at peace would a new posture appear in his mind. He had learned this posture from the 5th relief sculpture, which shone with a golden glow. Merlin was curious about this golden relief sculpture. He tried burning it, but even when he used fiery collapse, he was unable to induce any changes in the golden relief sculpture, much less damage it. He did not know what material the relief sculpture was made of that caused it to be so durable. More than this, besides the difference in color, its posture was also largely distinctive. By itself, the posture on the golden relief sculpture would not be of much use in terms of improving one's physical attributes. Merlin had tested this on the other spellcasters in the tower. This aspect differed greatly from the previous 4 relief sculptures. Upon practicing the postures on each of the previous 4 relief sculptures, one would definitely have a boost on one's physique. The oddities of the golden relief sculpture did not stop there. Although practicing the posture on the golden relief sculpture by itself was not of much help toward improving one's physical attributes, if one practiced the postures of the previous 4 relief sculptures before practicing the one on the golden relief sculpture, it was rather effortless. Merlin could even easily perceive that the posture on the golden relief sculpture was closely linked to the postures on the previous 4 relief sculptures. Nevertheless, the effects of the posture could not be seen in 1 or 2 days. It required a long period of practice before the body would gradually change. Merlin did not know what benefits there were in practicing the posture on the golden relief sculpture. However, he could vaguely sense that continuous practice of the posture would not improve his physical attributes, but serve some other purpose instead. As for the exact change that would occur, Merlin could only confirm this in the future after he had practiced the posture on the golden relief sculpture. Chapter 371, A Peaceful Month I. Chapter 371, A Peaceful Month I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin did not stay in the tower the entire time. He could now start on 2 tasks. The first was to use this 1 month's time wholly to brew Mokra potion, consuming each batch the moment it was completed. However, in this manner, Merlin would be unable to consume a few batches of Mokra potion. The growth of his mind power would not be obvious, and it would not reach a stage where it was sufficient to construct 4th-level spells. The second thing was to head to the resource tower to exchange for some spells and knowledge on constructing spells as well as some knowledge on runology, and even alchemy and potions. He would then bring these items back to Wilson Castle. If he wanted to develop the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan, he could not do without these things. Merlin considered these 2 matters for a long time before finally settling on doing the second task. After all, preparing and consuming Mokra potion would require a long time, and he merely had 1 month's time. After 1 month, he would accompany Wizard Leo to attend Blacksand Fort Summit as a representative of the dark magic region. Therefore, there was not enough time at all. As for the second matter, it would assist the development of the Wilson clan. In addition, with Wizard Bamu overseeing things at Wilson Castle and his vast knowledge, all the Wilson clan needed was time to grow. In the future, the clan would naturally become a formidable spellcaster clan. Of course, this was on the condition that Merlin was still alive. Otherwise, without him as a deterrent, the Wilson clan would become easy targets to those roaming wizards who had long been watching covetously, wishing to reap the spoils. Having made up his mind, Merlin rose up and went toward the resource tower. Within the resource tower, people came and left in a busy bustle. In the dark magic region, the place with the most spellcasters, other than the mission hall, would be the resource tower. Many spellcasters would go to the resource tower to exchange for all sorts of things that they required, such as spells, potions, casting tools, and so on. As Merlin reached the resource tower, almost everyone directed their gazes at him. Wizard Merlin! Wizard Merlin! Wizard Merlin! On his way, almost every spellcaster that Merlin met would bow slightly toward him, expressing the respect they felt for him. Merlin was now only a third-level spellcaster and did not even have the qualifications to build a tower on his own. Nonetheless, he had cleared the 6th floor of the runic tower and could be considered the first person in the dark magic region to have done so. Therefore, as long as they were a spellcaster, even at the 4th level, they were very courteous upon meeting Merlin. In the eyes of those 4th-level spellcasters, Merlin was no longer a mere 3rd-level spellcaster but a powerful spellcaster who was their equal. In the resource tower, there were many spellcasters who called out Merlin's name as well, respectfully bowing as they greeted him. Merlin returned each of their bows, which delayed him somewhat. Merlin was only able to reach the 2nd floor of the resource tower after a long while. There were many spells set out here, from 0-level spells to 6th-level spells. Among those spells, the dark magic region paid no mind to the 0-level to 3rd-level spells, and one could exchange for those as one pleased. Even if there were spellcasters who secretly swapped these spells, they would not be punished by the dark magic region. However, from the 4th-level spells onward, if one wanted to exchange for those spells, one would need to sign a brand new contract, promising not to divulge these spells of the dark magic region to outsiders. Before this, Merlin had not touched the 4th-level spells. However, this time, he had wanted to bring some spells to the Wilson clan, therefore he had prepared to exchange for spells from the 1st level to the 6th level. Nevertheless, he did not think that he would run into this problem. Still, it was not much of an issue. After all, spells above the 4th level were extremely precious. It was impossible that any spellcasters' organizations would hand them out so selflessly. As for spells below the 4th level, a spellcaster's organization would not care much about that. There were even many roaming wizards who were able to obtain 0-level to 3rd-level spells from spellcasters' organizations. Merlin thought about it. He would think of some other way to obtain spells above the 4th level in the future. Furthermore, the 4th-level spells that Merlin would use in the future would be new spells derived by the Matrix. At that point, he could also leave some for the Wilson clan. Nevertheless, he was thinking too far ahead. He did not know how long it would be before the Wilson clan would produce a spellcaster above the 4th level. It might be decades or even centuries. Therefore, 0-level to 3rd-level spells were most appropriate for the Wilson clan for now. Merlin checked his dark magic ring and discovered that he had gained an additional 10,000 contribution points as expected. This was the 2nd time the dark magic region had gifted him 10,000 contribution points. He would receive 10,000 points every year, for 10 years. With these 10,000 contribution points, Merlin could freely exchange for the 0-level to 3rd-level spells of the dark magic region. He would need to get spells of all types such as fire type, thunder type, wind type, water type, earth type, ice type, darkness type, and so on. Of course, Merlin could not possibly empty out the stores of spells in the dark magic region. There must have been hundreds of thousands of spells arranged closely on the racks of the 2nd floor. Among these, most of them were spells below the 4th level. With so many spells, even though Merlin had 10,000 contribution points, he could not possibly exchange for all of them. Therefore, Merlin only chose spells that were relatively comprehensive and powerful from each type, selecting a few hundred books of spells in total. This already cost a few thousand contribution points. Not everyone could simply construct these spells right away. Many spellcasters would need to construct spells from the start according to their own level. This was the essential difference between wizards in spellcasters' organizations and roaming wizards. Roaming wizards only obtained very few spells and had no systematic knowledge of constructing spells. In many cases, after acquiring a spell, they would construct it according to the instructions. The consequence of this behavior was that, after constructing multiple spell models, many spellcasters discovered that these spell models in their awareness were not stable. As a result, they would never be able to progress further. As for wizards in spellcasters' organizations, they knew from the start that any spell would need to be analyzed and constructed from scratch based on what was most suitable for themselves. Only then could the stability of the spell be ensured, preventing it from collapsing in the future. Thus, it was rare for unstable spell models to occur among wizards in spellcasters' organizations, and in this manner, they had a higher chance of becoming a stronger spellcaster. Merlin knew very well that the most important aspect of a spell lay in its construction. Therefore, he exchanged for plenty of knowledge regarding spell construction in the dark magic region, for this was of utmost importance. Besides spells, one would also need the knowledge to construct spells. He did not wish that the future spellcasters of the Wilson clan would be unable to become higher-level spellcasters, due to the instability of their spell models. With this knowledge about constructing spells and the guidance of a 7th-level spellcaster like Wizard Bamu, a solid foundation could be laid down for the future development of the Wilson clan. Besides knowledge on spell construction, Merlin exchanged for some knowledge on runology, alchemy, and potions, as well as these were of the greatest importance. The Wilson clan would need a comprehensive set of knowledge in order to develop into a strong spellcaster clan. Since Merlin was a spellcaster of the dark magic region, it was easy for him to access such knowledge for the Wilson clan. Furthermore, as this knowledge was of an extremely basic level, the dark magic region was not particular about it, allowing it to be spread around. This basic knowledge of different fields was the most crucial item that Merlin had prepared for the Wilson clan. Perhaps in the near future, such knowledge would help the Wilson clan nurture a spellcaster who was proficient in runology, potions, or alchemy. Merlin would no longer have to face the agitation of possessing a powerful runic magic disc yet being unable to use it. Finally, Merlin needed to exchange for contract paper. This was a necessary item for Merlin to expand the Wilson clan. In the end, Merlin managed to find the contract paper he needed in the resource tower. This was the simplest type of contract paper, but it was adequate to bind spellcasters below the 7th level. As for spellcasters above the 7th level, who knew how many years it would be before the Wilson clan would produce such a powerful spellcaster? At that point, Merlin would think of some way to obtain contract paper of a slightly higher grade. That's about it. I'll exchange for these first. Merlin looked at the items he was exchanging for. There were so many, and they touched upon almost all the fields. Still, these were mostly records of spellcasters and other basic knowledge, and would benefit greatly in the long-term growth of the Wilson clan in general. However, when the grey-robed wizard in the resource tower calculated the required contribution points, Merlin's heart ached somewhat. This was because these items cost him almost 9,000 contribution points. The 10,000 contribution points that he was just awarded was reduced to just over 1,000 contribution points in the blink of an eye. The grey-robed wizards were overjoyed at such a large transaction. The more contributions points were spent, the greater the reward they received in the mission hall. Although spending these nearly 9,000 contribution points made Merlin's heart ache, the thought that these items would bring remarkable changes to the future development of the Wilson clan managed to calm his emotions down. He even had the vague feeling that this price of almost 9,000 contribution points was great value for money. If he was able to establish a spellcaster clan using just this amount, it would be worth it. Nonetheless, the most important thing a spellcaster clan needed was the stabilizing passage of time. One could not establish a spellcaster clan simply by relying on some foundational knowledge or a powerful spellcaster. Merlin knew that in order for the Wilson clan to really develop into a spellcaster clan, it would need to stand tall without collapsing even if he was not around, which would take more than 100 years at least. After he had completed his transaction, Merlin headed back to the tower. He needed to say goodbye to Wizard Leo. Merlin went to the highest floor of the tower right away and called out softly, "Wizard Leo! Come in!" Wizard Leo's voice came from within the room. Merlin pushed the door open, went in, and saw Wizard Leo's figure. Wizard Leo was currently still as thin as a match and looked like a skeleton with skin. In addition to the blood-red vertical eye in his forehead, he appeared sinister and frightening. Merlin knew very well that this was the residual repercussion of Wizard Leo's forceful activation of the 4th form of Darkness Eye back when he was in the Imperial City. Darkness Eye was a cursed power. Forcibly activating the 4th form had evidently taken an enormous toll on the Wizard Leo. Naturally, he had to pay a severe price. However, even after paying this price and obtaining the Tear of God, Wizard Leo was unable to resolve the afflictions of Darkness Eye, which made him feel helpless. Chapter 372, A Peaceful Month 2. Chapter 372, A Peaceful Month 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wizard Leo, I'd like to make a trip back to Prakosh City. Merlin said to Wizard Leo softly. Wizard Leo stretched out a withered finger before he nodded. Go ahead. Remember, the trip to Blacksand Fort is in 1 month's time. It's best if you can hurry back in advance. Merlin nodded in agreement. The 7th level spellcasters of the Dark Magic region had nominated Wizard Leo and Merlin to attend the trip to Blacksand Fort. Following that, Merlin left Wizard Leo's room. As he thought about the petrifying third eye in Wizard Leo's forehead, Merlin's initial determination to learn Darkness Eye was swayed as well. The might of Darkness Eye was powerful indeed. As a special Pandora demon ability, it was stronger than Pandora demon abilities which could be merged with spells. However, Darkness Eye was a cursed ability. Other than the legend of Darkness Wizard Oflers, no one else was able to cultivate the 7 forms of Darkness Eye. Wizard Leo had now taken on such a terrifying appearance and had even lost the possibility of becoming a 7th level spellcaster, all because he cultivated Darkness Eye. With Wizard Leo's situation serving as a lesson, Merlin would need to consider carefully no matter how much he wanted to cultivate Darkness Eye. Wilson Castle from a distance, Merlin could perceive the changes that had taken place in it. In the past, it was near impossible that elemental fluctuations would be present. However, Merlin could now feel the elemental fluctuations even from a good distance away. This meant that there were many spellcasters in Wilson Castle. Merlin frowned. There was only Wizard Bamu who was a spellcaster in Wilson Castle. The rest were still trying to construct spells, which would take a long time. Even with Wizard Bamu's guidance, they would not succeed in constructing spells so easily. Therefore, now that such intense elemental fluctuations had appeared, Merlin had become suspicious. Nevertheless, with Wizard Bamu in Wilson Castle, what could possibly happen? Merlin did not care to guess any further, and immediately soared into the air and flew toward Wilson Castle. The closer he was to the castle, the more he could feel the element's fluctuations. When he was directly above Wilson Castle, he discovered to his surprise that more than 10 spellcasters had appeared in the castle. Most of these spellcasters were first-level spellcasters, but there were also 1 or 2 whose mind power were abnormally strong, emanating an authoritative force from head to toe. Each of their movements seemed to indicate that they were the leaders of these spellcasters. 4th-level spellcasters? Merlin's suspicions increased, so he began to slowly descend toward Wilson Castle. Who are you? Are you here to enlist under Wizard Bamu too? Very soon, the spellcasters spotted Merlin and rapidly gathered around. However, their expressions held no hostility. Moreover, they mistook Merlin as someone who was here to enlist under Wizard Bamu. Merlin did not move a muscle. What did they mean when they said, enlist under Wizard Bamu? Back when Merlin was in Wilson Castle, there had been no such thing. Seeing that Merlin was silent, these first-level spellcasters did not dare speak up as well. After all, Merlin had just landed from the sky, which indicated that Merlin was at least a 4th-level spellcaster. Of course, Merlin himself knew that he was relying upon a flying casting tool in order to fly, and it was not because he had become a 4th-level spellcaster. Nevertheless, a flying casting tool was more uncommon compared to a 4th-level spellcaster, so naturally, no one would think that it was a flying casting tool. Soon enough, the 2 4th-level spellcaster that Merlin had sensed came forward and sized up Merlin. You there, wizard, are you here to join Wizard Bamu? As soon as he heard what they said, Merlin knew that these spellcasters were certainly closely linked to Wizard Bamu. Thus, Merlin immediately took out the contract paper. Bamu, what's with the spellcasters in Wilson Castle? Merlin was able to use the contract paper to instantly communicate with Bamu. This was a special feature of the slave contract. In a room somewhere in the castle, just as Bamu was enjoying the elemental crystal stones provided by some spellcasters to rapidly replenish his magic power, Merlin's voice rang in his mind. Master is back? Wizard Bamu felt a jolt in his heart, and no longer cared about accumulating magic power. Wind element flickered slightly over his body and he immediately rushed out of the room. Who? A breeze went by, and Wizard Bamu had already appeared before Merlin. Wizard Bamu. The multitude of spellcasters in the castle, upon seeing Wizard Bamu, appeared very respectful, bowing slightly toward him. Nonetheless, as he met Merlin's cold look, Wizard Bamu was unable to feel any joy from this. He said in a low voice straightaway, "This is my master, Wizard Merlin of the Wilson clan." What? So, this is Wizard Merlin. These spellcasters had evidently heard of Wizard Merlin before. However, they had not been clear about the relationship between Wizard Bamu and Wizard Merlin. Many of them even thought that Merlin was under Wizard Bamu's control. Currently, it looked as if this was not the case at all, completely subverting their preconceived notions. Wizard Bamu had actually addressed Merlin as master. "Bamu, tell me what this is all about." Merlin's face was icy as he glared coldly at Bamu, causing Wizard Bamu's heart to quiver. "Master, it's like this. For the Wilson clan to slowly grow as a spellcaster clan, relying on just ourselves would never be enough. Thus, I used a few special methods to attract these spellcasters. They've all joined the Wilson clan voluntarily. We can do what the other spellcaster clans did and take them on as honorary members of the Wilson clan. In this manner, the power of the Wilson clan would grow rapidly, and there would be enough spellcasters in the Wilson clan who can explain basic knowledge to those wizards with spellcaster quality." Merlin's heart leaped. He was not so easily fooled. It was likely that the special methods Wizard Bamu had mentioned were coercion and temptation, which was why he was able to get so many spellcasters to join the Wilson clan willingly. "Come to my room and give me a detailed explanation." Merlin glanced once more at these spellcasters, especially those two fourth-level spellcasters. Among roaming wizards, fourth-level spellcasters were relatively rare. He did not know what method Wizard Bamu had used in order to get these two fourth-level spellcasters to enlist under him. Swish! Merlin cast Flash Wind and disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. Wizard Bamu stepped into the silent room rather apprehensively. "Master!" Wizard Bamu raised his head and looked at Merlin but could not tell what Merlin was thinking from his expression. Merlin kept his tone calm. "Tell me, what methods did you use in order to get so many spellcasters to come here to Wilson Castle?" A smile broke out across Wizard Bamu's face. "It was quite simple, Master. After I returned to Wilson Castle, I simply took a walk around and came across some roaming wizards. After that, I killed a few, and the ones who were left naturally became adamant about following me. Of course, I asked them to be loyal toward the Wilson clan. It's that easy. Forget about the other first-level spellcasters, but those two fourth-level spellcasters, surely they didn't come on board willingly with just a few threats?" Merlin asked in suspicion. "Of course, they did. Why would fourth-level spellcasters be arrogant? In the beginning, they were rather resistant, but after I told them that we can give them some fifth-level spells and even knowledge about spell construction, they agreed without any hesitation to come to Wilson Castle." After hearing what Wizard Bamu said, Merlin nodded slightly. As expected, Wizard Bamu had used coercion and temptation in order to get those two fourth-level spellcasters to join voluntarily. After all, the things that roaming wizards lacked the most were spells and knowledge about constructing spells. Their success in constructing a fourth-level spell was only possible through luck and hardship. If they wanted to further construct a fifth-level spell, it would merely be a pipe dream without systematic knowledge and spells. However, Wizard Bamu's appearance at this moment had given them an opportunity. Coming here to Wilson Castle naturally became their only choice. Coercion and temptation were indeed effective methods to strengthen the forces of the Wilson clan in a short time. However, if Wizard Bamu was not around, and neither was Merlin, these roaming wizards would become restless and desirous, and would no longer be so willing. In order to eliminate any future vulnerability, Merlin thought of the contract paper. "It's a good thing I brought enough contract paper this time, otherwise we would have some trouble on our hands." Merlin mumbled in a low voice, following which he took out the contract paper from his ring, saying to Wizard Bamu, "Summon those 10 or so spellcasters. For those who are willing to sign a contract and become an honorary member of my Wilson clan, I'll not be tight-fisted with mere fifth-level spells and knowledge about spell construction." There will even be rewards of treasures that they had not imagined. For instance, those who have an affinity for runes, I can even grant them the runic magic disc. For those good at potions, I can gift them with the most precious potion formulas. With that, Merlin immediately retrieved the runic magic disc as well as a few potion formulas, allowing Wizard Bamu to bring these with him in order to enhance his persuasion. Wizard Bamu nodded. With the binding of the contract, they'll thoroughly become a member of the Wilson clan. Master's plan is a good one indeed. Wizard Bamu saw that Merlin did not further pursue the matter and could not help but relax a little. However, just as he was leaving, Merlin called out coldly behind him, "Bamu, the next time you wish for more elemental crystal stones, there's no need to go to such great lengths. You can just ask them from me." As soon as he spoke, Merlin handed over a few thousand elemental crystal stones from his ring to Wizard Bamu. This was merely a portion of Merlin's immense wealth. They served no purpose being piled up in his ring, so he might as well give them to Wizard Bamu, allowing him to quickly replenish his magic power. This would benefit the Wilson clan as well. Wizard Bamu felt a jolt of astonishment in his heart, and his face burned with embarrassment. Indeed, despite the elaborate yarn he had spun just now, his original intention was unchanged. The reason he made his move against the roaming wizards nearby was to obtain elemental crystal stones to restore his magic power. To Merlin, every single movement of Wizard Bamu, even his way of thinking, could be accessed through the contract paper. Therefore, Wizard Bamu was completely unable to conceal this small intention from Merlin. "Master, I shall take my leave first." After keeping the elemental crystal stones, Wizard Bamu hurried out of Merlin's room as if he was running away from something. Chapter 373, A Peaceful Month 3. Chapter 373, A Peaceful Month 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Following that, the matter was much simpler. Wizard Bamu, equipped with the contract paper, gave those roaming wizards a deadline. If they signed the contract, they would have access to spells, casting tools, potions, and so on. Otherwise, they would have to leave Wilson Castle right away, and Merlin would not further pursue the matter. Most of the spellcasters chose to sign the contract. However, Merlin was somewhat regretful that between the two fourth-level spellcasters, only one of them was willing to sign a contract. The other one ultimately decided to leave Wilson Castle. Although Merlin was rather sorry about the choice of that fourth-level spellcaster, he did not ask Bamu to bring that spellcaster back. With so many spellcasters signing a contract with the Wilson clan, the clan's capabilities swelled countless times over in a short period. If the Wilson clan had such power in the past, it would not have been targeted by those roaming wizards. Now that the Wilson clan had human capital, all it lacked was time. As time slowly passed by, the later generations of the Wilson clan would increase in numbers. Descendants who possessed spellcaster quality would be nurtured with systematic knowledge from young, and their chances of becoming a spellcaster in the future would greatly increase. Thus, Merlin took out the various types of spells and the basic knowledge of spell construction as well as the foundational knowledge regarding runology, alchemy, and potions, and handed these to Bamu for him to manage. Merlin could rest easy by placing his trust in Bamu as he was Merlin's slave. Merlin did not need to worry that Bamu would not give his full effort. He believed that with all this basic knowledge, even a novice like Felinda could utilize such foundational knowledge to improve her understanding of runes. As things for the Wilson clan slowly got on track, Merlin had less and less to worry about. He took the time to visit Avril and Cherise. Both of their bellies had gradually swelled. Even though Merlin had not been in Wilson Castle for a few months, Cherise was still beaming all over. It must be the seed of life in her womb that gave Cherise hope and strength. After doing all this, Merlin shut himself in a secluded room once more, not allowing anyone to disturb him. He began to practice the posture on the golden relief sculpture. The posture on the golden relief sculpture differed significantly from the previous 4 relief sculptures. He would need a long time and frequent practice before it would serve its function. Merlin was also not sure how long he would need to practice before he would accomplish anything with it. Perhaps when the time came, the posture on the golden relief sculpture would reveal its secrets. Merlin still had about 20 days' time. He would not have time to prepare a few batches of Mokra potion. He might as well seize the opportunity to practice the posture on the golden relief sculpture. One day, 2 days, 3 days passed. Those 20-something days passed by quickly just like that. Merlin had practiced the posture on the golden relief sculpture every day. This posture seemed to be closely linked to the previous 4 relief sculptures. However, it was also very different. Merlin was practicing each day, experiencing how this relief sculpture would benefit the body. At last, after persevering with his practice for over 20 days, Merlin finally saw a change. Merlin raised his arm and had noticed changes to his skin. Before this, the skin of Merlin's arm was as fair and soft as a baby's, attracting the envy of countless women. However, Merlin's fair arm was currently suffused with a faint layer of golden light. This golden glow was too dim, and he had to gaze with rapt attention in order to glimpse it occasionally. Merlin stared for 1 or 2 hours before he finally saw the dim golden glow shining on his arm. This faint golden light seemed to serve as a golden outer layer for Merlin's skin and was very peculiar. Still, Merlin could feel that a slight change had occurred in his body, and it was not that his physical attributes had improved. Slash! Merlin suddenly retrieved a sharp dagger from his ring and swiped it across his arm. The faint golden light immediately transformed into a large net that firmly blocked the thrust of the dagger. Merlin's arm was not harmed in the slightest. There was not even a single scratch. Merlin was a little taken aback. What had happened? Even he did not understand, since when did he have this ability? He could feel that his physical attributes were definitely not improved. Nevertheless, after careful observation, Merlin discovered that that dim layer of golden light seemed to be able to withstand some attacks on his behalf. Thus, Merlin tried using all his strength, slashing viciously at his arm once more. Rip! This time, under the great force of the sharp dagger, he easily pierced through the protection of the faint golden glow. A bloody scar was immediately left on Merlin's arm. However, only a small amount of blood flowed from the bleeding wound. Following that, the skin surrounding the cut began to undulate, healing rapidly at a visible speed. TSSS. As he witnessed this strange sight, not even Merlin could resist drawing in a quick breath, astounded to his core. Although Merlin knew that his physical attributes were excellent, he had never healed so rapidly at a visible pace after being injured. This had far surpassed the imaginations of most people. No matter how incredible one's physique was, one could not possibly reach such a stage. The golden relief sculpture, it must be the posture on the golden relief sculpture. These relief sculptures, where did they come from? Merlin mumbled in a low voice. In that instant, countless thoughts spun across his mind. There was no doubt that he was able to possess such inconceivable regenerative strength largely due to his practice of the posture on the golden relief sculpture. Moreover, this was not the limit. Merlin could vaguely sense that as long as he continued practicing the posture on the golden relief sculpture, his healing powers in the future would become even more terrifying. It could be said that the flame maxim was still within Merlin's understanding. After all, the final objective of every spellcaster was to create their own maxim and become a great legendary wizard. However, the postures on the relief sculptures were different. This was an unknown power. Even now, Merlin was unclear about the true purpose of these relief sculptures, where they come from, and other questions like these. The unknown induced fear. Although the posture on the relief sculpture currently carried great benefits for Merlin, what he largely felt was fear, as well as a faint trace of uneasiness. Merlin kept the relief sculpture once more. Since he had already practiced the posture on the golden relief sculpture, naturally, he would not give up just like that. He could only keep up the practice. Merlin had not a single clue what unforeseen developments would arise from the postures of these relief sculptures. In this conflicting state of mind, 1 month's time passed by quickly. Buzz buzz buzz. Merlin's dark magic ring began vibrating, and mysterious runes flew into the air, gradually forming into lines of runes in mid-air. These mysterious runes slowly gathered into a terrifying face. It was Wizard Leo's face. Merlin, quickly come back to the dark magic region. Time's up. Merlin bowed slightly. Be rest assured, Teacher Leo. I'll be back very soon. As soon as he spoke, Wizard Leo's figure dissipated in an instant, and the mysterious runes rapidly flew back into the dark magic ring. This was the power of runes. In some aspects, runology was blessed with exceptional advantages. Without runes, they would not have any way of conveying information over long distances as they did now. Therefore, Merlin bade farewell to old Wilson and his 2 wives. Lastly, he summoned Wizard Bamu and gave him a few orders. This time, with Wizard Bamu keeping watch, in addition to a large number of spellcasters who had signed a contract, the Wilson clan was truly on the right track. Merlin would not have to spend his thoughts or energy on this matter for a long period. After completing everything, Merlin quickly hurried back to the dark magic region. On the tranquil beach, Merlin's figure gradually appeared from within the flickering white light. Without even looking up, he immediately headed forward. As he came to the stone tablet of the dark magic region, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He was reminded of the frightening attack by the black cat Didymos on the 7th floor of the runic tower. It was a power which was at the 7th level indeed. Merlin was unable to put up the slightest resistance and was sent out of the runic tower. Although the black cat Didymos still did not appear, Merlin left a few elemental crystal stones before the stone tablet. Following that, he quickly entered the dark magic region. Not long after Merlin had left, sharp claws extended from the stone tablet and immediately grabbed the elemental crystal stones lying in front. Thereafter, a crisp crunch sound could be heard. Not bad, the flavor's really not bad. It's hard to come by someone who would still remember me. The next time he tries to challenge the 7th floor, I'll make it slightly easier. Following that, the voice gradually faded away, and silence resumed in front of the stone tablet. Within Wizard Leo's tower, Merlin was presently at the highest floor already, waiting for Wizard Leo patiently. Creak! Soon enough, Wizard Leo pushed open the door. Upon seeing Merlin, he nodded slightly. Merlin, how was it? Have you settled the matters of your clan? They're all settled. I'm ready to set off any time now. Merlin gave a simple reply. The entire dark magic region was placing great importance on this upcoming trip to Blacksand Fort. After all, the dark magic region had high hopes of shining brightly at the summit this time. For spellcasters below the 7th level, there was Wizard Leo, he who had cultivated Darkness Eye. His powers were so great that even 7th level spellcasters would feel pressured. As for those below the 4th level, they had a genius like Merlin who was even stronger than Cly's had been back then. Therefore, the entire dark magic region was filled with confidence about this trip to Blacksand Fort. Wizard Leo nodded. It's good that it's all settled. Let's go then. Then, both of them quickly left the tower and flew toward Wizard Husius' tower. As a 7th level spellcaster, Wizard Husius was also one of the 3 7th level spellcasters who would be going to Blacksand Fort. When Merlin and Wizard Leo arrived at his tower, they saw that many spellcasters were gathered there. Wizard Husius hurried forward and smiled. Wizard Leo, the 3 of us along with Wizard Nater and Wizard Mills, will be leading the team this time. Wizard Leo saw the 2 7th level spellcasters behind Wizard Husius and nodded slightly in greeting. Those 2 7th level spellcasters clearly knew how extraordinary Wizard Leo was as well, viewing him as an equal. Thus, they appeared very amiable too. Other than the 7th level spellcasters leading the group, there were 3 3rd level spellcasters. Moreover, Merlin had seen these 3rd level spellcasters before. They were Wizard Sarah, Wizard Envia, and Wizard Ilman who had attempted the challenge of the runic tower. These 3 3rd level spellcasters were proficient in runes and had constructed 4 elemental spells. They could be considered a cut above the rest in the dark magic region. Thus, this group of individuals could be considered the true elites of the dark magic region, representing the various levels of spellcasters in the organization. All right. If there's nothing else, we'll head out now. Wizard Husius swept his gaze across the group casually and spoke calmly. The group nodded. They had prepared everything they had to prepare and were ready to leave at any time. Thus, Husius and the other 2 7th level spellcasters each carried a 3rd level spellcaster and quickly soared into the air. Merlin had his flying casting tool and did not need anyone to carry him. This group of 8 quickly left the dark magic region through the runic magic circle and flew toward Blacksand Fort. Chapter 374, Blacksand Fort I. Chapter 374, Blacksand Fort I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the pitch-black night, a slight breeze caressed the spellcasters who were sitting around a bonfire. These were the spellcasters from the dark magic region. The dark magic region was a good distance away from Blacksand Fort. Even if they flew at full speed, they would need a few days' time. Merlin's speed of flight was slower compared to the rest. After all, he was relying on a flying casting tool, so naturally, he could not possibly compare to these 7th-level wizards. Furthermore, using a flying casting tool to fly took up a large amount of magic power. Fortunately, Merlin had plenty of elemental crystal stones and was not worried about exhausting his magic power. Throughout this journey, Wizard Envier and the other 3rd-level spellcasters constantly glanced at Merlin. They were invariably in admiration of how Merlin had a flying casting tool. "Wizard Merlin, I wonder if you still have another flying casting tool with you. If you do, please state your conditions. I'll try my best to fulfill them." Wizard Envier was extremely envious of Merlin's flying casting tool. He came from a relatively powerful spellcaster clan but was unable to obtain a flying casting tool. Merlin shook his head. "I'm very sorry. I only acquired this one flying casting tool by pure chance, and don't have any additional flying casting tool." When he heard what Merlin said, a disappointed look washed over Wizard Envier's face. Merlin continued. "Wizard Envier, with your aptitude, you should be able to begin constructing 4th-level spells very soon. At that point, you would naturally be able to construct a wind-type flying spell, which is far superior to a flying casting tool. In general, only spellcasters above the 4th level could construct flying spells. In reality, with Wizard Envier's abilities, he should already be able to construct flying spells now." However, Wizard Envier smiled bitterly as he shook his head. "It's not that easy to construct a 4th-level spell. Even now, I'm still analyzing 4th-level spells from scratch. It's far too difficult, and it may be a few more years before I can construct a 4th-level spell. What's more, I didn't construct wind-type spells." It was rare to find a spellcaster who had not constructed wind-type spells. After all, everyone knew the importance of speed, and if one wished to fly, one would still need a wind-type spell. It was not surprising that Wizard Envier was insistent on acquiring the flying casting tool. After falling silent for a moment, Wizard Envier said softly, "Wizard Merlin, if you become a 4th-level spellcaster in the future, and have a flying spell, is it possible for you to hand the flying casting tool to me?" As he looked at Wizard Envier's hopeful gaze, Merlin pondered the matter briefly before saying, "I'll consider it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Wizard Envier nodded and a smile broke out across his face. He had searched for a long time in the resource tower, but he did not come across a flying casting tool. He had even looked for it in other places. He was willing to pay a large price in order to obtain a flying casting tool, but was unable to find it even until now. Now that he had finally discovered that Merlin had this rare flying casting tool, he would not let the opportunity slip past him so easily, even if he had to wait a few years. It was rather chilly in early spring. The spellcasters surrounding the bonfire slowly began to shut their eyes, beginning to meditate. Merlin did not know what Blacksand Fort was like, so he asked Wizard Envier, "Wizard Envier, I wonder how much you know about Blacksand Fort." "Blacksand Fort? It's a large spellcasters organization, very different from the dark magic region. In the dark magic region, there's only one 9th-level spellcaster, but there are many 9th-level spellcasters and 2 great wizards in Blacksand Fort. In the current world of spellcasters, great wizards were relatively uncommon. In order to become a large spellcasters organization, it was absolutely necessary to have a great wizard. For instance, even though the legacy and inheritances of Sterling House were still lacking in comparison to spellcasters organizations, the presence of the great wizard Sterling meant that Sterling House was a formidable force that was comparable to a large spellcasters organization. Blacksand Fort, having 2 great wizards, could indeed be considered an extremely powerful large-sized spellcasters organization. After all, even during the most glorious era of the dark magic region, they merely had the one and only great wizard Fidel. Although Merlin had known that the dark magic region was a small-sized spellcasters organization, he did not expect that the disparity between them and other large-sized spellcasters organizations was so wide. After an arduous journey lasting a few days, Merlin and the rest finally landed in a desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. The temperature was high here, and it was scorching, causing them to feel slightly uncomfortable. Merlin swept his mind power quickly across the area but did not discover anything out of the ordinary. However, Husius and the rest had stopped here. Is Blacksand Fort here? Merlin could not help but ask. Wizard Husius bobbed his head, but he appeared rather gloomy. He said tiredly, indeed, Blacksand Fort should be here, yet something's different today. I can't find Blacksand Fort. You can't find Blacksand Fort? Wizard Husius was a 7th level spellcaster with unparalleled mind power. It was strange indeed that not even he could find Blacksand Fort. Blacksand Fort was a large spellcasters' organization. They could not possibly have relocated without reason. Therefore, this matter was rather peculiar. Suddenly, the crimson vertical eye in Wizard Leo's forehead opened gradually. A beam of blood-red light transformed into a light veil, shrouding the surrounding area. Following that, Wizard Leo laughed coldly. So, someone is playing tricks. It's an illusion. Merlin's heart leaped. He possessed Darkness Heart, so no illusion should be able to fool him. However, he was not able to detect anything out of the ordinary now. If this was truly an illusion, then there was only one explanation. This illusion was not created by any darkness-type spells, which was why Merlin's Darkness Heart did not react at all. Darkness Eye, delude. Since Darkness Eye was able to produce illusions, naturally, it was able to dispel illusions too. As soon as Wizard Leo spoke, the crimson third eye in his forehead blinked quickly. A blood-red light shone and turned into ripples, spreading outward in all directions. Hum hum hum. Everywhere that the blood-red light washed over, a faint light veil appeared. This light veil rapidly disappeared under the power of Darkness Eye, revealing one towering, magnificent building after another. There was a world of difference between these buildings and the towers of the dark magic region. The buildings of Blacksand Fort had pointed roofs and a circular structure. They were arranged closely together and formed a spectacular sight. Furthermore, a spray of blacksand grains would drift by in the sky once in a while. It came from Blacksand Fort. According to rumors, every few months, Blacksand Fort would experience an extremely rare black sandstorm. The grains of sand were all black and had mystical properties. They could be collected to be used as materials for some casting tools. Blacksand Fort was located in such an unforgiving environment because of these precious black sand grains. Moreover, Blacksand Fort was well known for their alchemy and had transfigured many powerful alchemy products. They were even able to transfigure a few enhancing casting tools. I wonder if Blacksand Fort could currently still produce an assembled casting tool like the Bell Space? Merlin thought of his Bell Space. It was certain that not just any spellcaster would be able to transfigure such a wondrous assembled casting tool. Since he had come to Blacksand Fort, he could make thorough inquiries about assembled casting tools. Perhaps he might even find more components of the Bell Space. The current Bell Space was composed of a few casting tools. If he was able to find further components of the Bell Space and combine them successfully, an even more peculiar change would occur, and he would have a casting tool which was more powerful and mystical. After Wizard Leo had used Darkness Eye to dispel the illusion of Blacksand Fort, the sprawling desert disappeared without a trace. In its place was a fascinating small town. It was a small town indeed. Blacksand Fort only had one doorway as its entrance. The other areas seemed to be surrounded by low ramparts. However, if one took a closer look, one would see that these ramparts were joined to the sky by lines of mysterious runes. This was obviously a large-scale runic magic circle that was protecting Blacksand Fort. Only through that large doorway could one enter Blacksand Fort. Let's go! Husius wore a rather disheartened look to think that Blacksand Fort had set up an illusion. If Wizard Leo was not around, they would not have been able to enter. What a joke it would have been, and the entire dark magic region would become a laughingstock. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Merlin and the rest approached the huge doorway, two spellcasters appeared before them, blocking the way. One of them, a tall and lanky spellcaster, gave Wizard Leo a long, deep look before saying haughtily, "Which spellcaster's organization or spellcaster clan are you from?" Merlin frowned. The force around these two spellcasters was not very strong. At best, they would be 4th-level spellcasters, yet their manners were so arrogant. "We're from the dark magic region." Wizard Husius spoke coldly. Following that, he handed a token of the dark magic region for the two spellcasters to examine. Thereafter, the two spellcasters nodded. That's right, you're from the dark magic region. That illusion earlier was set up using a runic magic circle by a 7th level spellcaster from Blacksand Fort. Even a spellcaster above the 7th level would be hard-pressed to detect it, to say nothing of dispelling it. In general, we would have to head out to meet them. After a pause, the two spellcasters gazed deeply at Wizard Leo, a solemn light shining in their eyes. Nevertheless, we were bringing in the members of another medium-sized spellcasters organization earlier and were planning to let you wait for a moment. To think that this wizard was able to shatter the illusion. Anyone could see that these two spellcasters had their eyes on Wizard Leo. However, the rest of them knew quite well that these spellcasters had not been bringing in other spellcasters. It was evident that this was deliberate. They had wanted to make a joke of the dark magic region or something along those lines. It was not the first time they had done this. Only they had not expected their attempt to backfire, for Wizard Leo was able to forcibly dispel the illusion. If Blacksand Fort was to assign blame and found out the cause of this, the both of them would be punished. Thus, there was a subtle, unfriendly manner in the way they looked at the spellcasters of the dark magic region. Chapter 375, Blacksand Fort 2. Chapter 375, Blacksand Fort 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin and the others were led by two spellcasters from Blacksand Fort as they slowly entered the fort. Inside, Merlin saw many spellcasters with different attires, and each spellcaster emitted rich elemental fluctuations. In particular, there were several spellcasters wearing gold-lined wizard hats with extremely powerful elemental fluctuations emitting from their bodies. Even the 8th level spellcasters that Merlin saw before had weaker forces than them. They were obviously 9th level spellcasters. Among some small spellcasters organizations such as the current dark magic region, even their most powerful spellcaster would be just a 9th level spellcaster. At this moment, there were already several 9th level spellcasters present, obviously exceeding those from small spellcasters organizations. Even medium-sized spellcasters organizations did not possess the strength to send such a number of 9th level spellcasters to Blacksand Fort Summit. Only those large-sized spellcasters organizations would have that amount of strength. The two spellcasters leading Merlin and the others saw spellcasters wearing the gold-lined wizard hats, and their expressions changed. What was originally an arrogant look on their faces disappeared and was replaced with a trace of fear. To be able to induce fear in spellcasters from Blacksand Fort, Merlin also vaguely guessed that this spellcasters organization was definitely not simple. It's the spellcasters from Shadowthorn. Everyone, don't provoke them. Wizard Husius also acknowledged the strength of these spellcasters and said softly with a solemn face. Then, he took the lead and hid on either side, maintaining a distance from those spellcasters wearing gold-lined wizard hats. Besides Merlin, other spellcasters also wore dignified faces. Obviously, they all knew of Shadowthorn. Only Merlin had not heard of them. Just as Merlin was wondering, Wizard Leo's voice sounded from beside Merlin's ear. Shadowthorn is a large-sized spellcasters organization. Although it's not the most powerful, it's the largest faction, and it's the most unreasonable. That's because the spells that spellcasters from Shadowthorn construct are all exceedingly strange and very bizarre. Coupled with the fact that spellcasters from Shadowthorn are all extremely psychologically warped, and could even be said to be especially vicious, Shadowthorn has even been rejected by several spellcasters organizations before. After a pause, Wizard Leo continued. However, perhaps because some large-sized spellcasters organizations are planning to go against Osmu, they're roping in Shadowthorn again. Most of the spellcasters from Shadowthorn are extremely ruthless and have twisted thoughts, and can't be estimated by an ordinary person's thoughts. It's best not to get involved with them. Otherwise, no one knows if spellcasters from Shadowthorn might suddenly act out. In fact, Wizard Leo had already made it very clear that while the reputation of Shadowthorn was very strange, the spellcasters from Shadowthorn were even more so. They were composed of a group of extremely brutal spellcasters, and among them, there was no lack of powerful alchemists who used people to make alchemy puppets. Some even used spellcasters as transfigured alchemy puppets. Although among spellcasters, there was basically no distinction between a good or evil wizard, but most spellcasters felt disgusted by the conducts of spellcasters from Shadowthorn. When spellcasters from Shadowthorn walked past Merlin and the others, everyone seemed to have felt a bone-piercing chill. The formless force made one feel extremely suppressed. Phew! After the spellcasters from Shadowthorn had left, several spellcasters finally breathed long sighs of relief and exhaled heavily. All right, let's go. We should hurry to the venue. The summit will be starting soon. The two spellcasters from Blacksand Fort had just shown terrified faces before the spellcasters from Shadowthorn, but they still remained arrogant, while facing the wizards of the dark magic region. Husius and Wizard Leo could bear them as there was no reason to bicker with these two nobodies. However, as an official member of the dark magic region, Wizard Sarah, Wizard Envia, and the others could not tolerate it any longer. HMPH, as the welcoming wizards from Blacksand Fort, it's fine if you don't let us know about the situation in Blacksand Fort. However, shouldn't you at least give us some information about the spellcasters' organizations participating in the summit? Wizard Sarah asked coldly. One of the spellcasters from Blacksand Fort casually glanced at Wizard Sarah, and said disdainfully, "So what if you dark magic region know about that? Didn't you remain silent in the previous summit? There's no point in telling you anyway." The two spellcasters had long been aware of the situation of the dark magic region. Every time the dark magic region participated in the summit, they would be basically wiped out in the first round and be eliminated. Therefore, the proud and haughty spellcasters from Blacksand Fort naturally did not care about the dark magic region. Although the dark magic region is just a small-sized spellcasters organization, it's more than enough to deal with you lot. The one who spoke was Wizard Ilman. He sneered, and a few mysterious runes rapidly appeared behind him. In a slight flash, they indistinctly formed a binding circle around the two spellcasters of Blacksand Fort, trapping them inside. A mere runic magic circle is supposed to shackle us? The two spellcasters of Blacksand Fort were not afraid at all. Indeed, they had the confidence to feel arrogant. As spellcasters from a large-sized spellcasters organization, their experiences, and the knowledge that were passed on to them was not something that a small-sized spellcasters organization like the dark magic region could compare to. Therefore, although other spellcasters might be caught off guard by Wizard Ilman's runic shackles, the two spellcasters of Blacksand Fort merely sneered and drew several mysterious runes in succession, which rapidly melted into Ilman's runic magic circle. Hiss! Wizard Ilman had originally wanted to teach those two spellcasters from Blacksand Fort a lesson, but now, the runic magic circle which he utilized was easily broken by them. Some of the runes were even changed, and it became a different and unfamiliar runic magic circle, which then blasted toward Wizard Ilman. Wizard Ilman's face immediately paled. He gritted his teeth and a defensive-type spell emerged from his body. Just as he was prepared to fight, a white flame instantly rose up and wrapped around the runic magic circle in mid-air. The raging flames bound the mysterious runic magic circle. Soon, the runes gradually faded before they disappeared. They had been completely destroyed by the white flames. Huh? The two spellcasters from Blacksand Fort saw the white flames and immediately looked at Merlin, who was standing by the side, with sharp eyes. Naturally, they could see that this white flame was not ordinary. After all, although their counterattack looked calm and quiet, in reality, it contained a power that even ordinary fourth-level spellcaster could not stop. However, such a formidable power had been eliminated by Merlin's spell with just a casual wave of his hand. This greatly terrified the two spellcasters from Blacksand Fort. However strong Wizard Leo was, he was just a 6th-level spellcaster and was on a completely different level from them. Naturally, it would not be good to compare them together. The elemental fluctuations on Merlin's body was clearly just at the 3rd level. However, it was able to easily break through a 4th-level spellcaster's runic magic circle. This showed that Merlin was not simple at all. Just as the two spellcasters from Blacksand Fort were preparing to use a stronger spell, their world suddenly spun, and they found themselves in the middle of a vast desert. The scorching sun was in the air, and everywhere they looked was just a boundless stretch of desert. Illusion? The two spellcasters instantly understood that it was an illusion. Furthermore, they had been trapped inside this illusion without them even noticing. Only Wizard Leo was capable of something like this. Very quickly, the illusion disappeared, and the two spellcasters were once again able to see the surrounding situation clearly. Wizard Leo seemed like he did not move at all, and looked as calm as ever, but the illusion earlier made the two fourth-level spellcasters feel helpless. Although the spellcasters from Black Sand Fort were arrogant, they were quite afraid of Wizard Leo. As long as one heard of the legend of Darkness Eye, no one would ignore Wizard Leo. Not far ahead is the venue for the summit. A few dozen spellcasters' organizations have already arrived. The voice of the two spellcasters rang out again, and the originally tense atmosphere quickly eased down. The earlier illusion had been Wizard Leo's warning that if they continued their arrogant actions, they might not just be thrown into the illusion for a moment but be forever trapped in it. Everyone from the dark magic region was arranged to a remote corner where they were hardly noticeable. Around them were some little-known small-sized spellcasters' organizations as well as some relatively stronger spellcaster clans. These spellcaster clans would never be able to compare to spellcasters' organizations. However, in order to deal with Osmu this time, Black Sand Fort and other large-sized spellcasters' organizations needed to put forward practical benefits. Therefore, the rewards of this summit were quite abundant, so even some small-sized spellcasters' organizations which did not have much chance could not help but have a glimmer of expectation. Haha, Husius, your dark magic region arrived late today. Just after everyone from the dark magic region was seated, a voice sounded from the other side of the venue. The owner of the voice was a spellcaster wearing a crimson wizard robe. Surrounding the crimson-robed wizard were several spellcasters dressed in the same manner. When they gathered together, it was like a huge, raging flame. They were the spellcasters of Fire City. Wizard Husius also laughed. Although there were secret competitions within Fire City, on the outside, Fire City and Abyss Fort as well as Ashes region and the Dark Magic region were all highly united. At least, in the eyes of external factions, these spellcasters' organizations had a very stable relationship and was a single entity. If one wanted to deal with any one of those spellcasters' organizations, it would be extremely difficult. Chapter 376, Summit I. Chapter 376, Summit I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Many members of spellcasters' organizations arrived at Black Sand Fort one after another. A few small-sized spellcasters' organizations were arranged at the back, while large-sized spellcasters' organizations were arranged in front. For example, spellcasters' organizations that Merlin was familiar with such as Abyss Fort, Ashes region, Fire City, and so on had already arrived. When spellcasters of Abyss Fort saw Wizard Merlin and Wizard Leo, a trace of coldness flashed through their eyes. Obviously, the cultivation method of Darkness Eye that Wizard Leo initially gave Abyss Fort was not the method that Wizard Leo perfected himself, but an incomplete cultivation method of Darkness Eye. It was just that Wizard Leo had added a few real cultivation methods of Darkness Eye to that cultivation method. Whether it was real or not, the wizards from Abyss Fort could not tell. However, after many practicing proofs and some deep inquiries, Abyss Fort clearly knew that they had been cheated by Wizard Leo, so they naturally did not look happy. Among them was Wizard Hageman, a 7th-level spellcaster leading Abyss Fort. He was also the one who received Wizard Leo previously at Abyss Fort. Haha, Wizard Leo, you really have good methods. Wizard Hageman came directly in front of Wizard Leo and stared coldly at him. Wizard Leo appeared quite calm despite Wizard Hageman's taunt, and merely glanced at him and said evenly, "One should just take what one needs." Well said. Wizard Leo, given the opportunity, I really want to experience Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye for myself. Wizard Hageman's gaze was full of terror and anger. His days in Abyss Fort must have been tough because he was cheated by Wizard Leo. Wizard Leo did not continue speaking. Wizard Hageman scoffed coldly and turned around to leave, returning to his position at Abyss Fort. However, his eyes swept over Wizard Leo's figure from time to time. In the bright and round hall, Black Sand Fort, Shadow Thorn, and Miracle City, 3 extremely powerful large-sized spellcasters organizations already gathered together. With those 3 large-sized spellcasters organizations, they almost represented the Kingdom of Black Moon. The most powerful spellcaster factions in the north had practically occupied half the Kingdom of Black Moon. If these 3 large-sized spellcasters organizations were to create disorder, even the Kingdom of Black Moon would be unable to suppress them. the entire kingdom of Black Moon would then be plunged into complete chaos. This time, Black Sand Fort stepped up by taking advantage of the Black Sand Fort Summit, and the three large-sized spellcasters organizations were finally able to gather together. Among them, as the inviter and organizer of the summit, a spellcaster from Black Sand Fort spoke first. The spellcasters from Shadowthorn and Miracle City were invited here for a very important matter. I believe that we've already communicated enough about it before, so this time, we just need to confirm it. After a pause, Wizard Shoriman, a 9th-level spellcaster from Black Sand Fort, who was also the leader, swept his gaze around before continuing. Our Black Sand Fort worked hard and spent decades to finally succeed in driving a nail into Osmu. Moreover, this nail has also spread out the most important news, which is Osmu's lair. Unfortunately, we've lost contact with this nail recently, which means that the nail has met with a disaster. Perhaps Osmu is already aware of our plans. Therefore, if we really are to go against Osmu and want it to disappear completely, I'm afraid we'll have to go through an all-out war. I hope you're all ready for the war with Osmu. Wizard Shoriman, the fort leader of Black Sand Fort, had an extremely grim gaze and a solemn expression. Obviously, this matter was very important and would affect the faction structure of the entire spellcaster world in the future. Osmu had already existed for hundreds of years. In such a long time, Osmu was fearless and used all sorts of methods to lure or coerce talented spellcasters from some large-sized spellcasters organizations to join Osmu and betray their spellcasters organizations. Therefore, Osmu had already made countless enemies, including Black Sand Fort, Shadowthorn, and Miracle City. They all hated Osmu to their bones. However, Osmu was not only powerful, but their lair was also extremely mysterious. No one knew where their lair was, so even if they wanted to destroy Osmu, they had no idea where to start. However, this time, Black Sand Fort managed to find Osmu's mysterious lair after a few decades of preparation. Then, they finally united numerous spellcasters organizations to jointly deal with Osmu. A spellcaster from Shadowthorn with a gloomy aura sneered and said, "Ha ha, Osmu once lured a few of our prodigies into Osmu. All of us at Shadowthorn want nothing more than to destroy Osmu, but we could never find Osmu's lair. However, now that Black Sand Fort has found it instead, that's the best. No matter what, this time, Osmu will definitely be destroyed." The spellcaster's tone was also full of anger. A spellcaster of Miracle City wearing a white wizard robe said with an equally solemn tone, "If Osmu's lair really was found, then my Miracle City is also duty-bound to deal with Osmu. After all, Osmu's actions have seriously threatened the foundation of our large spellcasters organization. Moreover, my Miracle City doesn't tolerate provocations from any spellcasters organizations or factions. Since Osmu has made such an insane action, they must be prepared to pay the price." Both Miracle City and Shadowthorn had agreed to unite to fight against Osmu. After all, Osmu's strength was extremely powerful. Although these large-sized spellcasters organizations were very proud, they all chose to unite together to fight Osmu so that they had a greater assurance to completely eliminate Osmu. Good, since Miracle City and Shadowthorn have already agreed, then we'll use this summit as an opportunity to announce to all spellcasters organizations and spellcaster clans that we'll work together against Osmu. Wizard Shoriman smiled while speaking. Almost the entire kingdom of Black Moon and all the southern spellcaster factions had gathered here in this summit. With their combined forces, even Osmu would not be able to match them. Thus, Wizard Shoriman was very confident. With the gathering of numerous spellcasters organizations and clans, Black Sand Fort was bustling with activity. There were so many spellcasters organizations and clans coming one after another that almost the entire spacious hall was crowded to bursting point. It was the first time Merlin saw so many spellcasters. He did not even dare to imagine that there would be so many spellcasters in the kingdom of Black Moon. In reality, the amount of spellcasters was extremely sparse. However, this time, almost all spellcaster factions in the north of the kingdom of Black Moon had gathered together, which was why Merlin felt like there were many spellcasters. Normally, these spellcasters would be scattered and spread out in various parts of the kingdom of Black Moon, so of course, their numbers would be fairly few, so much so that in many places, the most one would meet was a roaming wizard. There would be no spellcasters from spellcasters organizations or spellcaster clans. Rumble. Suddenly, the clamorous hall became more agitated. Many spellcasters stood up and looked toward the same direction. At the entrance of the hall were some spellcasters wearing black wizard robes and striking gold-lined wizard hats, which were the signature of the large-sized spellcasters organization, Shadowthorn. It's spellcasters from Shadowthorn. I heard that a prodigy recently appeared in Shadowthorn again, Belloc. Although Belloc is only a 3rd-level spellcaster, he can challenge 6th-level spellcasters. He's called the number 1 wizard under the 4th level. However, just as that wizard finished talking, another spellcaster sneered, "Is it that easy to earn the title of number 1? How ridiculous!" Although Belloc is indeed very strong, don't forget that the Miracle Child appeared in Miracle City. The Miracle Child? Wasn't he lured away by Osmu? Many spellcasters were shocked when they heard about the Miracle Child. The originally noisy hall had seemed to quieten down. The Miracle Child had indeed been lured away, but the Miracle City had long made preparations. Osmu lured away 3 prodigious spellcasters the last time, but would that really happen again? The news that the Miracle Child was lured away by Osmu was just news that Miracle City released in order to confuse the upper echelons of Osmu. In reality, the Miracle Child had never been enticed by Osmu at all, but cooperated with Miracle City to exterminate 2 7th-level spellcasters from Osmu. Hearing the Miracle Child's name, many spellcasters fell silent. Even the eyes of the spellcaster from Shadowthorn flashed inexplicably. The Miracle Child really was a great genius. He was just a 3rd-level spellcaster, but he had killed a 7th-level spellcaster before. Although he was a roaming wizard, there was an essential difference between the 7th level and the 6th level. For a 3rd level to be able to slay a 7th-level spellcaster, even in the golden age of spellcasters, this kind of innate talent was dazzling beyond compare. Miracle Child? In the crowd, Merlin also heard wizards discussing the Miracle Child. He was also surprised. He had thought that his current strength was already the top among 3rd-level spellcasters. However, now it seemed that there was someone who surpassed him. Even with Merlin's current strength, he would have trouble contending with a 7th-level spellcaster, much less slay one. "If there's a chance, I want to meet the Miracle Child," Merlin murmured in a low voice. Miracle City has been passed on to future generations for a longer time than the Dark Magic region. It was rumored that Miracle City was established just 100 years after the fall of the Malta Empire. Therefore, Miracle City and the Malta Empire had very close relationships. However, in the long history of Miracle City, including the current Miracle Child, there were only 3 spellcasters who could be called the Miracle Child. Chapter 377, Summit 2. Chapter 377, Summit 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After spellcasters from Shadowthorn appeared in the large hall, a group of wizards entered from outside again. Judging by their apparel, they were spellcasters from Blacksand Fort. Among them, there was a young spellcaster who seemed to be the core figure of the group. He had long, purple hair that draped over his shoulder and a rather slim face. His 2 blue eyes were deep, and without saying a single word, he moved over to Blacksand Fort and sat down quietly. "It's Bratu from Blacksand Fort. He's just a 3rd-level spellcaster, but I heard that he not only killed several 6th-level underground abyss monsters in Fierce Cloud Cave, but he even managed to do it unscathed. Bratu is the most talented spellcaster in Blacksand Fort recently. He has already been able to construct 4th-level spells and become a 4th-level spellcaster, but he wants to construct 5 Pandora demon abilities. In the legends, the might of a complete set of Pandora demon abilities is said to be terrifying. Bratu's current target is the Miracle Child's title of the number 1 young wizard. The Miracle Child has been at the top for too long. Both Belloc from Shadowthorn and Bratu from Blacksand Fort want to challenge the status of the Miracle Child. Seeing that young spellcaster that others seem to revere, a few surrounding wizards who were familiar spoke of some of Bratu's past achievements. Wizard Bratu will definitely be able to successfully challenge the Miracle Child this time. We, Blacksand Fort, are the number 1 large-sized spellcasters organization in the south. HMPH, those spellcasters of the Dark Magic region, especially that so-called Merlin, is just a bumpkin who hasn't experienced the world. Let him broaden his horizons by participating in this summit. That little strength of his isn't worth anything at all. If he were to meet any spellcaster from my Blacksand fort, he'll definitely suffer a crushing defeat. The two spellcasters who suffered earlier because of Wizard Merlin and Wizard Leo stared hatefully at the wizards from the dark magic region as if feeling very proud of their status as official members of Blacksand fort after seeing Bratu. It was as if besides Shadowthorn, Miracle City, and other large-sized spellcasters' organizations, any other spellcasters' organizations were not worth their time at all. Merlin frowned slightly. He could naturally feel the gaze of those two wizards. He had always brushed off people like them. No matter how strong Blacksand fort was, it was the basis of why those two fourth-level spellcasters were so arrogant. Bratu and Belek. Are they the top prodigies in the spellcaster world? Merlin murmured in a low voice. He had always stayed in the dark magic region. Even if he were to leave the dark magic region, there was no chance for him to come in contact with a large-sized spellcasters organization. The most he would come in contact with were some spellcasters from Osmu, but whether it was Bluebird or Weiss, they were far from being top prodigies. Now that Bratu and Belek had appeared, they were indeed top prodigies from large-sized spellcasters organizations. Once they became fourth-level spellcasters, they could even contend against and even kill seventh-level spellcasters. They were not inferior to those top prodigies in the spellcasters' most glorious era. Even the Miracle Child from Miracle City was able to kill a seventh-level spellcaster while he was just a third-level spellcaster. Even if it was the most ordinary seventh-level spellcaster, it was still extremely terrifying. At least, with Merlin's current strength, if he were to meet a seventh-level spellcaster, the only thing he could do was to use Flash Wind to escape. The top prodigies in the spellcaster world had appeared one by one, and Merlin would now have the opportunity to compete with these prodigies. Although Merlin was very calm, this time, his mood could not help but fluctuate slightly. Rumble. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir again. From outside the hall, a group wearing white wizard robes with a cloud logo on their chest entered. It was the spellcasters from Miracle City. The spellcasters from Miracle City were also led by some 9th-level spellcasters. However, the surrounding spellcasters did not focus their attention on those 9th-level spellcasters, but on an ordinary-looking young spellcaster with short brown hair and a smile on his lips. It's the Miracle Child. The Miracle Child is really here. He didn't take refuge in Osmu and came to Blacksand Fort to participate in the summit. TSK, it seems like there'll be another brilliant battle again. That's right, both Bratu and Beleka's goal is to surpass the Miracle Child, and become the #1 prodigy among the young spellcasters in the southern spellcaster world. That extremely ordinary-looking young spellcaster was the most outstanding prodigy in Miracle City, a Miracle Child. Any spellcaster who could obtain the title of Miracle Child was the most talented spellcaster in Miracle City. In Miracle City, there was naturally a unique criterion for judging. In the long history of Miracle City, there had only been 3 Miracle Children including the current Miracle Child. The Miracle Child's eye seemed calm, but when Merlin came into contact with the Miracle Child's gaze, he felt a slight inexplicable pressure. He had only felt this kind of invisible pressure and threat from extremely powerful spellcaster such as Wizard Leo. Merlin had never felt this way even from a 7th-level spellcaster like Husius. As a result, Merlin's expression became solemn and respectful. Merlin, don't mind them. They're all prodigies in the spellcaster world. If they can grow up, they would be the best of their time. Wizard Leo also sighed slightly, and a trace of envy seeped in his tone. Wizard Leo possessed Darkness Eye. If there were no flaws, he would also be the best of his time. However, Darkness Eye was a power that was cursed. Wizard Leo would never become a 7th-level spellcaster. There was not much potential left. No matter how powerful Darkness Eye was, Wizard Leo would never become a legend of this era. Merlin also nodded secretly. The prodigious Miracle Child's current performance was even more outstanding than the legend Nicola, who was a well-known figure and belonged to the peak of prodigies, even in the most brilliant era of spellcasters. Although Merlin was strong, there was still some distance compared to a peak prodigy, especially the Miracle Child, who had already killed a 7th-level spellcaster before. There were also strong and weak 7th-level spellcasters. 3 elemental and 4 elemental spellcasters like Husius who had no Pandora demon abilities belonged to the most common and weakest spellcasters. Those were the kind of spellcasters that the miracle child had killed. However, once Pandora demon abilities were cultivated, even a regular Pandora demon ability would make a 7th level spellcaster quite terrifying, and far stronger than ordinary 7th level spellcasters. If they managed to cultivate a Pandora demon ability or multiple Pandora demon abilities that could be fused into spells, they could basically cultivate it to the strongest 3rd stage. These kinds of 7th level spellcasters could be considered the peak of the 7th level. They were the backbone of some large-sized spellcasters organizations as well as spellcasters with the most potential. It was very difficult to kill spellcasters like these, and even if the miracle child became a 4th level spellcaster, he would also find it very difficult to slay a 7th level spellcaster at its peak like them. Of course, there were some extremely powerful 7th level spellcasters at their peak who had several special Pandora demon abilities, such as Darkness Eye. If Wizard Leo could become a 7th level spellcaster, he would immediately be able to become a 7th level spellcaster at its peak. A spellcaster like that was too strong and would exceed levels. Even a 9th level spellcaster would not be able to keep up. However, there were too few 7th level spellcasters at their peak. Even in the spellcaster's most glorious era, there were very few 7th level spellcasters who possessed special Pandora demon abilities. When Legend Nicola became a 7th level spellcaster, he was just a top 7th level spellcaster and could never become a 7th level spellcaster at its peak. The only special Pandora demon ability that Merlin knew about was Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye. However, Darkness Eye was a cursed power. Even if it was a special Pandora demon ability, if one wanted to cultivate it, one had to bear its risk. Although both the Miracle Child and Wizard Leo had killed 7th level spellcasters before, the difference was significant. It did not mean that the Miracle Child could rival Wizard Leo now. Perhaps some smaller factions would not understand, but Wizard Leo had just paid the price of an arm in order to slay Arceus, a 7th level spellcaster from Osmu. It seemed as though Wizard Leo had a hard time winning. In the eyes of a large-sized spellcasters organization, a 6th level spellcaster killing a 7th level spellcaster was nothing much. However, even those large-sized spellcasters organizations did not underestimate Wizard Leo at all. The reason for that was because Arceus was not an ordinary 7th level spellcaster, but a top 7th level spellcaster who cultivated a Pandora demon ability which could be fused into spells. However, such a top 7th level spellcaster was killed by Wizard Leo with just the price of an arm. It showed how powerful Wizard Leo was, or rather, it showed the power of Wizard Leo's special Pandora demon ability, Darkness Eye. Merlin also knew the inside story about Wizard Leo killing Arceus and became more interested in Darkness Eye. However, if Wizard Leo refused to pass on Darkness Eye now, Merlin was helpless as well and could only quietly wait. When he became a 4th level spellcaster, then only would Wizard Leo consider passing on the cultivation method of Darkness Eye to Merlin. Merlin, the summit will begin soon. I'll attend the summit in the closed inner hall. The rewards of the summit this time are abundant and worth to fight for. I believe although the Miracle Child might be strong, you can be considered one of the most brilliant spellcasters in this summit. You're no inferior to the prodigies from those large spellcasters organizations. Wizard Leo stood up with a smile on his face. His meaning was very clear. In this summit, Merlin had to do his very best. Merlin took a deep breath and looked at Belloc from Shadow Thorn, Bratu from Blacksand Fort, and the ever-tranquil Miracle Child. Then, he nodded heavily and said, "Don't worry, Teacher Leo, an opportunity like this rarely comes by. I want to see just how much of a distance there is between my strength and those top prodigies as well." Merlin would only know his shortcoming when facing a true prodigy. This summit was a rare opportunity, and Merlin would definitely not give up easily. Wizard Leo nodded and entered the inner hall of Blacksand Fort with several other 7th level spellcasters, leaving only Merlin, Wizard Envier, and the others outside the main hall, quietly waiting for the summit to begin. Chapter 378, Summit 3. Chapter 378, Summit 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the dusky sky, occasional flashes of lightning were seen. It looked like a downpour would be happening soon. Rumble. Before long, the sound of thunder roared in the sky, and rain cascaded down. It really was a downpour. A thin mist gradually rose in the dense forest, making it hazy and full of mystery. In that hazy mist, the faint outline of low and luxurious buildings could be seen. It was indeed strange that there would be such hidden buildings in a dense forest. In a square courtyard, a slim man with a head of long millet-colored hair and a fine silver short sword at his waist stood silently in the corridor of the courtyard. This strange man was clad in armor and dressed as an elemental swordsman, but there was the faint flickering of some elemental fluctuations, revealing his identity as a spell caster. Drip drop drip drop. Under the eaves, the dripping raindrops fell to the ground, making a soft but audible sound. However, the slim man seemed to sense something as he fiercely turned around and looked out of the courtyard. From outside the courtyard, a small figure gradually appeared. He wore a black robe and had 2 black nose rings. It was a young and vigorous spell caster. There was a thin blue light veil over his body, and the raindrops that landed on him stirred up ripples. Then, the raindrops merged into the light veil as if strengthening the power of the light veil. This was a very brilliant spell. Furthermore, the technique of controlling the spell was also extremely adept. This was a very powerful spell caster. The black-robed small spell caster looked up at the slim man and pulled down his hood after reaching the corridor. Who would have thought that the noble silver sword Julia would actually be someone's gatekeeper? The small wizard's voice was slightly hoarse, sounding extremely hard on the ears. The slim man, Silver Sword Julia, did not get angry after hearing the small wizard's sarcastic remarks. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at the small wizard fearfully and said, "Wizard Doan, Clyde is still cultivating his Pandora demon ability and is at a critical juncture. If there's anything, you can just tell me." "You?" Wizard Doan sneered and took a few steps forward, standing in front of Silver Sword Julia. He said coldly, "Julia, I'm here to inform Clyde that Osmu has been making large movements recently. Do tell him to wake up. This place might be abandoned." "Huh? What did you say? Osmu wants to abandon this place? How is that possible? Osmu has been operating here for hundreds of years, how could this place be abandoned?" Silver Sword Julia's expression changed. Wizards like them who betrayed spellcasters' organizations could not imagine that the powerful Osmu would abandon a place where they have operated for hundreds of years. This place could be considered the foundation of Osmu. Why can't it be? A traitor has appeared in Osmu, and this place has been discovered by Blacksand Fort. They are holding some sort of summit as we speak, so it's obvious that they've made an alliance to fight Osmu. TSK, I have to say, Blacksand Fort really has some tricks. The wizards they sent were actually able to deceive Osmu and expose this place. Haha, but it's not that easy to destroy Osmu. The higher-ups have already decided. When Blacksand Fort and the others are having the summit, we'll strike them first and give them a lesson they won't forget. Wizard Doan gently stroked the large red gemstone ring on his finger, while revealing a sinister smile on his face that could make others tremble in fear. Silver Sword Julia was also very afraid of Wizard Doan. As a 6th-level spellcaster in Osmu, Doan once contended with several 7th-level spellcasters, and had even seriously injured a 7th-level spellcaster before as he was extremely strong. Moreover, that was before Wizard Doan had joined Osmu. No one knew how frightening Wizard Doan's current strength was. For so many years, Wizard Doan had never made any actions outside. However, the wizards from Osmu were fully aware of Wizard Doan's strength. Although Silver Sword Julia was also a genius in Osmu, he was still far behind Wizard Doan. Wizard Doan took a deep look at the house behind Julia. Then, he smiled and turned around, preparing to leave. Creak! At this time, the door of the room was pushed open from the inside, and a calm voice sounded, "Wizard Doan, I'm also very interested in the actions of the higher-ups. However, there's one more thing that I wish to ask Wizard Doan. Clyde, did you succeed?" Silver Sword Julia's face revealed an expression of pleasant surprise when he saw the wizard slowly walking out of the room. The one standing before him was indeed Clyde. Swish! Wizard Doan fiercely turned around. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Clyde, sizing him up. "Clyde, I heard that you're the only spellcaster in Osmu who has constructed spatial spells, and at this time, the special Pandora demon ability you're cultivating is Spatial Blade. What a rare spell, and what a powerful Pandora demon ability. There are many prodigies in Osmu, but the only one who can construct spatial spells is you. Wizard Doan's gaze gradually focused on Clyde. Clyde gently raised a hand and pointed at the courtyard. Swoosh! In an instant, the originally heavy rain seemed to be shaken by a mysterious force. The raindrops immediately turned into mist and condensed into a water screen which looked incredibly mystical. Wizard Doan's eyes froze and his expression slowly became solemn. After a long moment, he slowly said, "Ask, then. Clyde, what is it that you want to know? Will Merlin from the Dark Magic region be joining the Black Sand Fort Summit?" Clyde's tone was very calm. Merlin? That six-elemental spellcaster from the Dark Magic region? The Black Sand Fort Summit is a distinguished meeting for southern spellcasters, so although the Dark Magic region is just a small spellcasters organization, they're invited as well. Among them are wizards Merlin and Leo, who cultivated the special Pandora demon ability, Darkness Eye. Why, are you planning on avenging Bluebird? Wizard Doan indeed knew some matters regarding Clyde. Bluebird died because of me. Julia, let's go. Clyde's tone was calm without any emotions, but it was precisely this calm voice which made Wizard Doan feel some palpitations in his heart. Soon, Clyde left the courtyard. Then, Wizard Doan moved forward a few steps and stood before a few pillars. He stroked them lightly with his hand and looked at the pillar with an attentive gaze. Finally, Wizard Doan saw that there were hairline slits on the pillars that were cut off from the middle of the pillar. Unless one looked carefully, it would not be noticeable at all. Furthermore, these imprints were very new. They had been left by Clyde's light finger earlier. Hiss! Seeing this, even Wizard Doan could not help but suck in a cold breath of air. His heart was even more shocked. The Spatial Blade. This is the special Pandora demon ability, Spatial Blade. Clyde. It's not surprising that Osmu is willing to reveal Spatial Blade. Special Pandora demon abilities are extremely valuable even to Osmu. Clyde, he's really good at concealing himself. His true identity wasn't revealed even after staying at the Dark Magic region for so long. Clyde is a true six-elemental spellcaster, and also a spatial-type spellcaster, the most difficult to construct according to legends. Wizard Doan's voice trailed off in the empty courtyard. In the main hall of Black Sand Fort, the summit had officially started. Many spellcasters had already started to prepare, eager to give it a try. The purpose of the summit was to see the potential that a spellcaster had and would be displayed in front of the entire southern spellcaster world. Therefore, young spellcasters would definitely not miss such an opportunity to perform. It was currently not Merlin's turn yet, so he sat quietly in his seat. Round 1, Wizard Envier from the Dark Magic region and Wizard Morin from Drab City. As the voice of the host wizard sounded, everyone's attention immediately fell on the empty Arena 7. In the main hall, there were non-stop fights in a total of 10 arenas. An hour had almost passed, but the first round of screening was still ongoing. This was enough to illustrate the terrifying amount of spellcasters, organizations and clans that came to participate in the current Black Sand Fort Summit. Wizard Envier stood up immediately and whispered to Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, I'll go ahead first." Merlin also nodded and said, "Be careful." Wizard Leo and the others had already entered the inner hall, so it was Merlin's responsibility to look after Wizard Envier and the rest to make sure nothing happened to them. Whoosh! Wizard Envier instantly jumped into the arena and looked at his opponent, Wizard Morin from Drab City. Drab City was also a small spellcasters organization. They were far away from the Dark Magic region and were not familiar with each other, but Wizard Envier's opponent, Wizard Morin, was also a third-level spellcaster. Spellcasters organizations or clans that participated in the summit had made certain preparations. Thus, all spellcasters participating in the summit could be considered the best of their respective spellcasters organizations or clans. Just like Wizard Envier and the others, who were outstanding spellcasters from the Dark Magic region and were proficient in runes, they could be considered the legitimate prodigious wizards in the Dark Magic region. After all, the Dark Magic region was an expert in runes. However, while in the past there was Clyde, now it was Merlin. The two wizards' brilliant repertoire was too dazzling, which covered the light from Wizard Envier and the others. In reality, their power was also very strong, and they were not weak at all. This was true especially when it came to runes. If combined with a runic magic disc, Wizard Envia's strength was also considerably formidable. In the arena, Wizard Envia made the first move and launched a ferocious third-level spell. Mystical runes were also engraved following the release of the third-level spell and began to merge into the spell, greatly increasing its power. That raging flame was instantly turned into a sea of fire, surrounding and trapping Wizard Morin. Wizard Morin's expression changed as he released his spell but could not resist Wizard Envia's runes at all. Thus, he immediately called his loss, and his expression turned flustered. The runes of the dark magic region are indeed powerful. I forfeit. Wizard Morin's strength was not that strong, so he admitted defeat willingly. Wizard Envia also did not exert too much effort, and smoothly moved on to the second round. When Wizard Envia returned, Merlin said with a laugh, "Not bad, Wizard Envia. Your runic magic disc hasn't even been used yet. If you were to integrate your runic magic disc, you'll be able to go even further in the summit." Wizard Envia was also very delighted. He had prepared a lot for this summit, so naturally, he hoped to make some achievements in it. Following that, Wizard Sarah and Wizard Ilman also started their first round. However, their strength was inadequate, or perhaps they were unlucky as their opponents were prodigies from some middle-sized spellcasters' organizations. Thus, both Wizard Sarah and Wizard Ilman were eliminated in the first round, which also caused Merlin to secretly put away the contempt he had for this summit. Wizard Merlin from the Dark Magic region and Wizard Lania from Abyss fought. Finally, it was Merlin's turn to start his first round in the summit. However, his opponent was a spellcaster from Abyss fort, causing Merlin to feel slightly surprised. Chapter 379, Summit 4. Chapter 379, Summit 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's Abyss fort. A flicker of concern flashed through Wizard Envia's eyes. In the first round, everyone except him had been eliminated. Small-sized spellcasters' organizations were always at the bottom in the summit. Occasionally, there would be one or two slightly brilliant ones, but they would never make it past the third round. However, Wizard Envia had faith in Merlin. Merlin would definitely be able to make it past the third round because back then, Clyde also managed to reach the third round. However, there were some conflicts between Abyss fort and Merlin. Although Wizard Envia did not know what happened, he vaguely understood that once the wizards from Abyss fort meet Merlin, they would definitely go against him no matter what. Thus, although it was just the first round, Merlin had to be careful. Wizard Merlin, be careful. Don't let your guard down. Envia called out in concern. Merlin nodded and went directly into the arena. Lania was already standing in the arena. Darkness Vortex. Wizard Lania immediately released his strongest spell. Instantly, a vortex appeared before Merlin. Some spellcasters nearby seemed to feel their mind power being sucked into the vortex. Darkness Vortex was an extremely complicated and powerful third-level spell. Merlin had also constructed Darkness Vortex and clearly knew its strength. However, Merlin had Darkness Heart and had a very strong resistance toward Darkness-type spells. Thus, even when Darkness Vortex enveloped Merlin, he did not move at all. Although Darkness Vortex continued to expand and grow, it did not pose any threat toward Merlin. Lania's face sank before showing a somewhat helpless face, and said lowly, "Darkness Heart." As expected, after cultivating Darkness Heart, you've gained a strong resistance against Darkness-type spells. I surrender. Lania immediately admitted defeat. It was the first time since the summit started that a wizard had willingly admitted defeat without much effort. He surrendered? Darkness-type spell from Abyss fort are useless against Merlin. So that's the 6 elemental spellcaster from the dark magic region? I thought that a small spellcasters organization like the dark magic region wouldn't be able to produce any prodigy. Who knew that a few prodigies like Clyde and Merlin would appear consecutively? It's a shame that Clyde had turned to Osmu. Otherwise, the dark magic region might really have had a hope of becoming a medium-sized spellcasters organization in the next decade. A few wizards had already found out Merlin's identity. The dark magic region was just a small spellcasters organization and not many spellcasters knew about them. However, because of Clyde, many spellcasters somewhat came to know about the dark magic region. Naturally, those spellcasters would draw comparisons between Merlin and Clyde. Merlin had become used to this. He was now deeply branded with the dark magic region, so no matter what he did, it would involve the dark magic region as well. As for Clyde, he was once the most gifted spellcaster in the dark magic region, but he betrayed them and turned to Osmu. Thus, comparing Merlin and Clyde was also an interesting topic. Lania surrendered, which caused many spellcasters to notice Merlin. Even Envier felt incredibly helpless. His strength was not bad at all and had a chance to enter the second round. After all, Darkness Vortex was a third-level spell. For Lania to be able to successfully construct it, he had proved his excellence. However, Lania encountered Merlin in the first round. To a spellcaster from Abyss Fort, Merlin, who possessed Darkness Heart, had an overwhelming advantage. When Merlin returned to the dark magic region area, Wizard Envier and the others were overjoyed. After all, Merlin had represented the dark magic region. The more outstanding Merlin's performance, the prouder the spellcasters from the dark magic felt. The first round of screening continued. Merlin had been slightly interested in the beginning, but his interest gradually dwindled. Almost all the spellcasters eliminated in the first round did not have any Pandora Demon ability. Even their spell construction was very crude. Spellcasters who could construct extremely complicated spells like Lania were incredibly rare and could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, there was a great difference between spellcasters' organizations and spellcaster clans. Spellcaster clans that could send out prodigies were really very rare. In the first round, the spellcaster clans were basically wiped out. No wizards from any spellcaster clan managed to pass the first round. Furthermore, the spellcasters' organizations that passed the first round were mostly medium-sized and above. There were very few small spellcasters' organizations that had passed. Since the first round screening would take some time, Merlin shut his eyes and attentively felt the changes in his body. These changes were something that Merlin only discovered recently and accidentally. Most likely, Merlin gradually obtained this ability after practicing the posture of the golden relief sculpture. Merlin could clearly feel every change in his body. Cultivating the posture of the golden relief sculpture gave Merlin unimaginable benefits. The largest benefit was, of course, regenerative strength, the extremely terrifying regenerative strength. Besides that, Merlin could also clearly see every single change in his body. He could even control his chi and blood flow, muscles, and bones. For example, Merlin could control the speed of blood flow in his blood vessels, and even temporarily stop blood flow altogether and shift his bones. All these changes were brought by the magical posture of the golden relief sculpture. Currently, Merlin quietly felt the changes in his body. Time passed slowly, and the first round screening finally finished. In the summit, the first round screening always took up the most time. After all, there were too many factions participating in the summit. However, after the first round, the number of spellcasters had decreased significantly. Furthermore, the strength of the spellcasters in the second round was much stronger compared to those in the first round. However, the prodigies of the three large spellcasters organizations did not participate. As spellcasters from a large-sized spellcasters organization, they naturally had priority and could directly enter the third round. Thus, in the first and second rounds, Belek, Bratu, and the Miracle Child did not act. Many spellcasters were curious about those three wizards as well as expected the most from them. Merlin was no exception. The one he wanted to understand the most was the Miracle Child. Second round, Wizard Envier from the Dark Magic region and Wizard Hayden from Neptune Academy. When the host wizard finished speaking, Wizard Envier immediately walked into the arena. After a moment, Wizard Hayden from Neptune Academy also arrived at the arena. Neptune Academy was an extremely powerful medium-sized spellcasters organization located in the mysterious sea. They had basically no communication with the Dark Magic region. However, as a medium-sized spellcasters organization, the strength of Neptune Academy was extremely powerful. Although they did not have a great wizard overseeing them, they had quite a few 9th-level spellcasters. There were also many gifted spellcasters in Neptune Academy. Neptune Academy had 3 spellcasters who entered the second round, which was enough to showcase their strength. Unfortunately for Wizard Envier, his opponent, Wizard Hayden, was the most gifted spellcaster from Neptune Academy, whose goal was to rush to the third round. Therefore, Wizard Envier's expression was also very solemn. In the second round, he did not dare to have any contempt. Wizard Envier made the first move again, but this time, he pulled out a runic magic disc. Of course, this was not the Kleinman runic magic disc from when he attempted the runic tower along with Wizards Sarah and Ilman. After all, although the power of the Kleinman runic magic disc was strong, it could not be put to good use by just Wizard Envier. Therefore, the magic disc that Wizard Envier used now was just a relatively common magic disc, that could be completely activated by Wizard Envier alone. Suddenly, the sky was filled with mysterious runes flickering a faint white light. Then, it turned into a huge net and imprisoned Wizard Hayden within. The function of this runic magic circle was binding. Wizard Hayden revealed a faint disdainful smile and raised his arm. His originally white arm rapidly turned light blue, just like the color of the sea. Neptune Tide. As Wizard Hayden's voice dropped, the faint sounds of waves seemed to fill the entire arena as if endless waves were roaring in. In addition, traces of water vapor quickly condensed and set off bursts of waves with great momentum. This was obviously an extremely powerful type of Pandora demon ability from Neptune Academy. Boom! The waves pounded madly at the surrounding runes and Wizard Envier's face paled. The moment Wizard Hayden released the Pandora demon ability, he could feel a formidable pressure. Now, Wizard Envier could no longer resist it. He used the runic magic disc and arranged a runic magic circle, but still could not hold back his opponent's attack. There was no way to continue the competition anymore. Thus, Wizard Envier took the initiative to tell the host wizard, "I surrender." The host wizard nodded lightly. Wizard Envier jumped down the arena with a solemn look. He had failed to pass the second round. When Wizard Envier returned to the dark magic region area, he saw Merlin and lowered his head and said, "Wizard Merlin, I'm sorry. I'm really useless. I've humiliated the dark magic region." Merlin shook his head and said, "Your opponent had a Pandora demon ability which could be fused into spells, and was extremely powerful. If you could activate the Kleinman runic magic disc alone, then you would be able to suppress him. However, your current research on runes is far from reaching the level of being able to activate the Kleinman runic magic disc alone. The dark magic region is an expert in runology. If you can truly study runology to a profound level, you definitely won't be inferior to wizards who have cultivated Pandora demon abilities." Although Merlin did not understand runology, he could tell that it was not that runology was not strong, but that Wizard Envier's study of runes was still inadequate. Thus, he could not activate the Kleinman runic magic disc alone and had lost to Wizard Hayden. This was within his expectations. Following that, the second round screenings were much crueler. Merlin was the last group to enter the arena in the second round. However, before that, almost no one from small spellcasters organizations had managed to pass the second round. Second round, Wizard Merlin from the Dark Magic region and Wizard Bergs from Terra fought. It was finally Merlin's turn. His opponent was a spellcaster from Terra Fort, which was troublesome due to the fact they excelled in defense. "Wizard Merlin, you have to win the second round." Wizard Envier looked at Merlin with hopeful eyes. Not only Wizard Envier and the spellcasters of Dark Magic region, but almost all small spellcasters organizations had their gaze focused on Merlin. After all, in the second round of the summit, the wizards from smaller spellcasters organizations had been wiped out. Only Merlin was left. If even Merlin failed to pass this second round, then there really would be no more representative from small spellcasters organizations in the summit anymore. They would be completely reduced to bystanders. Thus, in the current situation, Merlin truly had all eyes on him. Chapter 380, Summit 5. Chapter 380, Summit 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the arena, Merlin and Bergs were sizing each other up. Bergs was well built and had a stubble formed on his face. His face appeared weathered, and he looked more like a normal blacksmith rather than a powerful spellcaster. In the Malta language, Berg's name meant to protect, and Terra Fort was a spellcasters organization that was rather proficient in Earth-type defensive spells. Therefore, Berg's strongest spell should be an Earth-type defensive spell. If an opponent was unable to overcome Berg's defensive spell, then they would be unable to defeat him. Most of the spellcasters in Terra Fort relied on this strategy, focusing their efforts on constructing the strongest defensive spells. They did not ask for powerful attacks, for they must first master their most formidable defensive spell. Berg's weathered features, along with his powerful frame, gave people an impression of good-naturedness. However, being spellcasters, none of them was good-natured. The occasional glint in Berg's eyes indicated that he was a man of sophisticated depths. "Wizard Merlin, I've heard of your infamous name long ago. You're the most genius spellcaster in the dark magic region, a 6-elemental spellcaster who possesses Pandora demon abilities." Berg spoke in a calm tone and seemed to know much about Merlin. Merlin was rather surprised. His reputation was only known among nearby small-sized spellcasters' organizations. He did not think that there would be someone in Terra Fort, which was 10,000 miles away, who knew of him. Perhaps it was not that Terra Fort knew of him, but that Bergs himself had actively made inquiries. If that was the case, then Bergs would be a difficult opponent, for he had already made sufficient preparations for this upcoming battle. At the moment, the second round had been concluded, save for the battle between Merlin and Bergs. Thus, a few powerful spellcasters directed their attention toward the arena. They might not be familiar with Merlin, but they were much better acquainted with Bergs since he was a prodigy from a medium-sized spellcasters organization. This should be an easy win for Bergs, right? Bergs has abilities worthy of the third or even the fourth round. His defensive spell can be combined with a Pandora demon ability. Only a handful of spellcasters can get past that. The majority of spellcasters seem to look favorably upon Bergs. As the foremost prodigy in a medium-sized spellcaster clan, Bergs had already made a name for himself. On a faraway platform, the spellcasters of Miracle City were watching Merlin and Bergs, bored out of their minds. Miracle City understood Bergs rather well. Each time he battled, Bergs would cast a defensive spell immediately, allowing his opponent to attack as much as they liked. If the opponent could break down his defenses, Bergs would surrender instantly. This method of fighting was rather eye-catching. Nonetheless, Bergs had so far only encountered a wizard from a medium-sized spellcasters organization in the first round. He had allowed his opponent to use up all their moves in a series of attacks that lasted more than half an hour. In the end, they were unable to overcome Berg's defenses, and could only admit defeat. This unique strategy had turned Bergs into a highlight of this summit, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Let's see how long it'll take for Merlin to give up the fight. The spellcasters of Miracle City behaved breezily. They would join in the third round right off the bat. This was the privilege of large-sized spellcasters organizations. It was not just Miracle City who was watching. The spellcasters of Blacksand Fort and Shadowthorn had also directed their gaze towards the arena in which Bergs and Merlin were battling. They were largely paying attention to Bergs. After all, he was a spellcaster who had the capability to enter the third or even the fourth round and was thus a potential opponent. The more they learned about him now, the better prepared they would be. Good, Merlin is now facing Bergs. How unlucky of him, ha ha. It's true that Merlin has decent powers, and might have made it to the third round, but now that he's up against Bergs, he has no hope left. Still, this is even better. Let him learn his place. He's from a mere small-sized spellcasters organization. Did he really think that he was a genius? The two spellcasters from Blacksand Fort who had brought in spellcasters from the dark magic region were still holding a grudge against the dark magic region. They rejoiced in Merlin's misfortune when they saw that his opponent was Bergs. In the arena, Merlin's expression remained unperturbed. With his keen senses, he was able to hear the discussions going on in the crowd surrounding the arena. Nevertheless, not the slightest change rippled across his face as he placed all his attention on Bergs. Bergs drew in a deep breath, following which a smile broke across his hearty face. He said softly, "Wizard Merlin, if you're able to break down my defensive spell, I'll admit defeat." With that, a large arc of light veil gradually rose over Bergs. The surface of this light veil was like calm waters, undulating constantly and causing waves of ripples. This was the third-level Earth-type spell, Terra Armor. Furthermore, it was a rather powerful and complicated spell among third-level Earth-type spells. A spellcaster who was able to construct this spell must be highly talented in spell construction. However, even though Terra Armor was a formidable spell, it was still slightly inferior to Merlin's Perfect Armor. After all, Perfect Armor was one of the strongest third-level spells constructed by members of the royal family. The resources of the royal family were still greater than many large spellcasters' organizations, and they could be considered a first-rate spellcasters' organization. Buzz buzz buzz. Very soon, the Arca layer of Terra Armor gradually turned color as it became faintly translucent. Merlin perceived that there was some other power. Pandora Demon ability? Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. He himself had cultivated many Pandora Demon abilities, and had an unparalleled familiarity with the presence of Pandora Demon abilities. Earlier, the presence of Pandora Demon ability had appeared within Berg's Terra Armor. This meant that Berg's possessed a Pandora Demon ability which could be fused with spells. Bergs was counting on this Pandora Demon ability which was fused with Terra Armor in addition to the defensive spell itself, which Terra Fort specialized in. He had a special method to reinforce his defensive spell. It was not surprising that Bergs was so confident, allowing his opponent to attack as they liked. If one did not have an extraordinarily strong attack, one would have no way of overcoming Berg's defensive spell. Wizard Merlin, go ahead, cast your strongest attack. If you can break down my defensive spell, I'll surrender automatically. Bergs was covered from head to toe in Terra Armor and spoke in a booming voice. Break down your defensive spell? Merlin carefully observed the defensive spell Bergs was using. It was powerful indeed. If he wanted to overcome it by force, Merlin would have to use Fiery Collapse in addition to the third-level spell, Condensed Fire, exploding with his terrifying might. Only then might he defeat his opponent's defense. Nonetheless, this was only the second round of the summit. If he utilized his greatest strength, it would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. In reality, it was not difficult for him to defeat Bergs. Who? Without a word, Merlin immediately raised a hand and pointed toward Bergs. Swoosh! A gigantic black vortex instantly appeared behind Bergs. This black vortex formed a wide opening as it consumed Berg's mind power at a frantic pace, causing him to fall into an illusion. Darkness Vortex? No, it's Darkness Vortex enhanced by Darkness Heart. Below the arena, Lania of Abyss Fort was watching. When Lania was facing Merlin, he had cast Darkness Vortex. Although it was the same Darkness Vortex, Merlin's spell was obviously much stronger than Lania's. The sheer force of the vortex itself was something Lania could not compare to. When he observed closely, he saw that it was because Merlin's Darkness Vortex was enhanced by Darkness Heart. Even 6th level mind power would have no way of resisting Darkness Vortex when it was cast by Merlin. Berg's face shifted abruptly. His spell was formidable in addition to his Pandora Demon ability, and there were not many who could overcome his defenses. Therefore, he should be able to break through to the third or even the fourth round. However, his battle strategy had a weakness, and its fatal flaw was Darkness Wizards. Darkness Wizards could cast Darkness-type hallucinating spells, trapping him in an illusion. If Bergs was caught in an illusion, then it did not matter how strong his defensive spell was, because he would be unable to cast it at all. Perceiving this significant change in his environment, Bergs saw that he was situated in a barren desert. Of course, he knew what this meant, he was trapped in an illusion. He was in danger at all times, for a simple fireball from Merlin would be able to defeat him. I surrender. Bergs was decisive. Although he was unwilling, his defensive spell currently gave him no advantages. Darkness Wizards were a rather scary bunch. If Abyss Fort was able to produce many spellcasters who had Darkness Heart like before, it would definitely be a powerful spellcasters organization, a force which no one must underestimate. Bergs had admitted defeat, so Merlin immediately dispelled Darkness Vortex. In that instant, the enormous vortex in the arena gradually dissipated before finally vanishing without a trace. As Darkness Vortex dissipated, Bergs recovered his senses once more. As he looked at Merlin's relaxed manner, he appeared rather helpless as he said in a low voice, Wizard Merlin, although I knew that you've constructed Darkness-type spells, I didn't think that you would have mastered it to such an extent. With your Darkness spells alone, you're already equipped with powers to enter the third and fourth round. I'll gladly surrender. Naturally, Bergs was able to see that Merlin had a Darkness-type Pandora Demon ability. With the enhancement of Darkness-type Pandora demon ability, Darkness wizards would gain the upper hand, becoming powerful wizards. As long as one did not have formidable mind power, one would have no way of resisting the illusions of Merlin's Darkness spell. Once one was trapped in the illusion, one was basically helpless. Therefore, Darkness wizards were merely average and not a big deal, but if their spells were combined with Pandora demon ability, Darkness wizards immediately became one of the scariest spell casters. Chapter 381, Summit 6. Chapter 381, Summit 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin left the arena merrily. Many spellcasters were still rather stunned. From the first round, Merlin had always spent only a short time to finish his battles. In the first round, Lania had cast Darkness Vortex. Upon seeing that it did not affect Merlin, he had surrendered immediately. Nonetheless, Lania was not considered powerful, so it did not attract much attention. It was different for this second round. Terra Fort was a medium-sized spellcasters organization, and Bergs had formidable capabilities along with a unique battle style. There were many spellcasters who had thought that Bergs would be able to enter the third round or even the fourth round. However, no one had thought that upon meeting Merlin, who merely cast one spell, Bergs would admit defeat. If they had not witnessed this themselves, no one would have believed this. Moreover, even if they had seen it with their own eyes, there were many who still had their doubts. Darkness Vortex was only a third-level spell. Although darkness spells were extraordinary, a spellcaster like Bergs would surely have mind power that was far above his own level, reaching the standard of the fourth level or even the fifth level. Most darkness spells would not worry Bergs. However, Bergs had surrendered when Merlin had merely cast Darkness Vortex. The process of their battle appeared rather calm, and could not compare to the other loud, intense battles in the arena. What happened there? Why did Bergs suddenly admit defeat? Bergs' powers are formidable indeed. I can't guarantee victory if I were to go up against him. I've seen Darkness Vortex before as well. How could it cause Bergs to surrender automatically? An expression of doubt had appeared on the faces of some spellcasters from Miracle City. Only an extremely small percentage of onlookers were able to discern the mystery that had occurred in the battle between Merlin and Bergs. Pandora demon ability, Darkness Heart. Suddenly, the miracle child, who had been resting his eyes, wearing a calm expression, spoke slowly, pointing out the marvel that had occurred. Darkness Heart? It's the legendary Darkness Heart. This Merlin had cultivated Darkness Heart. It's not surprising that Bergs is no match for him. Upon hearing what the miracle child had said, many spellcasters of Miracle City suddenly caught on to what happened. They blindly worshipped the miracle child, so naturally, they would not doubt what he had said. After he finished speaking, the miracle child gazed deeply at Merlin, following which he closed his eyes once more. Merlin seemed to sense something and turned around abruptly. He stared into the distance. There, he saw the miracle child, who had closed his eyes in rest. Have I caught his attention? Still, it's a good thing. Sooner or later, I'll have to face the miracle child. Merlin mumbled in a low voice. He was apprehensive about the miracle child. Even though his abilities had greatly improved, there was no guarantee that he could defeat the miracle child. His goal was to go up against the miracle child, and this summit was a good opportunity to do that. Besides the miracle child, Belloc from Shadow Thorn had begun to notice Merlin as well. Merlin, who had cultivated Darkness Heart and constructed the third-level darkness spell, Darkness Vortex, was powerful enough for Belloc to take a good look at him. Darkness Heart, for mind power below the 6th level, he would be undefeatable. Belloc from Shadow Thorn seemed to understand Darkness Heart well, and his eyes flashed uneasily. Nonetheless, he remained rather calm at that moment. Merlin, who possessed Darkness Heart, was merely worthy of his attention for now. If one were to threaten Belloc, relying on just Darkness Heart would be insufficient. Similar to Belloc, Bratu from Blacksand Fort looked toward Merlin, and his face grew solemn as well. During each summit, a few genius spellcasters would appear out of the blue. After all, this was the purpose of the summit. Currently, it looked like Merlin was one of those geniuses. The two spellcasters from Blacksand Fort, who had anticipated that Bergs would teach Merlin a lesson, were now experiencing something different from the other spellcasters' bewilderment. Seeing that Bergs had surrendered, their jaws went slack, and they did not recover from their shock for a long time. Impossible, it's impossible. Sheer luck, that fool must have lucked out. These two spellcasters from Blacksand Fort muttered to themselves, but they did not even believe what they themselves were saying. Soon enough, the third round began. Merlin started to look toward the arena. After all, those who were able to make it to the third round were generally wizards from medium-sized spellcasters' organizations. They were the ones who were worthy of bearing the label of genius. One must not judge these spellcasters for being merely at the third level. These individuals suppressed their own ranks deliberately, delaying their construction of fourth-level spells in order to cultivate more Pandora demon abilities. There were also some who were studying special forms of alchemy, and in the process of accumulating powers. Nonetheless, these spellcasters had one thing in common: if they were to go up against most fourth-level or even fifth-level or sixth-level spellcasters, they would win the battle. Once they became a fourth-level spellcaster, their abilities would be upgraded. This small number of a few dozen individuals would become the most powerful spellcasters of the future in the entire Southern Spellcaster world. If a spellcaster's strength could be evaluated according to factors such as the complexity of spells, the number of elements, the Pandora demon abilities cultivated, the power of alchemy, and the depth of runology, spellcasters who were able to break through to the third round were generally four-elemental spellcasters at least. Of course, some of them had constructed Pandora demon abilities, but Pandora demon abilities which could be fused with spells were rare. Even though these were prodigious spellcasters, it was uncommon to cultivate Pandora demon abilities that could be fused into spells. Thus, the current battles in the arena were clearly more sensational than the previous two rounds. Various spells, Pandora demon abilities, runic magic circles, wondrous alchemy products, and so on, were displayed one after another in the arena. Soon enough, it was Merlin's turn once more. This time, his opponent was a wizard from a medium-sized spellcasters organization, who had also cultivated many Pandora demon abilities. Nevertheless, this wizard was not even as powerful as Bergs, for it was not Pandora demon abilities which could be fused with spells, but was instead like Merlin's glacial finger. They were merely the simplest, weakest type of Pandora demon abilities. It was easy for Merlin to make his move. He cast Darkness Vortex immediately, pulling his opponent into an illusion. Once a spellcaster was caught in an illusion, their hands were essentially tied. Therefore, spellcasters who had no way of resisting Merlin's Darkness Vortex could only surrender by default. In the third round, Merlin won. In the fourth round, Merlin won. In the fifth round, Merlin won. Merlin entered 5 rounds in succession. From the third round onward, his strategy was simple: he would cast Darkness Vortex. Still, no spellcaster was able to withstand this straightforward spell. Therefore, up until the 5th round, no spellcaster was able to stop Merlin from progressing. Merlin defeated his opponents in a single move using only a short time, second only to the Miracle Child. Even Bratu from Blacksand Fort and Belloc from Shadowthorn, the two spellcasters acknowledged to be able to challenge the Miracle Child, lost out to Merlin in terms of battle time alone. Of course, the might of one's power could not be determined solely by how long it took to defeat an opponent. Nonetheless, this was an indirect indication of Merlin's strength. Back then, not even Clyde had made it to the 5th round all in one go. It's already the 5th round. Wizard Merlin, you're at the center of everyone's attention. Wizard Sarah appeared overjoyed. The dark magic region was only a small-sized spellcasters organization, and did not have much of a presence in a summit like this to begin with. Many spellcasters had not even heard of the dark magic region when it was first mentioned. However, this time around, the name of the dark magic region had circulated widely throughout the world of spellcasters. Among them, large-sized, medium-sized, and in particular small-sized spellcasters organizations were making discreet inquiries to learn about the dark magic region and Merlin. Since the past centuries, it was the first time someone like Merlin, a wizard from a small spellcasters organization, had made it to the 5th round of the summit. This was an exceptional honor. Those who were from the dark magic region had faces glowing with the pride they felt. Conversely, Merlin's heart was calm and steady. It was already the 5th round, but he still had not encountered Bratu, Belloc or the Miracle Child. These three individuals were Merlin's current targets, especially the Miracle Child. He was the strongest among the younger generation of spellcasters in the entire southern spellcaster world. Merlin longed to battle against a truly genius spellcaster like him. Nevertheless, he must get past the 6th round first. After the 6th round, there would be only 4 spellcasters left. At that point, Merlin would have a higher chance of going up against the Miracle Child and the other 2. For the 6th round, Wizard Merlin from the Dark Magic region and Wizard Faraday from the Wind region. As soon as the host wizard spoke, the crowd began their fervent discussions. It was unlike the previous few rounds when Merlin's appearance in the arena was of no interest to anyone. Having gone through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round, Merlin had only cast Darkness Vortex. There was no one who could withstand this attack. Therefore, as soon as Merlin appeared now, he would attract the attention and discussions of many spellcasters. Among them, there were many who wanted to see if there was anyone who could resist Merlin's Darkness Vortex. In other words, was there anyone who could shatter Merlin's Darkness Vortex? Whoosh! A light breeze passed by. There was a draft in the Great Hall. This was rather strange, for the hall was sealed tight. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. He had just felt a wave of wind elemental fluctuations. It had come from Faraday from the Wind region, his current opponent standing opposite him in the arena. The Wind region specialized in Wind-type spells, especially Wind-type speed spells. The Wind region could be considered as a distinguished group among all spellcasters' organizations. The Wind region itself had great strength with many 9th-level spellcasters, but because it had not produced any great wizard, it was presently considered a medium-sized spellcasters' organization. However, the overall might of the Wind region was superior to many large spellcasters' organizations, discounting the great wizards. Thus, even large spellcasters' organizations held the Wind region in high regard. Naturally, the spellcaster prodigies from the Wind region would be extremely powerful. Faraday was outstanding even among the spellcasters from the Wind region. Whoosh! As soon as the host wizard gave the signal to begin, a gale appeared and began devastating the arena. It was like a tornado, whistling as it spun toward Merlin. Furthermore, Faraday was very quick. In the blink of an eye, he had sped forward and appeared before Merlin. I've watched a few battles of yours. I know you've cultivated Darkness Heart and can cast powerful darkness spells. I'll concede that I'll be unable to resist your darkness spells. However, with me around, you won't have a chance to cast it. Faraday appeared to be of utmost confidence. He had secretly observed Merlin for a long time, then combined that knowledge with his greatest strength. With him at his top speed, Merlin did not even have the time to cast his darkness spell. Without the darkness spell, as far as Faraday could tell, Merlin was simply just an ordinary 3rd-level spellcaster who was easy to deal with. Oh no, Wizard Merlin has underestimated his opponent, allowing Faraday to get close. With Faraday's speed, Wizard Merlin has no chance to cast his darkness spell at all. Indeed, Wizard Merlin's strategy has been seen through. Without darkness spells, he's no match for Wizard Faraday at all. Faraday is able to take advantage of Wizard Merlin's weakness, making a preemptive strike so that Merlin doesn't even have the chance to cast darkness spells. He was well prepared indeed. I'm afraid that Wizard Merlin will have to stop at the 6th round. Spellcasters who had made it to the 5th round were all impressive. If one fell a step behind, then one would lag behind at every step. Merlin, having lost his chance, was already halfway to defeat. Hoo! In Wizard Faraday's hand, gusts of windstorm gathered rapidly with greater speed and more terrifying force. They whistled as they whizzed toward Merlin, engulfing him in a violent windstorm in an instant. Chapter 382, Summit 7. Chapter 382, Summit 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Kai. In the endless windstorm, a harsh, cutting sound rang out. The smile on Wizard Faraday, which was initially stretched across his face, slowly froze in place. The windstorm gradually faded. In the arena, Wizard Faraday discovered to his shock that Merlin had not been crushed easily and helplessly by the gale as he had expected. Conversely, Merlin stood in the furious gale unscathed. The only difference that one could see was that a huge armor had appeared on Merlin, completely made from condensed earth element. It enclosed Merlin completely and appeared very large as if it was the armor of a giant. This was Merlin's third-level Earth-type spell, Perfect Armor. It was also one of the strongest third-level spells of the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon, far superior to Terra Armor. Furthermore, Merlin's Perfect Armor was merged with the strength of Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, thus greatly increasing the defensive capabilities of the spell. It was improved to the point where it could defend against the best of 6th-level spells. Although the power of Wizard Faradi's Windstorm was not too shabby, it was only comparable to the might of a 5th-level spell. It was not even at the level of a 6th-level spell, so how would it be able to overcome the defenses of Merlin's Perfect Armor? There's also an Earth-type Pandora Demon ability? Wizard Faradi's face shifted slightly. Although he had not expected that Merlin would be completely unharmed, he was vastly experienced in battling. He retreated at the first possible moment at an astonishing speed. Evidently, he had cast a wind-type speed spell once more. However, this time around, Merlin made his move. Whoosh! Merlin's figure flashed slightly. He was even faster than Wizard Faradi. In terms of speed, Merlin was not afraid of any spellcaster. He had Pandora Demon ability, Flash Wind, so his speed was practically inconceivable. It was known that Wizard Bamu, who had cultivated the third stage of Flash Wind, did not need to fear or worry. He could even escape safely from the clutches of a 9th-level spellcaster. Darkness Vortex. Merlin's eyes turned cold. After he had used Flash Wind to catch up with Wizard Faradi, he immediately raised a hand to cast Darkness Vortex. A gigantic black vortex formed gradually, swallowing Wizard Faradi's mind power wildly. With the enhancement of Darkness Heart, the ability of Darkness Vortex to consume mind power was terrifying. Even Wizard Faradi instantly felt a sense of powerlessness. He seemed to spin around completely. This was a sign that he was caught in an illusion. With the current situation, Wizard Faradi could only surrender. Initially, he thought that he could rely on his preemptive strike, and his greatest speed to prevent Merlin from even having a chance to cast Darkness Vortex. However, he did not expect that Merlin would consecutively display Earth-type and Wind-type Pandora Demon abilities. In addition to Darkness Heart, Merlin had at least 3 Pandora Demon abilities. Even for a powerful medium-sized spellcasters organization like the Wind Region, it was rather difficult to obtain Pandora Demon abilities. I surrender. As Wizard Faradi had sunk into an illusion, he could only admit defeat. His mind power was still unable to defend against the illusion produced by Merlin's Darkness Vortex. Following Wizard Faradi's surrender, Merlin had won the 6th round. The 6th round was a crucial round because by the 7th round, there were only 4 spellcasters left, the Miracle Child, Bratu, Belloc, and Merlin. Besides Merlin, the other 3 spellcasters were widely acknowledged to be the most genius spellcasters in the entire Southern spellcaster world, especially the Miracle Child. He might even be considered an extremely rare spellcaster prodigy among the past century in the entire Kingdom of Black Moon. Merlin had gotten past the 6th round and was one step closer to his goal of fighting against the Miracle Child. This round, Merlin had won against Wizard Faradi and caused a much greater stir than he had the previous 5 rounds. It was not merely because he had defeated the powerful Wizard Faradi in this battle. There was another significant factor. Merlin had consecutively displayed 3 types of Pandora Demon abilities. These Pandora Demon abilities included Wind-type, Earth-type, and Darkness-type. These 3 different Pandora Demon abilities had been exhibited by Merlin and particularly attracted the attention of many wizards. Wizard Merlin had won. Wizard Faradi had tried his best, and he did not make any tactical mistakes. He had attacked preemptively, preventing Wizard Merlin from having a chance to cast his Darkness-type spell. It's only too bad that he still lost. 3 Pandora Demon abilities. Many spellcasters seemed to have heard of Merlin for the first time. He had broken through consecutively to the 6th round and would have the opportunity to battle against the Miracle Child, Bratu, and Belloc. Of course, no one had thought that Merlin could compare to those 3. If one were to reach their level of accomplishment, one would have to undergo countless battles in order to make such a big name for oneself. It's the 7th round. Miracle Child, I must defeat you. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Bratu from Black Sand Fort directed his gaze at the Miracle Child, his eyes burning with a fiery desire to battle. He had prepared for such a long time to challenge the position of the miracle child. Other than Bratu, naturally, there was also Belloc. He was undeniably the foremost genius spellcaster in Shadowthorn. His objective in coming to this summit was also to challenge the miracle child. The miracle child was the #1 prodigy in the entire southern spellcaster world. Forget about spellcasters below the 4th level. Even spellcasters above the 4th level, other than those above the 7th level, would find glory in defeating the miracle child. There were even some 6th level spellcasters who searched for immediate opportunities to challenge the miracle child. It was just that no one had defeated him even now. Therefore, the miracle child's position was gradually strengthened bit by bit over a long period, and he was fully worthy of being named the #1 genius wizard. Conversely, regardless of whether it was in terms of influence or abilities, the current Bratu and Belloc were still slightly inferior in comparison to the miracle child. Nevertheless, no matter what, Bratu and Belloc must have made their preparations during this period, and were rather confident in their endeavor to challenge the miracle child. The final 2 rounds were the most anticipated moments of this summit which most spellcasters would focus on. They were about to witness the clash between the top prodigies of the entire southern spellcaster world. Such an opportunity was relatively rare. I wonder who will Wizard Bratu face in the arena in the 7th round. How great it'll be if Wizard Bratu was matched with Merlin. In the end, he'll have the chance to properly challenge the miracle child. Many spellcasters from Blacksand Fort, and even those from Shadowthorn were hoping that their respective genius spellcasters would encounter Merlin. From their perspective, being matched with Merlin was basically equivalent to entering the 8th round and being able to challenge the miracle child. Wizard Merlin, for the 8th round, perhaps you'll have the chance to go against the miracle child. By now, Wizard Sarah was babbling with excitement, her face flushed with elation. Being nearly able to fight against the miracle child was also a supreme honor. There'll be a chance. Even if I don't meet him in the 8th round, there'll be the 9th round. A determined expression appeared on Merlin's face. In the dusky night sky, a cool wind blew unceasingly. The climate and environment of Blacksand Fort was unpleasant. The air was pervaded by yellow sand, and the waves of sand and dust was like a windstorm, wreaking havoc in the desert. Although the location of Blacksand Fort had such a terrible environment, it was protected by a runic magic circle which was insulated from the sand. Therefore, within Blacksand Fort, one could not feel even the slightest trace of that terrifying sandstorm. Whoosh whoosh. Most spellcasters would have no way of moving in this boundless sand and dust, but currently, a few figures dressed in different clothing gradually emerged from the rolling yellow sand. "We've reached Blacksand Fort!" An icy voice rang out. It was an old spellcaster whose face was full of tattoos and whose hair was both black and white, appearing rather strange. The runic magic circle of Blacksand Fort isn't that easy to break. We'll have to trouble the black-white great wizard. This old spellcaster whose hair was half black and half white was a great wizard. The black-white great wizard raised his head and looked into the billowing yellow sand before him. There seemed to be a light veil that was faintly discernible. Lines of mysterious runes formed a powerful runic magic circle, defending the entire Blacksand Fort. If there was no one from Blacksand Fort to automatically open the runic magic circle, then those who wanted to enter Blacksand Fort could only forcibly shatter the runic magic circle from the outside. However, doing so would attract the attention of Blacksand Fort. The black-white great wizard nodded his head slightly. Destroying the runic magic circle of Blacksand Fort isn't a difficult task, but it would cause quite a disturbance. All of you will need to be careful when entering Blacksand Fort. With that, the black-white great wizard stretched out one hand. Instantly, a giant hand made of frost rapidly materialized in mid-air. This giant frost hand was massive, shielding more than half the sky, and looked even more frightening than the rolling yellow sand. In particular, the giant hand of frost was faintly mixed with faint traces of flames. These two spells were combined despite being spells of completely opposing natures. This was a spell combination that only a great wizard could master. "Break!" The black-white great wizard roared out in a deep voice. Instantly, the giant hand of frost in the sky whizzed down with an open palm toward the runic magic circle below. Boom! The runic magic circle which had been set up by Blacksand Fort had formidable might. Nonetheless, under the attack of the enormous frost hand, the runic magic circle seemed to be in danger, almost being suppressed. The runic magic circle protected the entire Black Sand Fort. Now that it was being attacked, it immediately caused Black Sand Fort to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Black Sand Fort began to sway violently. Naturally, such a huge commotion would attract the attention of the most powerful spellcaster in Black Sand Fort, the Great Wizard. Who dares to attack the runic magic circle of my Black Sand Fort? Very soon, a cry of rage sounded from deep within Black Sand Fort. At the same time, another colossal palm made of flames gradually formed. The huge palm of flames in mid-air thundered toward the giant frost hand as soon as it appeared. Its might was astonishing and was not the least bit inferior to the giant frost hand conjured by the black-white Great Wizard. Chapter 383, Summit 8. Chapter 383, Summit 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom! In an instant, the palm of flames and the giant hand of frost crashed fiercely into each other. The collision between the different power levels of the Great Wizards quickly caused waves of aftershock that rippled outward, instantly crushing the runic magic circle of Black Sand Fort. A crack immediately appeared in the runic magic circle and widened without stopping. The black-white Great Wizard said in a low voice, "All right, the runic magic circle is broken. Go in." The spellcasters who came with the black-white Great Wizard had been ready long ago. These foreign spellcasters saw that a crack had appeared in the runic magic circle, so they flew into the gap as quickly as they could. D*MNU, Black-White Great Wizard. Is your Osmu trying to start a full-on war with my Black Sand Fort? The colossal palm of flames began to stir up ripples. Beams of firelight soared into the sky, forming a giant fiery red figure in mid-air. The black-white Great Wizard fixed his gaze upon the fiery red figure in the sky, laughing coldly. Utto, your Black Sand Fort has joined forces with Shadow Thorn, Miracle City, and all the Southern Spellcasters organizations. Heh, did you really think that Osmu would know nothing of this? Still, the spies you've planted managed to hide well. To think that they've avoided our detection and divulged the location of Osmu's sacred place. Your Black Sand Fort deserves to be destroyed countless times over for that violation alone. Destroy my Black Sand Fort? Your Osmu sure knows how to boast. Fine, since you've come, then stay here in Black Sand Fort. Every single one of you can forget about leaving. Wizard Utto of Black Sand Fort did not make an appearance but used a spell instead to form a flame avatar. As soon as he spoke, the flame avatar dispersed with a loud rumble, following which waves of flames rolled over incessantly in addition to the mysterious runes above Black Sand Fort, which increased Wizard Utto's might to its extreme. The battle between the two great wizards was about to begin. Rumble. Within the hall of Black Sand Fort, the 8th round of battle had yet to begin. The host wizard did not determine the candidates for the 8th round. At the moment, there were only 4 participants left: Merlin, the Miracle Child, Bratu, and Belloc. The 4 of them had to draw lots to select their opponent. Before they could do so, the entire hall began to rock violently as if there was an earthquake. However, this tremor only lasted for a very short time, after which it resumed to normal. Everybody, don't panic. It might just be a sandstorm. The runic magic circle of Black Sand Fort is enough to protect Black Sand Fort from any problems. The spellcasters who were moderating the summit had now stood up. Although they did not stop reassuring the crowds below, they were flabbergasted deep down because before this, no such situation had occurred at Black Sand Fort. The runic magic circle of Black Sand Fort could not be shaken by just any sandstorm, to say nothing of tremors in Black Sand Fort. Something unexpected must have occurred. The Miracle Child, Belloc, Bratu, and Merlin, come on up and draw lots. There are still 2 final rounds to go. The host wizard saw that the hall was no longer swaying, so he heaved a small sigh of relief, and continued hosting the summit. Now, there were only Merlin and the other 3 wizards left. They were waiting for the last 2 rounds to decide the victor of this summit. Merlin gradually stood up. He still felt that something was not right, but he could not say what it was, and could only walk toward the arena. In the arena, Merlin, the Miracle Child, Bratu, and Belloc stood together. The 4 of them were the top fighters below the 4th level of this summit. Moreover, Merlin had risen in a short time, and could be said to have become famous in one day. I wonder who Wizard Merlin's next opponent will be. No matter who Wizard Merlin's opponent is, it better not be the Miracle Child. Wizard Merlin excels in producing miracles. In any case, I look forward to the battle between Wizard Merlin and the Miracle Child. It's really inconceivable when you think about it. Wizard Merlin is from an unknown small-sized spellcasters organization. He's the pride of our small-sized spellcasters organization. Among those four, there was not the slightest doubt that the Miracle Child commanded the most attention. Second to the Miracle Child was Merlin. There was such great interest in Merlin because of his identity. He came from the small-sized spellcasters organization, the dark magic region, and had risen all at once, being a 6-elemental spellcaster with at least 3 types of Pandora demon abilities. With all these features combined, wizards from all levels could not help but try their best to understand Merlin. Therefore, besides small-sized spellcasters organizations, a few medium-sized spellcasters organizations also directed their attention toward Merlin. Soon, they began to draw lots. Merlin drew the number 1. According to the rules, Merlin's next opponent would be the spellcaster who drew 4. In a short moment, the host wizard began to read out the numbers the 4 of them had drawn. Bratu, 2. Belek, 3. Merlin, 1. The Miracle Child, 4. Surprisingly, Merlin's next opponent was the Miracle Child. Below the arena, Wizard Sarah and the others wore a mournful expression. Merlin had encountered the Miracle Child in the 8th round, which meant that he would only go as far as the 8th round, unable to make it to the final round. It was quite a pity. Why must he go up against the Miracle Child? If he could be matched with Bratu or Belek, Wizard Merlin could perhaps still produce a miracle and enter the 9th round. Now that he has encountered the Miracle Child, Wizard Merlin has no chance at all. Wizard Envier's face was also full of dejection. Although they were already very proud that Merlin had made it this far, they still felt rather sorry that Merlin could not enter the final round. Thereafter, it would be difficult for the dark magic region to produce another spellcaster who could shine so brightly at the summit. Very well. The lots have been drawn. The 8th round of the summit now officially begins. A Wizard Merlin from the dark magic region and the Miracle Child from Miracle City. A nervous look washed across the host wizard's face. Those who were qualified to host the summit were at least 4th-level spellcasters, but any of the 4 spellcasters who made it to the 8th round would be able to contend against a 6th-level spellcaster. The Miracle Child had even killed a powerful 7th-level spellcaster before. This knowledge inadvertently caused the host wizard some apprehension. Merlin glanced calmly at the Miracle Child, who remained as mellow as a breeze with a rather calm expression. From the 3rd round onward, the Miracle Child had appeared calm no matter who he faced, only making one attack. The time in which he defeated his opponents was even shorter than Merlin's. In another arena stood Bratu and Belek. This time, the battles in both arenas would happen simultaneously. Between these 2 fights, the strongest 2 of the summit would be determined for the final battle. The discrepancy between the capabilities of Belek and Bratu was minuscule. The battle between them would be a truly bitter one. Therefore, both of them now appeared extremely solemn. The Miracle Child, my goal is to defeat the Miracle Child. No one can stand in my way. Belek stared firmly at Bratu, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes, whereas Bratu drew in a deep breath. Although he said nothing, it was clear that he was ready, and their battle could break out at any moment. In comparison to Belek and Bratu, who were at daggers drawn, Merlin and the Miracle Child both stood in the arena, yet they did not move at all, appearing calm and composed. After a long moment, the Miracle Child began to say slowly, Wizard Merlin of the dark magic region, 6-elemental spellcaster, the genius spellcaster whom the dark magic region had chosen to succeed Cly's. In my eyes, you're even stronger than Cly's. It's just a shame that your darkness spells are useless against me because my mind power, due to my talent, has reached the 7th level. It was as if the Miracle Child was chatting with Merlin, giving him a brief introduction about himself. This was, in fact, a secret, but the Miracle Child had divulged it so easily. It was a display of extreme confidence. 7th level mind power. Merlin could not help but fall silent. Up until now, even with the bell space in addition to various mind power potions and advanced mind meditation spells, his mind power had barely approached the 5th level. However, the miracle child's mind power, who was similarly a third-level spellcaster, had reached the 7th level. This was pure talent. The miracle child was a true prodigy. This proved that the world had no lack of genius. Therefore, wield your strongest technique. I know that you still have your greatest skill, and you're not inferior to Bratu or Belek. The miracle child's gaze sharpened instantly, and his manner became serious. Without Merlin noticing it, a powerful pressure was pressing heavily onto him, making him feel stifled. The present miracle child was the one who could kill a 7th-level spellcaster, one of the 3 most gifted geniuses of all time in Miracle City, the one widely acknowledged to be the strongest among the younger generation in the entire southern spellcaster world. Merlin took in a deep breath. He did not care about his ranking in the summit. His objective was to be able to battle once with a true genius, and the miracle child evidently fulfilled the criteria. Miracle child, it's been said that you can kill a 7th-level spellcaster, but I still want to give this a shot. Wisps of fire elemental fluctuations began to flicker over Merlin. Merlin's strongest power was naturally fiery collapse, which had been combined with spells. In particular, when it was wielded through 3rd-level spell, condensed fire, its might could catch up to a 7th-level spell. This was Merlin's final, strongest attack. As long as he seized this chance, he might even have a shot at defeating the miracle child. Merlin did not believe that even miracle child's defensive spell was comparable to a 7th-level spell, unless it was a special Pandora demon ability or a powerful runic magic circle. Merlin did not believe that the miracle child was omniscient and omnipotent. The miracle child was so powerful at the 3rd level, but he surely must have a weak spot. Rumble. Just as everyone had focused their attention on watching the 2 battles in the arenas, the entrance of the hall began to sway violently once more. Furthermore, the tremors had become worse than before, and one could vaguely feel intense elemental fluctuations. What's going on? What's happening in Black Sand Fort? By this point, even those who were slow knew that some misfortune must have befallen Black Sand Fort. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into chaos. Oh, you puny spellcasters, you thought to rely on such trash to defend against the great Osmu? Ha ha, how foolish, foolish to the extreme. Suddenly, the doors were forcefully kicked open, and 3 unfamiliar spellcasters appeared in the hall. Among these 3 spellcasters, the one on the left was a lanky, aged spellcaster. He was the one who had spoken. His gaze now swept toward the crowd in a disdainful manner. On the right, there was a man who wore a silver sword at his waist. He looked like an elemental swordsman. As for the spellcaster in the middle, he wore an aloof expression over his handsome face. His eyes were like a pair of diamonds, and he seemed relatively young. However, there was a very distinct force about him which portrayed that he was the leader of the trio. Clyes? In the crowd, Wizard Sarah, Wizard Envia, and Wizard Ilman could not stop themselves from crying out in surprise at the same time when they saw the spellcaster in the middle. This spellcaster was the one who had betrayed the dark magic region not long ago, the previous prodigy of the dark magic region, Clyes. Chapter 384, Miracle Door. Chapter 384, Miracle Door. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Upon hearing the surprised cries of Wizard Sarah and the others, Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. Clyes had defected to Osmu but had now appeared in Black Sand Fort. This situation was difficult to justify. Black Sand Fort was very likely in imminent peril. If Merlin had thought of this, the other spellcasters' organizations had naturally thought of this too. Therefore, a great change fell over the faces of many spellcasters as they linked this to the constant tremors and the turbulent elemental fluctuations that they felt in the hall earlier. Some spellcasters even decided to stealthily leave the place. As a large spellcasters organization, Black Sand Fort had 2 great wizards and many 9th-level spellcasters. In addition, this was where Black Sand Fort was situated, so naturally, there were strict protections in place. In order to enter Black Sand Fort so brazenly, Osmu must have mobilized no small amount of power. Wizards from Osmu, how dare you to break into my Black Sand Fort? Die! In the arena, Bratu immediately took a great step forward, quickly approaching Clyes and the others, after which he stretched out a hand and pointed at them. Instantly, a mist pervaded the air, forming into a large net that trapped Clyes and the others. This was a third-level water-type spell, and it was merged with Pandora Demon ability. As Bratu was a prodigious spellcaster of Black Sand Fort, it was natural that he had a powerful Pandora Demon ability, a binding spell at that. It was combined with his water-type spell, and the might it displayed was rather formidable, even able to restrict a spellcaster at the peak of the 6th level. This was one of Bratu's greatest supporting powers. Seeing that the pervasive mist had bound Clyde and the others within the net with the ripples passing over them constantly, the tall, aged wizard who came with Clyde said in a raspy voice, "Clyde, Bratu of Black Sand Fort is one of the most remarkable geniuses in the southern spellcaster world." Osmu had previously aimed at recruiting him too, but Black Sand Fort had very strict protections, so we didn't succeed. The most remarkable genius? Clyde shook his head lightly and gradually lifted his head. His gaze seemed to pierce beyond the mist, extending toward Bratu in the hall. "Quake!" A soft cry came from Clyde. Invisible, mysterious energy seemed to emanate from his body, causing the mist to vibrate as it stirred up rings of ripples. Splash! Soon enough, the mist rapidly vanished due to the violent vibrations. Bratu's spell was easily shattered by Clyde. A shiver flickered slightly in Bratu's eyes, and he appeared astounded. He knew his own spell the best. It was definitely not as simple as it looked, but Clyde was able to dispel it with a single gesture. Obviously, Clyde's power far exceeded his. Wasn't Clyde a wizard from the small-sized spellcasters organization, the Dark Magic region? How is he so powerful? Bratu's face shifted uncertainly. He clenched his jaw and was about to make his next move when Clyde pointed at him from afar. This seemed to be an insignificant gesture, but Bratu suddenly felt an intense sense of threat. Chaos! Clyde's voice was as cold as ice. After he pointed, ripples were stirred up in the air, quickly spreading to where Bratu stood. Bratu had cast a defensive spell in advance, but at that moment, an unseen force seemed to attack his defensive spell from all directions with a strength that was nearly inconceivable. His defensive spell merely held on for a short time before it collapsed. Crack! A change washed over Bratu's face as he tried to retreat, but before he could move, his body seemed to suffer a heavy blow. Suddenly, his face flushed red and he spat blood, following which his energy was utterly drained. In one mere attack, Bratu was gravely injured. It was known that Bratu could be compared to a spellcaster at the peak of the 6th level, coming close to a 7th level spellcaster. However, he was seriously injured by Clyde's single attack. Merlin had been observing Clyde. Unlike Wizard Sarah, Wizard Envia, and the others, Merlin had never seen Clyde before. His impression of Clyde was formed through the descriptions of a few spellcasters in the Dark Magic region. Still, now that he had really seen Clyde, Merlin suddenly realized that he was unable to combine the Clyde before his eyes with the Clyde in his mind. How strong! What power is this? Merlin's expression was solemn. Although he was confident that he was not inferior to Bratu, he could only fight against Bratu on equal terms. Merlin was far from being like Clyde, casually causing heavy injuries to Bratu with a single attack. The miracle child narrowed his eyes. In the instant he saw Clyde make his attack, he seemed to have seen something mind-boggling and his expression shifted greatly. Spatial! It's spatial strength. You've constructed the rare spatial spell? No, it doesn't seem to be a spatial spell. You've cultivated the special Pandora Demon ability, Spatial Blade. The miracle child had never looked so somber. In the past, no matter who his opponent was, his expression had remained calm. However, as he faced Clyde, his expression turned grave. The miracle child, who was widely knowledgeable, could tell that the power that Clyde had utilized earlier was spatial strength. Spatial spell? Special Pandora Demon ability, Spatial Blade? Merlin glanced at the miracle child. Although he did not know what power Clyde had used, the miracle child was widely knowledgeable, and should not be wrong. Spatial spells were even harder to come by than darkness-type spells. It was said that some wizards were unable to construct light-type spells for specific reasons. In that case, only certain people who were able to absorb spatial element could construct spatial-type spells. Furthermore, spatial-type spells were relatively rare, to the point that some large spell-casters organizations had no spatial-type spells. Evidently, when Clyde was in the dark magic region, he had concealed his identity as a spatial wizard, hiding in the dark magic region for unknown reasons. Could it be that the dark magic region has spatial spells? Or items that are linked to the construction of spatial spells? Merlin mumbled in a low voice. Clyde had covered up his identity as a spatial wizard. He was like Merlin after all, a rare 6-elemental spell caster. Back when Merlin was in the ship of Nicola, he had seen the explanation of a few special Pandora demon abilities, one of which was Spatial Blade. Spatial Blade was like Darkness Eye, a special Pandora demon ability with mysterious and unfathomable powers. However, cultivating Spatial Blade was even more demanding than Darkness Eye. Clyde took a few steps forward, then nodded slightly. That's right. I expect nothing less of the miracle child to be able to recognize my Spatial Blade at a glance. I've heard that each miracle child possesses a miracle door. I wonder if my Spatial Blade is able to overcome your miracle door. I look forward to finding out. Clyde continued forward. There was no one else but the miracle child in his eyes. HMPH, the wizards from Osmu are really out of control. This is my Blacksand fort. You have no right to come here and misbehave. At that moment, a few host wizards from Blacksand Fort who were also 6th level spellcasters could not bear it any longer. They took a firm step forward, and without a second thought, acted together to attack Clyde. The fact that Bratu had just been gravely injured by Clyde with a single blow did not make these 6th level spellcasters any less careful. The moment these 6th level spellcasters raised their hands, they unleashed 6th level spells. This barrage of 6th level spells filled the air as it thundered toward Clyde with frightening power. Nevertheless, even with such a formidable attack, the spells did not spread outward in the slightest, and thus did not affect the other wizards in the hall. This was enough to demonstrate how precise their control over their spells was. However, Clyde's expression was still unchanged. He extended both hands and struck the air at a few points. Quake! An unseen force shook the volley of spells until they collapsed. It was truly the mysterious and powerful spatial strength. After the spells were dispersed, a vicious look flashed in Clyde's eyes. Following that, he raised his palms and pushed at the empty air from a distance. Slash! Kai! An anguished expression washed over the faces of the 6th level wizards in the hall. It was as if their bodies were sliced by countless sharp blades. The deep lines of scars were a ghastly sight. The entire hall was permeated with a thick stench of blood. The bodies of spellcasters were frail, only slightly better than Normies. Clyde had used Spatial Blade to instantly kill those 6th level spellcasters, and there were even grisly wounds left on the corpses. TSSS. The sound of wizards drawing in a sharp breath rang out across the hall. 6th level spellcasters were considered relatively powerful, being a core force in spellcasters' organizations. However, Clyde had currently eliminated a few 6th level spellcasters all at once in a casual manner, causing them to tremble in fear. You've cultivated the 3rd form of Spatial Blade. You're a 4th level spellcaster. The miracle child revealed his fear and apprehension. He had never looked like this. Now, he had sensed Clyde's dangerous force. Even when he was facing some 8th level spellcasters, he had never felt so strongly threatened before. The 3rd form of a special Pandora demon ability was extremely terrifying, enough to kill a 7th level spellcaster, and an outstanding 7th level spellcaster at that. 4th level? Maybe so. I've waited for so many years before I finally leveled up to a 4th level spellcaster. Finally, it doesn't disappoint me now. A dangerous smile tugged at the corner of Clyde's mouth. He pressed on closer to the miracle child, going faster and faster, until finally, he was nothing but a blur of speed. Quake! Clyde pointed his fair finger, this time at the miracle child. Following his gesture, the invisible spatial strength turned into many ripples as if it was water, rushing toward the miracle child. Miracle door! The miracle child dared not be careless and gave a low cry. Instantly, before him, a large door flickering with a faint golden glow slowly began to materialize. The door was carved with complicated and distorted runes, appearing to be filled with a divine and mysterious force. Chapter 385, Clyde and the Miracle Child. Chapter 385, Clyde and the Miracle Child. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This is Miracle Door. Legend has it that only the miracle child could cultivate Miracle Door successfully. Seeing this big Pandora demon ability door, many spellcasters revealed a fascinated gaze in their eyes. Miracle Door was a type of Pandora demon ability, but it was not a special Pandora demon ability. Instead, it was placed between special Pandora demon ability and Pandora demon ability that could be fused into spells. Generally, there were three types of Pandora demon abilities: ordinary Pandora demon abilities, Pandora demon abilities that could be fused into spells, and the strongest special Pandora demon abilities. Nevertheless, there were many spellcasters in this world. There would always be some genius spellcasters, or powerful wizards who could create Pandora demon abilities that were not within the scope of these three Pandora demon abilities. Miracle Door was such a Pandora demon ability. Miracle Door need not be integrated into spells, but its power was slightly weaker than the special Pandora demon abilities. Although it was slightly inferior in comparison, once someone fulfilled the conditions for cultivating Miracle Door, it was easier to cultivate than a special Pandora demon ability. Typically, special Pandora demon abilities had 7 forms such as Darkness Eye and Spatial Blade. Only some of those top special Pandora demon abilities could possibly have 9 forms. As for Miracle Door, there were only 6 forms. If compared with other Pandora demon abilities which were equally at their full state, Miracle Door would be slightly inferior to special Pandora demon abilities. Nonetheless, the spellcaster's most glorious era had passed. It had now become very difficult to find a special Pandora demon ability, and who would be able to cultivate it to the 7th form? Therefore, even if there were only 6 forms, Miracle Door was already very powerful. This was also the Miracle Child's biggest reliance. The reason why he was able to kill the 7th level spellcaster was that he had Miracle Door. Oh! Miracle Door? Clyde looked at the door in front of the Miracle Child. With a smile on his face, he gestured repeatedly toward the door. With every gesture, there was an invisible spatial fluctuation, which directly gushed toward Miracle Door. Pom pom pom. Dull sounds were heard from Miracle Door as it shook violently. Yet, as a white light shrouded it and shimmered, Miracle Door returned to its original state. Clyde's one blow did not defeat Miracle Child's Miracle Door. However, Clyde did not stop. Instead, he took a deep breath and lightly clenched his fist at the direction of the Miracle Child and said, "Spatial Blade, Chaos." This was the 2nd form of Spatial Blade. Chaotic powers erupted from all directions. Miracle Door seemed to be constantly pulled and struck by all kinds of forces that were ever present from all directions. The entire Miracle Door seemed like it was going to be torn apart. Miracle Child's expression became solemn, and a white light gradually appeared on his forehead. This white light got brighter and brighter, and then it was directly infused into Miracle Door. Miracle Door, 3rd form, Guard. As the Miracle Child triggered Miracle Door, the door which seemed to be torn apart was reverted to its original state. It was not affected at all despite the chaotic forces attacking all around it. Clyde's stare became fiercer. He had already displayed the 2nd form of Spatial Blade, but he still could not inflict any harm on the Miracle Child. "Clyde, my turn then." Miracle Door, the Storm of Miracles. The Miracle Child resisted Clyde's 2 attacks in succession, and he finally counterattacked. His body flashed with intense wind elements, and then he inundated them into Miracle Door. Miracle Door was a type of Pandora demon ability which was staged between special Pandora demon abilities and Pandora demon abilities, which could be fused with spells. It was a very magical Pandora demon ability. The magical part about it was not only its ability to attack but also the diversity of its attacks. Any spells that were released through Miracle Door would be enhanced by countless times. Hence, it was much more powerful than any enhancing casting tools. Earlier, the Miracle Child had only cast a 3rd level wind-type spell, but it was released through Miracle Door, so it immediately became a spell at the peak of the 6th level, and even surpassed the peak of the 6th level, reaching the power of a 7th level spell. This was what Miracle Door was capable of. It was only appropriate that it got crowned with the name Miracle, as it could indeed produce all kinds of miracles. The whistling storm had almost turned entirely dark. Its powerful crushing force would make anyone break into a cold sweat. Clyde's eyes glimpsed a little. With his 5 fingers still extended, he muttered with a deep voice, "Chaos." The spatial force all around was broken into mayhem instantly, hauling on the terrifying storm. Soon, before this powerful storm could reach in front of Clyde, it had already collapsed. Come again. Miracle Door, Hailstorm. Seeing that Clyde easily resolved the attack, the miracle child's gaze became even fiercer. Once again, he cast a spell through Miracle Door. This time, he cast 2 types of spells, wind-type and ice-type spells respectively. These 2 spells could actually be combined together homogeneously, which enhanced their powers drastically. The storm howled with ice and snow, and directly crushed toward Clyde. This kind of mighty power would make even a 7th-level spell caster shudder with fear. With Miracle Door, several types of spells could be combined to increase the power and create a miracle from within. Although this kind of combined spell was far incomparable than the spell integration ability which great wizards had, it was still very rare and valuable. The spells released through Miracle Door would blend together and complement one another, elevating their power multiple folds. Just like now, the combination of the wind-type spell and ice-type spell produced an extremely horrific force. Of course, this also seemed to have dealt a great toll on the miracle child. For Miracle Door, the more the number of spells that were merged, the higher the demand from the spell caster. Like the miracle child now, he could only combine 2 types of spells. If he wanted to combine 3 or even 4 spells, he would not be able to pull it off. If he had done that, he would pay an unbearable heavy price. The hailstorm and snow swirled non-stop, letting out a burst of kai-kai sound, which made people grit their teeth upon hearing it. It finally made Clyde's expression turn grim. Immediately after, he took a deep breath and reached out the palm of his hand. He raised it up high and then slammed it down forcefully. Slash! This was the 3rd form of spatial blade. The shapeless slashing force was like countless invisible blades, directly seeping through the storm and snow. Thereafter, the storm receded. The hail and snow were cut into countless pieces of ice fragments, dropping onto the ground successively. The miracle child's spells had been voided. There was still some spare power left of the invisible spatial cuts as it sliced toward Miracle Door. Scrack! A piercing sound as if cutting through metal was heard. Countless scratches appeared on Miracle Door. These scratches were very deep, and the powerful impact also made the miracle child feel somewhat unbearable. It seemed that if it persisted for a little while longer, the entire Miracle Door would collapse. The white light of Miracle Door was constantly flashing. It was trying painstakingly to resist Clyde's spatial cuts. Spatial spells had always been very powerful. Spatial strength was mysterious and unpredictable, making it very difficult to defend against. Moreover, Clyde had the special Pandora demon ability, Spatial Blade. Adding on the fact that he was already a 4th-level spellcaster now, Clyde was far stronger than the miracle child in terms of spells. The victor of the battle between the 2 had already been decided. The miracle child was slightly more inferior to him. This God's favored child, the top genius among the younger generation of the southern spellcaster world, also have to lower his ego-filled head and concede reluctantly, "I didn't expect that I'd be beaten by you, Clyde. However, you're already a 4th-level spellcaster now. I'll fight with you again after becoming a 4th-level spellcaster myself, but the time is not now." The miracle child was not reckless. He had his own pride. Although he was defeated by Clyde, he still had his head held high. He had not become a 4th-level spellcaster yet. Even if Clyde had special Pandora demon ability, the miracle child was not afraid at all. Once he became a 4th-level spellcaster, his strength would surely experience a qualitative transformation. That was the time when he could have a fair battle with Clyde. Swoosh! A violent gust of wind emerged from the other side of Miracle Door, which was in front of the miracle child. It wrapped around the miracle child and all the spellcasters of Miracle City. It slammed forward with force, wrecking its way out of the hall and rushing outward. Even Clyde was not able to stop it. Although Clyde proved himself superior to the miracle child, he could not get the miracle child to stay. After all, it was not so easy to break Miracle Door. It would take a very long time. Bang! Suddenly, the entire hall shook violently. This was the movement as a result of the earth-shattering spells cast by the great wizards. In the quiet sky, there were 4 figures floating in the air. 2 of the figures were very peculiar. One was black and one was white, but their faces looked exactly the same. It was actually the Black-White Great Wizard. Opposite the Black-White Great Wizard stood 2 other Great Wizards. One was a middle-aged man whose entire body was encircled by flames. The other was donned in a black robe and had an agile but vicious life force exuding from all over his body. He was another Great Wizard of Blacksand Fort. There were only 2 Great Wizards in Blacksand Fort, but now, both Great Wizards were dispatched. Yet, they still could not take care of the Black-White Great Wizard of Osmu. The Black-White Great Wizard of Osmu became well known since 800 years ago. He single-handedly restrained 4 Great Wizards from several large spellcasters' organizations. Although the Black-White Great Wizard incurred great damage in the end, the battle record of 4 Great Wizards still made the Black-White Great Wizard a household name. The reason why the Black-White Great Wizard could hold down many Great Wizards was that he was a Great Wizard who had profoundly studied alchemy. He had actually cultivated an alchemy clone, which had a strength almost the same as him. The only thing that set them apart was the robes on them. The original was generally dressed in a white robe, known as the White Robe Wizard, and the alchemy clone wore a black robe, known as the Black Robe Wizard. With this special means, the Black-White Wizard broke through the scene and became a powerful spellcaster. Perhaps the Black-White Great Wizard's strength was far from strong among all Great Wizards. However, when it came to restraining and restricting spellcasters, the Black-White Great Wizard was considered to be one of the best. Therefore, even Osmu had only sent the Black-White Great Wizard here alone this time. Utto, this Black-White Great Wizard is a big nuisance. If we keep on dragging like this, I'm afraid we Blacksand Fort will sustain a heavy loss. Don't hesitate anymore, bring out the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit. On seeing the mayhem in Blacksand Fort, Wizard Tumen, one of the only 2 Great Wizards of Blacksand Fort, knew that Wizards of Osmu had infiltrated Blacksand Fort. They must have begun butchering the various spellcasters' organizations who were invited to Blacksand Fort. With its strength, the wizards sent by Osmu this time must be the elite among the elites. They were fully prepared for this. If they continue delaying matters, the entire southern spellcaster world surely suffer from substantial losses. Thus, the only thing left to do was to pull off the greatest attack from Blacksand Fort. Chapter 386, The Inevitable Battle I. Chapter 386, The Inevitable Battle I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Blacksand Fort was a large spellcasters organization that specialized in refining casting tools. In the spellcasters' most glorious era, some casting tools were powerful enough to rival Great Wizards. Blacksand Fort had exactly such a casting tool known as the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit. Although the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit was very powerful under normal circumstances, Blacksand Fort would not be willing to activate it because the cost of each launch was too great. With the ability of a large spellcasters organization like Blacksand Fort, each time it was called into action, within an hour, decades worth of resources of Blacksand Fort would be consumed. Blacksand Fort could not afford to use such a terrible, power-hungry entity rashly. It was not surprising that it had not been activated before this. It was not until Wizard Utto and Wizard Tumen found that it was impossible to defeat the Black-White Great Wizard in a short time, that they were willing to activate it now. Holy Fort Guardian Spirit, wake up! Wizard Tumen and Wizard Utto repeatedly showcased some complex runic handprints and channeled them into the ground below Blacksand Fort. Hum hum hum. Suddenly, the entire ground began to quake violently, especially at the open area in Blacksand Fort. Initially, many spellcasters from Blacksand Fort could not wrap their heads around what such a large open area was left for. Now, spellcasters who were present to witness the changes that happened here finally understood why. In this open area, the ground began to shake violently, and huge cracks began to form. It was just like a huge turtle shell, as the cracks on the ground were full of a crisscross patterns as though the ground would break at any moment. Boom! Finally, the ground had broken apart entirely, revealing a huge area under the ground. In the dark, an enormous creature slowly started moving. First, it revealed its huge back, and then its long legs, which were taller than a 5-story tower. 1, 2, 3. 8 legs. A total of 8 black, metallic lustrous legs supported a large, sturdy body that looked just like a black spider. This was the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit of Blacksand Fort, a peak-level alchemy product. It was left over from the spellcaster's most glorious era, and it represented one of the highest achievements in alchemy. In addition to the metallic luster of its body which gave off a faint glow, two sharp horns extended from this odd gigantic spider's forehead too. It seemed a little nondescript. Since the appearance of the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit, the entire Blacksand Fort seemed to be quaking incessantly. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit, whose eyes were originally closed, opened its eyes abruptly. Its two eyes were actually deep and hollow, and there were no eyeballs at all. However, a trace of coldness flashed from the hollow eyes, which made both Wizard Utto and Wizard Tumen shudder inexplicably. Nonetheless, the gaze of the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit was not directed at Utto and Tumen, but at the pair of black and white wizards, the black-white Great Wizard. Many spellcasters gathered in the hall while the entrance was blocked by a man carrying a silver sword and another tall and thin wizard. Both of them looked at all the spellcasters in the hall with a hostile gaze. This time, they had only one purpose for following the powerful wizards of Osmu here, which was to kill. They would take however many they could kill. Blacksand Fort had gathered the vast majority of spellcasters' organizations, or spellcaster clans in the southern spellcaster world this time. If they were indeed united together, it would pose a huge threat to Osmu. Thus, Osmu raided Blacksand Fort. Although the number of wizards sent was not many, they were all true geniuses. They had almost no rivals at the same level. It was for a fact that every member of Osmu was tempted from spellcasters' organizations or spellcasters' clans through various methods. Each of them could be considered favored by God. Yet, they were all now rallied in Osmu. With the mysterious and unimaginably vast heritage of Osmu, these geniuses would naturally grow to become even more terrifying. This time, though Osmu had only sent a great wizard, it was the notorious black-white Great Wizard who was capable of containing two great wizards of Blacksand Fort. It was evident that they were well prepared and had a very thorough plan. Apart from the black-white Great Wizard, there were also high-level spellcasters, namely 9th level, 8th level, and 7th level spellcasters, all of which had entered Blacksand Fort the moment the black-white Great Wizard tore apart the runic magic circle of Blacksand Fort. As for spellcasters below the 7th level, the weakest were 4th level spellcasters. Among the 4th level spellcasters, they had wizards like Clys, who was capable of defeating the Miracle Child. Even if they were inferior to Clys, the damage would be horrible because they could rival 6th level spellcasters. With such a group of spellcasters invading Blacksand Fort, it was simply an unimaginable disaster. Pom pom pom. Intense elemental fluctuations had also emanated from the inner court of Blacksand Fort. The inner court was where spellcasters of the 4th level to the 6th level of various major spellcasters organizations who participated in the summit held their competitions. Besides, most spellcasters of the spellcasters organizations from the 7th level to the 9th level also entered the inner court. Only the competition of the spellcasters in the inner court could pique some interest in the 7th level or higher spellcasters. Especially spellcasters like Leo, whom some of the 7th level and 8th level wizards were very fearful of. However, at this moment, intense elemental fluctuations radiated from the inner court. There were obviously powerful spellcasters fighting each other, indicating that powerful wizards from Osmu had most likely made their way into the inner court and were now in a fierce battle. A few smart spellcasters had already sensed a huge crisis coming their way. They knew that if they could not get out of the hall, they would be in real danger. Therefore, they started a commotion in the crowd. All eyes stared at the entrance of the hall. They braced themselves to break through Osmu's line of defense and rushed out of the hall. We'll only have a chance to survive if we rush out of the hall. Stop hesitating, everyone. If we don't leave now, there won't be another chance. Yes, now we could only try to rush out of the hall and quickly leave Blacksand Fort. This time, the wizards from Osmu were fully prepared, and they won't leave empty-handed. They plan to make a clean sweep of all the elites of our southern spellcaster world. This time, those who were able to attend the summit are surely all geniuses of the various spellcasters organizations. In addition, the spellcasters who led their team here were surely the absolute core of the respective organizations too. If they are lost, I fear that most of the southern spellcasters organizations would suffer heavy losses and be deprived a part of their power. In the future, Osmu would become even more unscrupulous. Therefore, we must get out of here. Being stared at by countless eyes, even Silver Sword Julia and the thin, tall spellcaster felt their scalps numb. If solely depending on the two of them, they would surely not be able to hold them off. Kill them, then leave the hall. Nobody knew who screamed from within the crowd. Thus, the fury of the numerous spellcasters was thoroughly set off. Countless spellcasters began to cast spells or runic magic circles, blasting towards Silver Sword Julia and the skinny spellcaster overwhelmingly. Only by killing them could they break past the entrance of the hall and leave Black Sand Fort. Chaos! The abrupt voice sounded, and Clyde, who had been expressionless all these while, spread out his 5 fingers. Invisible spatial strength started pouring out. Pom pom pom. At the forefront, the bodies of the few third-level spellcasters who dashed forward the fastest instantly burst into a bloody mist. Fresh blood splattered all around, splashing onto the entire ground. A strong bloody stench exuded in the entire hall. Though everyone could see how powerful Clyde was from his battle with the miracle child before this, nobody thought that he was actually so haunting. His opponent had not arrived, and there was no obvious sense of any elemental fluctuations, but the body had instantly exploded into a bloody fog. It was virtually impossible to defend against it. At the same time, looking at the spell attacks which covered the entire sky, Clyde flipped his hand over and took out a silver-white runic magic disc from his ring. Silvernet runic magic circle, go! In Clyde's hands, mysterious runes danced wildly and were engraved into the runic magic disc. Then, traces of silvery light surged skyward. The countless runes from the silver runic magic circle swiftly formed a silvery light veil. To everyone's shock, the light veil shrouded the entire hall entrance. While Clyde, Silver Sword Julia, and the skinny spellcaster were also protected in the runic light veil. Pom pom pom. Numerous powerful spells were all bombarded at the runic light veil. This layer of the runic light veil was the Silvernet runic magic circle that Clyde had laid out. It was a purely defensive runic magic circle, and it was also very powerful. Clyde had studied the fields of potion brewing, alchemy, and runology in the dark magic region back then. It was in runology, particularly, where Clyde's accomplishments were considered on par. Even Wizard Leo, who had a strong command of runology, was full of praise for Clyde's proficiency in runology. Clyde was an all-round genius. The runic magic circle that he was currently exhibiting was also quite powerful. The spells thrown at him were not too strong, but with so many of them concentrated at him at once, it was very frightening too. Yet, his Silvernet runic magic circle was able to withstand all of them. Clearly, it was a very powerful runic magic circle. A spellcaster was required to have extensive knowledge of runology to be able to initiate the Silvernet runic magic circle. The numerous spellcasters' first wave of attack was over. Silver Sword Julia and the skinny spellcaster also rushed out of the runic magic circle. They were geniuses of Osmu and did not want to merely hide in the runic magic circle. Silver Sword Julia drew his long sword. Various elements flashed at the tip of his sword. A single aim of his long sword could instantly erupt a powerful force. This was the unique way of casting spells for Silver Sword Julia. He actually utilized the sword in casting spells. Besides, before Silver Sword Julia became a spellcaster, he was a relatively powerful elemental swordsman. The path that he chose was to combine the ways of an elemental swordsman and a spellcaster. This was rather difficult, but Silver Sword Julia had done quite well so far, hence he obtained the name of Silver Sword. Silver Sword Julia and the skinny spellcaster were both 4th-level spellcasters. At their first strike, they had displayed their great strength. They were almost comparable to Bratu, Belloc, and the others, and were possibly even more powerful than them. They chased after the strength of 7th-level spellcasters. After all, they were already 4th-level spellcasters. Instead of launching another attack, Clyde turned his gaze to the crowd. In the crowd, Merlin, who looked very inconspicuous, felt a slight movement in his heart. He then raised his head and immediately greeted Clyde's gaze. Merlin knew that today's battle with Clyde was inevitable. Unlike the indirect showdown in the runic tower earlier, it was different this time. He had to face an opponent who had become a 4th-level spellcaster, and had also cultivated a special Pandora demon ability, Spatial Blade, the incredibly powerful Clyes. Chapter 387, The Inevitable Battle 2. Chapter 387, The Inevitable Battle 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin and Clyes had never crossed paths. With regard to the dark magic region, Merlin did not actually have much sense of belonging there. Hence, even if Clyes betrayed the dark magic region, it did not really have any effect on Merlin. However, it was just because of one woman, Bluebird. Out of nowhere, Bluebird found Merlin and intended to kill Merlin. Since then, Merlin vaguely guessed that a fight between him and Clyes was unavoidable. Later, when Merlin's identity as a six-elemental spellcaster was publicized, and when his reputation grew, almost everyone was comparing him with Clyes, which had indirectly affected Merlin. Even someone like Wizard Leo had secretly compared Merlin and Clyes. This was fate. The two of them were destined to cross paths. Step by step, Clyes strode calmly toward Merlin. Some of the spellcasters threw a glance at each other, then charged toward Clyes. However, Clyes did not even lift his head. He reached out his hand and pointed at the spellcasters. The invisible spatial strength quivered. Pom pom pom. All the spellcasters who neared Clyes were shattered. It was an invisible spatial strength which was virtually impossible to defend against. Even a typical 6th level spellcaster could not resist it and would be killed by a blow. Slash! Clyes raised his hand again and slammed his palm down fiercely. Suddenly, countless blades seemed to have appeared in the hall, and soon, many spellcasters screamed in pain. The defensive spells on these spellcasters or defensive casting tools were sliced off directly by spatial strength. Even the spellcasters themselves were cut into several pieces. After all, not everyone was a miracle child, and Clyes' spatial blade was absolutely invincible. A large number of opponents was no longer of any meaning to him because no one here could block any of his blow. Kai kai kai. Any place where Clyes trudged past was like hell on earth. The bodies of spellcasters around him were all cut into several parts. Fresh blood spilled all over the place. It was an atrocious scene of brutality. Merlin's eyes glimpsed. A huge armor had already appeared on his body. Perfect armor had covered his body to cope with the attacks that could appear at any time. Merlin sensed a strong threat from Clyes. Boom! Suddenly, billows of green mist filled in the hall. The mist had a pungent stench, which seemed to be formed from the infinite discrete powder floating in the air. Moreover, there was a breeze which was faintly controlling the green mist. It drifted toward Silver Sword Julia and the skinny spellcaster, but most of the mist drifted to Clyes. When Silver Sword Julia had just come into contact with the mist, the skin on his body immediately started corroding. It even brought with it traces of burning pain. It was clearly a poisonous mist. No way, what is this monstrosity? Stay away from me. Terror displayed on Silver Sword Julia's face. It was all because of his carelessness. He normally used a sword to cast spells and was an elemental swordsman himself, so even in combat, he rarely cast defensive spells. Yet today, because of his inattention, he was shrouded by the green mist, and his arm quickly ulcerated. There was nothing he could do to stop it. Silver Sword Julia gritted his teeth. At this moment, no one could help him. When the toxin spread to his entire arm, he no longer hesitated. He waved his long sword and forcefully cut downward, chopping off his arm from the shoulder down. If a spellcaster did not have a special potion, even a spellcaster of the 7th level or above could not regenerate an arm unless the person was a great wizard. Great wizards had a different fundamental from the average spellcasters where they could not even be considered human anymore. There was a faint sense of elementality with them. As long as their mind power was not scattered and his spell models were stable, even if their bodies were reduced to powder, they could still be revived again. However, spellcasters below the level of great wizards could not pull this off, just like in the case of Wizard Leo. When he was hunting Arceus previously, he had lost an arm and until now, the arm had not recovered yet. Therefore, now that Silver Sword Julia had lost an arm, he would be without the arm forever. Damn, who the heck is it? Silver Sword Julia had lost an arm forever, so he was fuming with rage. He never thought that these spellcasters who were feeble like lambs could actually hurt him. Clyes' footsteps came to a pause. He recognized the green mist in front of him at first glance. This was a poisonous mist formed by the potion powder. Who? Clyde cast a wind-type spell and directly blew the mist into the crowd. Some of the spellcasters who had not cast their defense were immediately brushed by the poisonous mist. Immediately, their bodies started corroding. Clyde, do you still remember me? A man in a black robe gradually came out from the crowd. Then, he fiercely flipped over his hood and revealed an aging face. Nevertheless, his facial expression was extremely scary and menacing. His face seemed to be distorted too. Seeing this mysterious black-robed man, a hint of surprise flashed in Merlin's eyes. This black-robed man was actually the wizard who had vanished without a trace at the time Merlin left the dark magic region back then. Back at the time, Wizard Hall gave Merlin Mokra potion with only one purpose, that was for Merlin to kill Clyde when he had ample strength. Merlin also learned Wizard Hall's issue from Wizard Leo where Hall's daughter was tortured to death by Clyde. Thus, it was not surprising that Wizard Hall hated Clyde to the core. Now, with the mere strength of a first-level spellcaster, Wizard Hall had actually used a poisonous mist made out of potion powder and even hurt Silver Sword Julia. It seemed that he was also well prepared with a detailed plan. You? Clyde frowned slightly, then shook his head and glanced at Silver Sword Julia behind him. His gaze suddenly turned sharp. No matter who you are, you've hurt Julia. Die. Then, Clyde reached out his hand and grasped. Invisible spatial strength instantly tore Hall from all directions. With Wizard Hall's mere first-level spellcaster strength, there was no way he was able to resist it. Ha ha, Clyde, of course you don't remember me, but you still remember Gia, right? Ha ha, my poor daughter, you've used alchemy and tortured her to death. I waited for this day for far too long. Wizard Hall laughed, his demeanor becoming more and more frenzied. When Clyde heard the name mentioned by Wizard Hall, his expression changed slightly. He seemed to have recalled that vengeful look from the beautiful woman who, in the dark magic region, was tortured to death by him while he was studying alchemy. You want revenge too? Chaos. Clyde's expression only changed slightly, which then returned to its initial calmness. He extended the 5 fingers on his hand and spatial strength suddenly burst out. Boom! Wizard Hall's laughter came to an abrupt end as his body exploded. Blood splattered, giving off a strong bloody smell. Merlin did not manage to act. Clyde's movement was too fast. He did not even have time to counterattack as Wizard Hall was turned into a bloody fog. Watching Wizard Hall turn into a bloody fog and instantly perish, Merlin's heart sank. However, soon after Wizard Hall exploded into a bloody fog, it splashed toward all directions. Even with defensive spells, any spellcaster who came into contact with the bloody fog was instantly corroded too and shrieked painfully. The same was true for Clyde. The blood splashed onto his defensive spells, and they quickly eroded too. However, his face looked dignified. It's actually dark blood potion. This was one of the most deadly potions. It needed to use fresh blood as a base to erupt its unparalleled toxicity. Imbuing dark blood potion with his own blood is an impressive trick and a terrific idea, but it may be in vain. I happen to have a few antidotes in hand which could reverse the poison of dark blood potion. There was a smile on Clyde's face. Thereafter, he quickly took out a few potions from his ring, raised his hand in the air and waved, sprinkling a puff of pale yellow potion powder in the air. The pale yellow potion powder quickly drifted towards Silver Sword Julia and the skinny spellcaster, which removed the dark blood potion off them. Merlin was relatively further away, so he had not been affected by the dark blood potion. Still, deep down, he was very astonished. A mere first-level spellcaster had actually dealt a little threat on a powerful spellcaster like Clyde by using a venomous potion. The splattering blood seemed to be totally unstoppable. Even if one had a 7th-level defensive spell, it could also be infiltrated. However, it was obviously too difficult to brew such a potion, and it was also necessary to use fresh blood as a base. Wizard Hall must have put in a lot of thought and effort. This time, he was prepared to embrace his demise. He voluntarily wanted to be killed by Clyde too, so he could splash the dark blood potion on Clyde. Unfortunately, Clyde was also an apothecary. Incidentally, he used to brew a potion powder which could remedy the dark blood potion, so he was not harmed. The one-hit attack that Wizard Hall had carefully masterminded did not work. Looking at the drops of blood scattered on the ground, a feeling of indescribable sadness echoed in Merlin's heart. Wizard Hall ended his life in such a tragic way. It was an act of ultimate despair, the final strike of revenge. "Come on, Clyde." Merlin let out a low growl from his throat. It was impossible to escape from the hall now. Facing Clyde, he had no choice but to fight. This was an inevitable battle. Swoosh! Remnants of silhouettes were shaped out of Merlin's figure. This was the quickest speed which had reached its extreme limit. Merlin had cast Flash Wind. In terms of speed, he could almost be deemed the fastest among the many spell casters here. At the same time, Merlin had cast Darkness Vortex. He did not believe that Clyde's mind power had reached the 7th level. As long as it had not reached the 7th level, he would not be able to withstand the illusion of Darkness Vortex. Slash! Clyde slowly raised his hand as if he did not see Merlin at all, and waved unceremoniously. Kai! A soft noise was heard. Before Merlin's Darkness Vortex, which worked well everywhere else, had yet to form, it was actually crushed by the invisible spatial strength. Merlin was astounded. It was the first time that Darkness Vortex had been forcibly broken. In the past, those who broke his Darkness Vortex had only persisted by relying on strong mind power. Only Clyde was able to directly crush Darkness Vortex. This is the genius of the dark magic region who has been claimed to be able to match me. Too weak. A taunt seemed to have come from the edge of Clyde's lips. He casually raised his hand and grabbed toward Merlin's direction from the distance. Chapter 388, The Inevitable Battle 3. Chapter 388, The Inevitable Battle 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chaos. The invisible spatial strength began tearing Merlin from all directions. Now, Merlin finally realized how much pain the other spellcasters were in when facing Clyde's spatial strength, and how much pressure they had endured. Merlin also had the protection of perfect armor, but under this invisible spatial strength, it seemed so fragile. Even if it had the enhancement of Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, it was still very fragile. Kachak. Instantly, perfect armor was broken as if it had no resistance at all. Moments after, Merlin's bones and even internal organs began to quiver. From every direction, the invisible spatial strength was pulling Merlin apart. If not for Merlin's far above average physique compared to an average spellcaster, which even a high-level elemental swordsman could not match, he would have been torn apart into several chunks just like other spellcasters. Merlin knew that Clyde in front of him was far from what he was able to defeat now. From the very beginning, Merlin had already lost the battle between them. Not dead yet. Quite a strong physique, but useless. Slash! Seeing that Merlin had not succumbed after his defensive spell was broken, Merlin looked like he was able to persist for a little while longer. Hence, Clyde let out a sneer and then waved again. The invisible spatial strength slashed at Merlin directly. Although the mysterious spatial strength was not seen, Merlin's sharp senses immediately picked up a huge, dangerous life force. It was the life force of death. Merlin had not felt it for too long. The word death had evaded far away from Merlin. Ever since Merlin built a 6-elemental spell and had all types of Pandora Demon abilities, he had never encountered such a precarious moment since. It was the first time that Merlin had felt the life force of death. It was his first time feeling so close to death. Clyde's power was way too strong. It was so strong that it was not even at the same level as Merlin. Even a miracle child was not Clyde's opponent. He was a 6-elemental spellcaster, proficient in runology, potion, alchemy, and also had a special Pandora Demon ability, Spatial Blade. Besides, he was a 4th-level spellcaster, which was an extremely vast difference compared to a 3rd-level spellcaster. The Clyde now was worthy enough to walk among the ranks of powerful spellcasters. Darkness Eye, Dispel. Merlin did not have the slightest resistance at all in facing Clyde's spatial slashing. Death was incredibly close to him. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. From the inner court, a thin, frail spellcaster who looked like a bag of bones fiercely stepped forward. His entire face was wrinkled like a bark, which looked very terrifying. It was Wizard Leo. Kai Kai Kai. Wizard Leo directly displayed the third form of Darkness Eye, Dispelling Force. At the same time, Cly's Spatial Slash was also the third form. Whether it was Darkness Eye or Spatial Blade, both had 7 forms, all of which were special Pandora demon abilities created by great legendary wizards. The clash of 2 Pandora demon abilities was destined to be a very intense encounter. This clash was indirect, but it set off repercussions. The chaotic spatial strength spread in all directions. Even Merlin, who had just lost focus for a brief moment, had half of his palm cut off. Lacerations appeared on his legs too, as well as his abdomen, and many other areas. The numerous gashes looked just like they had been cut by thousands of blades. The harsh reality dawned on Merlin. He knew that this was merely a repercussion, but it was already such a horror. If they did not have the shielding of Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye, they would not have survived. Swoosh! Merlin hastily took a step back and cast Flash Wind, quickly retreating behind Wizard Leo. Only half of his palm was cut off, but that excruciating pain made Merlin's face turn pale. For an ordinary spellcaster, when half of a palm was cut, it would sadly never recover for a lifetime. The victim would even die because of excessive blood loss. However, Merlin was not the same. Even if that arm of Wizard Leo which was cut off could not regrow, Merlin could do it. He could now clearly feel that while the palm was hurting, there was a feeling of numbness as well. It was a feeling which he felt when he was practicing the posture of the golden relief sculpture, where the wound was healing quickly. In addition, this healing was also very frightening. It almost healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half a palm might be very complex and would have more complicated healing, but at this speed, it would only take a few hours to grow back a new half of the palm. This kind of astonishing recovery shocked even Merlin. This was already beyond his comprehension, and beyond the knowledge of most spellcasters too. A typical spell or potion would not be able to achieve this effect. Merlin even had a bold guess that as long as he was not killed by a single blow, otherwise, even if he was seriously injured, he could still slowly recover by relying on the terrifying recovery power of the posture of the golden relief sculpture. The thought in his mind flashed past, then immediately vanished. Merlin turned his gaze toward Cly's and Wizard Leo again. Cly's had a dignified look on his face. A pale color was faintly revealed on his face. Beads of perspiration appeared on his forehead as well. It was unlike Cly's previous invincible demeanor where everything was under his control. At this moment, in face of Wizard Leo, Cly's was clearly at a disadvantage. Cly's, back then, did you hide in the dark magic region just so you could learn runology? Step by step, Wizard Leo edged closer to Cly's. The vertical bloodshot eye in his forehead glowed with a blood-red light. Every shot of the blood-red light could crumble the attacks from Cly's. Perhaps the invisible spatial strength was very powerful and very peculiar, but under the illumination of Darkness Eye, even a mysterious power could not remain hidden, which was also the special characteristic of Darkness Eye. Therefore, Wizard Leo was not worried that Cly's would launch a secret attack. If they were to clash head-on, the outcome now would be considered very normal still. As a 6th-level spellcaster, Wizard Leo still had the strongest 4th form of Darkness Eye that he had not shown yet. He was stronger than Cly's, so it was not too surprising that he was able to suppress Cly's. Hearing Wizard Leo's words, there was a glimmer of surprise in Cly's eyes. Well played, Wizard Leo. With only one glance, you were able to figure out my motive for joining the dark magic region. Yes, back then, I secretly constructed spatial-type spells, but they weren't perfect. Spatial-type spells have special demands from the spellcaster's body. If I constructed it forcibly, the spatial spell model would eventually collapse. So, I found a way to completely resolve this hidden danger with some special and powerful runic magic circles. For this reason, I've stayed in the dark magic region for decades and studied runology. Finally, I've obtained the runic magic circle of the dark magic region. Cly's finally revealed some of his secrets of joining the dark magic region. It turned out that he had been targeting the precious runic magic circles in the dark magic region all along, just so he could make up for his defects in building spatial-type spells. As a spellcaster's organization specializing in runology, the dark magic region naturally contains some very special and powerful runic magic circles. They were the deepest secrets of the dark magic region, but in the end, they were unearthed by Cly's anyway, who had remained hidden there for decades. It was not surprising that the dark magic region was so mad at Cly's betrayal. It seemed that there was a deeper reason. The most precious runic magic circle of the dark magic region was lost, and it was taken away by Cly's. This was also a major blow to the dark magic region. The blood-red light of the bloodshot vertical eye in Leo's forehead was getting more and more grand, and the life force contained in it was getting more and more haunting. It almost made Cly's incapable of handling it. If Leo had not cared and directly displayed the fourth form of darkness eye with force, Cly's situation might have been very perilous. Cly's, you really should die. Not only have you betrayed the dark magic region but also gave the runic magic circle to Osmu, damn you. Clearly, Wizard Leo knew some insider information. After hearing Cly's personally admitting his treachery, the murderous intent on Wizard Leo became even stronger. K.A.Chak. The repercussions of the battle between Cly's and Wizard Leo directly slashed off the stone pillars in the hall, which began to falter. Swoosh! Seeing that he was not a match, Cly's abruptly retreated backward. Then, he let Silver Sword Julia open the main door. Cly stared deadly at Wizard Leo. Darkness Eye is really powerful, it's indeed a special Pandora demon ability that can match Spatial Blade. However, today's not the time for an all-out battle. We'll meet again. After he finished speaking, Cly's flew out of the hall with Silver Sword Julia and the others. To Merlin's surprise, Wizard Leo looked dignified too and did not intend to pursue them at all. He hurriedly asked, Wizard Leo, what exactly happened in the inner court? Wizard Leo glanced at the inner court, and then a baleful aura flashed on his body. Heavy loss. The wizards from Osmu have prepared meticulously. Those who rushed into the inner court were all above the 7th level. There were even a few 9th level spellcasters. Husius, Wizard Nater, and Wizard Mills are all dead. What? They're all dead? Merlin was in utter disbelief. The three of them were all core 7th level spellcasters. Normally, they held high positions in the organization, so even the death of one of them would cause a huge shock in the dark magic region, let alone the death of all three at once. Let's go, it's not safe here anymore. Wizard Leo threw a glance at the top of the hall. It was obviously going to collapse. Thus, he led the remaining spellcasters from the dark magic region out of the place. He opened a clear path with Darkness Eye and they rushed out of the hall right away. Bang! All wizards rushed out of the hall, their faces completely soiled in the dust. However, the first thing that greeted their eyes was a shocking sight. On the ground, there was an incredibly humongous spider crouching on Black Sand Fort. Its body trembled a little, which also made Black Sand Fort vibrate in resonance. What's this? Wizard Envier had seen many things, but at this moment, he too could not help but wonder. He had never seen such an appalling scene. The giant spider, which was as massive as a mountain, had two sharp horns on its head. Indeed, it seemed rather unsettling and weird. The bloodshot vertical eye in Leo's forehead blinked slightly. It saw the giant spider too. Wizard Leo had a somewhat complicated look on his face as he whispered, "This is the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit of Black Sand Fort. It's an alchemy product comparable to a great wizard. It's the first time after so many years that Black Sand Fort has called it into action." Merlin nodded thoughtfully. He had long guessed that it was an alchemy product. After all, the metallic luster on the giant spider was very conspicuous. Nevertheless, it was Merlin's first sighting of such a huge alchemy product which could rival a great wizard. He had never even heard of one before too. Hence, he could not imagine how anyone could produce such a petrifying alchemy product. Chapter 389, Bloodshed Beginnings I. Chapter 389, Bloodshed Beginnings I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the air, the black-white Great Wizard's face was slightly gloomy. Although he had heard of Holy Fort Guardian Spirit of Black Sand Fort, he had never seen it with his very eyes. Now that he saw the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit, he could feel an enormous threat. Black-white Great Wizard, your Osmu plotted to weaken the strength of our southern spellcaster world? Ha ha, today, I'll make sure that none of you gets to go back alive. Go, Holy Fort Guardian Spirit, kill. Wizard Utto of Black Sand Fort sneered. Then, he whispered to the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit. The humongous Holy Fort Guardian Spirit seemed to be able to understand Utto's words as its giant body started moving. Swoosh! The Holy Fort Guardian Spirit extended a leg and directly kicked it toward the black-white Great Wizard in mid-air forcefully. The leg was the size of a huge pillar. The whistling sound of the leg rushing through the air alone was scary enough that even the black-white Great Wizard was also stunned. Boom! The Holy Fort Guardian Spirit's attack landed directly on the defensive spells set up by the black-white Great Wizard. This defensive spell was also quite resilient, and it was released by the black-white Great Wizard. However, in face of the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit's attack, it only withstood briefly before it completely burst open. The black-white Great Wizard was shocked and hurriedly summoned the black-robed Great Wizard to him. The black-robed Great Wizard was his alchemy clone, and it was very powerful. Every time he was in danger, the black-white Great Wizard would make his alchemy clone block in front of him. Kai! Dense spikes appeared on the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit's thick legs. It pierced the body of the black-robed alchemy clone easily. In the past, the alchemy clone was able to withstand any force, but now, it seemed so fragile. The black-white Great Wizard was astonished. Even Osmu and he himself had far underestimated the power of Black Sand Fort. Nobody expected the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit to be so terrifying. Besides, Osmu had only sent one Great Wizard to Black Sand Fort. Even if Osmu sent 2 Great Wizards, it would still not guarantee that they could inflict any damage on Black Sand Fort. Every large spellcaster's organization had its own trump card, which was a heritage that was inherited for millenniums, far from what ordinary forces could match. The Holy Fort Guardian Spirit was the trump card of Black Sand Fort. As long as the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit existed, Black Sand Fort was safe. ZZZ. At the same time, the 2 sharp horns on the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit's head actually began buzzing with electric flashes. The silky electric lights contained terrorizing power, and even the sky had turned dark all of a sudden. Go, we can't stay here anymore. All Osmu spellcasters, retreat. The black-white Great Wizard yelled. Thereafter, he grabbed the heavily damaged black-robed alchemy clone with one hand, and quickly retreated out of Black Sand Fort. The black-robed alchemy clone sustained heavy damage, and it had lost its fighting power. Nevertheless, it was only an alchemy clone after all. Therefore, as long as it was carefully repaired upon returning to Osmu, there was a possibility for it to recover. The black-white Great Wizard would naturally not give up an alchemy clone that could rival a Great Wizard. At the same time, the black-white Great Wizard's voice spread throughout the entire Black Sand Fort. For a time, many unfamiliar spellcasters flew out from all over the place, all of whom were spellcasters of Osmu. Some of them were spellcasters of the 4th, 5th, and 6th level. Of course, some were even scarier as they were the 7th level and above. Each of their attacks carried dreadful power. Osmu had raided Black Sand Fort for so long, and so far, there were some injuries on their side, but not more than 3 of them had died. With such amazing strength, it was not surprising that Osmu could go against almost all spellcasters' organizations. They were never in a disadvantageous position either. The reason was that their nest was extremely difficult to find, or in other words, could not be located at all. Hence, no one was able to launch a devastating assault on them. Another reason was that Osmu's strength was way too strong. Each of their members was a genius, almost invincible even on the same level. They were even capable of cross-level challenges. When such a group of geniuses gathered in Osmu, every dispatch of a part of their spellcaster base could almost subvert a powerful spellcaster's organization. Yet, they picked the wrong target this time. The Holy Fort Guardian Spirit was far too strong. Even the black-white Great Wizard's alchemy clone was hit hard and fled in helter-skelter, not to mention the other spellcasters of Osmu. Swooze swooze swooze. Finally, the 2 sharp horns on the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit's head had accumulated enough electric power. Thus, with a strange growl from the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit, bolts of thunder descended from the sky and locked target on every spellcaster of Osmu. Pom pom pom. It was almost impossible for spellcasters of Osmu under the 7th level to resist the strike. It would be very difficult to escape the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit once they were targeted. Therefore, the spellcasters of Osmu started screaming one by one. They were dead before they could escape from Black Sand Fort. Ha ha, great, just great. Osmu, since you guys have dropped by, leave us something to remember you then. Wizard Utto laughed aloud because this time, Osmu launched a surprise attack where Black Sand Fort was completely unprepared. It could be considered a heavy loss on their side. If they had only sustained losses, it would be nothing really. Yet this time, Osmu entered their place like there was no one guarding, and rushed into Black Sand Fort effortlessly without any resistance. This had greatly tarnished the honor of Black Sand Fort. After all, Black Sand Fort was a large spellcasters organization, and it was they who proposed to deal with Osmu. Yet now, Black Sand Fort themselves had been ambushed by spellcasters of Osmu, so it was a huge slap on their reputation. For this matter, Black Sand Fort would be ridiculed by other large spellcasters organizations for a long time. Thinking of this, the great wizards Utto and Tumen were rather infuriated. Hence, even if they had to pay a big price in summoning the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit, they must still make Osmu pay an equally heavy price this time. Merlin was awestruck as he looked at the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit's slaughter. It was indeed a massacre. Under the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit's lightning strike, there was simply no power that could defend against it. These geniuses of Osmu originally had the opportunity to promote to the 7th, 8th, or 9th level, and even had the chance to become great wizards. These wizards, each of whom was a true genius, was God's favored child in the groups which they previously stayed in. They carried the hopes of their respective spellcasters' organizations. Nonetheless, under the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit's slaughter, now, one by one, they were bombarded to death by the lightning. The immense power of the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit was undoubtedly revealed to the fullest. This was the trump card of Black Sand Fort. Merlin suddenly thought of the Dark Magic region. The Dark Magic region was once a powerful organization that can rival large spellcasters' organizations. He wondered if there was a powerful trump card in the Dark Magic region. Maybe there was, maybe there was not. Such a card must be in the hands of the very core of the Dark Magic region, the only one 9th level wizard. It must be something that even Wizard Leo was not aware of. Merlin scanned around. There was still a majority spellcasters of Osmu who had fled successfully. However, most of them were 7th level spellcasters or above. As for the spellcasters below the 7th level and those who did not have time to retreat, they were directly killed by the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit. However, among these wizards, Merlin did not see Cly's figure. Clearly, Cly's had already retreated from Black Sand Fort from the very beginning and had dodged the attack. Facing the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit, not to mention the 3rd form of Spatial Blade, even if it was cultivated to the 4th form or even the 5th form, he would still never match the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit. Pandemonium reigned in the entire Black Sand Fort. There were some 9th level spellcasters of Black Sand Fort who came out to restore order, but after Osmu wreaked such havoc, it was only futile. In addition, the wizards in so many spellcasters' organizations had been killed, so no matter how the spellcasters of Black Sand Fort assured them, it would still not rid those wizards of their worries. Wizard Leo, what do we do now? Continue to stay in Black Sand Fort or return to the Dark Magic region? Merlin hesitated for a moment, but he still asked softly. Wizard Leo started pondering. After a moment, he spoke, "We'll leave Black Sand Fort first. The mayhem here will probably last for a while." Osmu's sudden attack had also been planned for a long time. This time, even Black Sand Fort themselves are in a huge mess. The entire southern spellcaster world will continue to be chaotic for some time. If the situation isn't controlled, I'm afraid that Osmu's plan will succeed. There's no way that the southern spellcaster could be united to deal with Osmu now, but these were rather unrelated to us. If the 3 major large-scale spellcasters organizations can unite and take control of the situation, then they'll naturally inform us about it. If they can't control the situation, it'll suffice for us to return to the Dark Magic region and not participate in any of it. Wizard Leo's action was very appropriate. At present, it was necessary for them to rush back to the Dark Magic region. After all, the Dark Magic region had lost 3 7th-level wizards, which could be deemed as a heavy loss. They could no longer continue taking part in this matter. All right, since you're leaving, then we Black Sand Fort will not stop you. Open the runic magic circle entirely. Finally, the spellcasters of Black Sand Fort decided to completely open the runic magic circle. There must be many among them who had similar thoughts as Wizard Leo. All of them wanted to leave Blacksand Fort as soon as possible and did not wish to remain here to participate in this matter. Osmu had left, and the loopholes in the runic magic circle of Blacksand Fort had also been fixed. In order to leave, the runic magic circle must be opened. There were so many spellcasters asking to leave, so Blacksand Fort naturally could not force them to stay. Hence, they could only open the runic magic circle. However, after this disaster, the prestige of Blacksand Fort would plummet to the lowest. There was no guarantee of safety even inside Blacksand Fort itself, so who would dare to go to Blacksand Fort in the future? As a large spellcasters organization, the intangible damage to reputation was more substantial a loss than the deaths of spellcasters in Blacksand Fort. Great Wizard Utto and Great Wizard Tumen also looked cold-eyed at the spellcasters leaving Blacksand Fort. On the contrary, Wizard Utto was interested to continue pursuing Osmu. However, there was not much power left of the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit currently, so it needed to continue its slumber. Besides, did Osmu only send these people? Blacksand Fort was not really clear. If there were still spellcasters of Osmu inside Blacksand Fort, they might still be in danger. Hence, Wizard Utto and Wizard Tumen decided to stand guard in Blacksand Fort just in case. Seeing that many spellcasters had left, Wizard Leo also sighed. Okay, let's go. Thus, Wizard Leo led the way and left Blacksand Fort with Merlin and whoever was left of the dark magic region. Chapter 390, Bloodshed Beginnings 2. Chapter 390, Bloodshed Beginnings 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the deserted mountain road, occasional rustling sounds could be heard intermittently. Stop! Wizard Leo's voice was slightly hoarse, so it sounded a little strange. He held up a hand and stopped everyone in their tracks. As he looked around them, the blood-red vertical eye in his forehead began to blink slowly. Merlin was following behind Wizard Leo, together with Wizard Envia and the others. There were only 5 of them left from the dark magic region. The loss of 3 7th-level spellcasters was enough to cause a huge shock in the dark magic region. They were yet to arrive in the dark magic region. They had just left the vast desert and had entered a dense forest. Normally, they would prepare to fly across the forest, but Wizard Envia, Wizard Sarah, and Wizard Ilman were not yet 4th-level spellcasters and could not fly, so they had to rely on Wizard Leo to carry them. If it was just 1 or 2 persons, Wizard Leo could probably carry them, but 3 was simply too strenuous for him. Thus, they decided not to fly and headed into the dense forest on foot, hurrying toward the dark magic region. Right now, however, there was a stench of death hanging in the air in front of them. That was why Wizard Leo stopped all of them in their tracks looking carefully ahead. They could see some mutilated bodies lying among the thick bushes. Wizard Leo recognized their identities from the outfits on the dead bodies. In a low voice, he said, "These are wizards from Fire City." Fire City? Merlin took a careful look at the clothing on the dead bodies. True enough, they were dressed in long, fiery red wizard robes with the insignia of Fire City. They had probably just departed from Blacksand Fort and were rushing back to Fire City when they ran into misfortune at this spot. Who is it? Show yourself. Wizard Leo snarled deeply, and a crimson light shot out of darkness toward the dense forest in front of them. Thud. True enough, there was a spellcaster looking at Wizard Leo with a stunned expression. Then, his expression turned into disgruntlement as his body fell lifelessly onto the ground. Darkness Eye wielded by Wizard Leo was not a power that could be easily withstood by an average spellcaster. Looking at the dead body on the ground, Merlin and the others paled slightly. Osmu. They are from Osmu. Did they set up an ambush outside as well? They are really trying to cripple the entire force of the southern spellcaster world. Inside Merlin's head, many thoughts began to swirl around as he pondered the various possibilities. He could vaguely guess Osmu's plans. First, they invaded Blacksand Fort under the guidance of the Black-White Great Wizard. However, that was merely the first group. The second group hid outside Blacksand Fort at every exit route so that almost every spellcaster would be discovered, and subsequently slaughtered by them. Such crazy behavior from Osmu was akin to a declaration of war toward the entire southern spellcaster world. Nevertheless, it was understandable since Blacksand Fort had discovered the old nest of Osmu. If Black Sand Fort managed to combine the major forces of the southern spellcaster world and attack their base, then Osmu would not be able to withstand the attack. Thus, Osmu's objective was to weaken or intimidate the mighty forces of the southern spellcaster world, and this was the best opportunity for them. Since everyone was in one location, they did not have to expand too much effort to annihilate a large number of spellcasters. What should we do? Wizard Leo, besides this route, is there any other way to return to the dark magic region? Merlin knew that the dense forest before them certainly hid more spellcasters from Osmu. Even if they used flying spells, they might end up becoming live targets and be killed by Osmu's spellcasters. Wizard Leo shook his head. Even if there's another way, there will just be another ambush team from Osmu waiting for us. Let's proceed and kill every ambush on the way. A murderous air began to stir around Wizard Leo. Therefore, Merlin and the remaining wizards from the dark magic region followed behind Wizard Leo as he navigated through the dense forest. At all times, Darkness Eye in his forehead looked around vigilantly. Thud thud. Wizard Leo's forehead flashed a crimson light, and another 2 hidden spellcasters of Osmu fell to the ground. They were about to sneak an attack on Wizard Leo but were discovered by Darkness Eye, so they were killed. With Darkness Eye as a lookout, all the hidden spellcasters were unearthed without any resistance. This was the power of Darkness Eye. Relying on Wizard Leo to lead the way, Merlin and the others managed to pick up speed and move through the dense forest. In front of them, they could almost see the edge of the forest. As long as they exited the forest, there should be no more ambushes by Osmu. Leo, I see that you indeed have Darkness Eye and the complete version at that. Now, I'm very interested in your Darkness Eye. Even though I can't cultivate a cursed power like this, I'd like to study it for myself. From the dark shadows under a tree, a purple-haired old man dressed in a black robe slowly appeared. The purple-haired old man's expression was exceedingly calm as he blocked their way. Wizard Leo slowly came to a halt. For the first time, Darkness Eye in his head did not move to attack immediately. After a long pause, he opened his mouth. Wizard Ghostfire. How unexpected of you to be waiting here. Merlin had never heard of Wizard Ghostfire, but Wizard Envier's expression changed vastly. In a whisper, he explained to Merlin, Wizard Ghostfire was a truly fearsome spellcaster more than 300 years ago. Back then, he was already a 9th-level spellcaster, but because he offended a large spellcasters organization, he was under pursuit for many years until Osmu stepped in to save him. Many years have passed since then, so I don't know how much more powerful Wizard Ghostfire might have become. Although he's still not a great wizard, I'm sure his powers have improved greatly. We're definitely in trouble. A 9th-level spellcaster. This purple-haired old man was a 9th-level spellcaster. It was not surprising that Wizard Leo was behaving cautiously. Previously, just facing against 2 8th-level spellcasters, Wizard Leo already had to bear the danger and pay a huge price to wield the 4th form of Darkness Eye in order to kill them. Right now, Wizard Leo was again forced to face against 9th-level Wizard Ghostfire. Merlin and the others had found themselves in a dire situation. Osmu had truly planned it well because even if someone managed to clear the entire path, there was a powerful spellcaster waiting at the end. Wizard Ghostfire smirked. Hee hee. Wizard Leo, you're a very important person to Osmu. We at Osmu are very interested in your Darkness Eye, so I'm not the only one waiting here for you. As he was speaking, Wizard Ghostfire shook his hand and cleared a path as if he was welcoming someone. Soon, from within the shadowy trees, another spellcaster emerged. When they saw his unique appearance, everyone including Merlin was shocked. The Black-White Great Wizard. Wizard Leo could not help but shout. This mysterious spellcaster had a head full of half-white half-black hair. It was not surprising that even a 9th-level spellcaster like Wizard Ghostfire showed respect to him. It was the Black-White Great Wizard who had just escaped from the Holy Fort Guardian Spirit in Blacksand Fort. Inside Blacksand Fort, the Great Wizards Utto and Tumen were directing the cleanup of the entire place. This time, Osmu did not only disrupt the summit but also ripped Blacksand Fort's reputation to shreds. Both the Great Wizards Utto and Tumen were put to shame, so their hearts were naturally seething. Whiz whiz. Suddenly, 2 spellcasters flew into Blacksand Fort. These 2 were 7th-level spellcasters from a medium-sized spellcasters organization from the southern spellcaster world. The two 7th-level spellcasters looked horribly exhausted. Upon spotting the Great Wizards Utto and Tumen, they yelled, "Great Wizard Utto, Great Wizard Tumen, please save us." Osmu set up ambushes outside Blacksand Fort to trap all the spellcasters' organizations who are leaving from here. "We're suffering a massive loss as we speak." "What? That damned Osmu, they're declaring war against the entire southern spellcaster world. They're crazy." Great Wizard Utto could hardly believe his ears. Osmu's actions were simply too irrational. In the past, the most they had done was ignite a spark and fanned the fire or enticed a few prodigies from spellcasters' organizations. Although their actions back then were loathing to say the least, it was not the same as this time. They had publicly massacred wizards from the entire southern spellcaster world, which was as good as declaring war against the entire southern spellcaster world. It was beyond crazy, even worse than invading Blacksand Fort. In any case, this summit was organized by Blacksand Fort. We cannot sit back and allow Osmu's bloodshed to continue. "Tumen, you hold up Blacksand Fort, I'll go out and save all the wizards." Following that, Wizard Utto transformed into a colorful light and shot out from Blacksand Fort. The black-white Great Wizard's expression was extremely composed. His alchemy clone was nowhere in sight. Merlin had guessed that the black-white Great Wizard must have hidden the alchemy clone somewhere to allow it to recover. Even without his alchemy clone, the black-white Great Wizard was still an impressive Great Wizard. Regardless of how powerful Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye was, it was still not quite comparable to him. Surrender the cultivation technique of Darkness Eye. The black-white Great Wizard's cruel gaze was transfixed on Wizard Leo. As for Merlin and the others, he could not be bothered to spare them a look. An ugly grimace carved out on Wizard Leo's face. He knew that this time, it would be difficult for him to escape. Since the black-white Great Wizard had come in person, it was obvious that he coveted Darkness Eye. Despite being a cursed power, Darkness Eye was still a special Pandora demon ability. Naturally, Osmu was very interested in obtaining it. Even if they could not cultivate it, they would use it to study Darkness-type Pandora demon abilities. Darkness Eye, control. Without wasting another breath, Darkness Eye in Wizard Leo's forehead swelled in size and glowed crimson-red like it was bleeding. This was the 4th form of Darkness Eye. Every single time Wizard Leo activated it, it came with a huge price to pay. Humph! The black-white Great Wizard snorted and stretched out a white palm into the sky. Boom! A huge glacial palm began to condense rapidly in the sky, stretching almost tens of meters wide above their heads. The cold air could be felt by Merlin and the rest of them far below, suffocating them. "Retreat, hurry!" Without a moment of hesitation, Merlin yelled loudly. Dragging Wizard Envier and the others with him, he quickly retreated a few hundred meters away, all the while staring at the gigantic glacial palm in the sky. With a howl, the glacial palm sped downward. Despite that, Wizard Leo did not move an inch. His already emaciated body was only skin and bones, a repercussion from forcefully activating the 4th form of Darkness Eye the previous time. This time, he still had to activate the 4th form of Darkness Eye. Darkness Eye in Wizard Leo's forehead glowed darker and darker, emitting an eerie sensation accompanied by strange childlike laughter. Whiz! Darkness Eye shot a crimson light including a huge ghostly face, which soared into the sky to meet the huge glacial palm. Hiss! The glacial palm sustained one hit after another, but that was all. The difference in power level was too great. Even the 4th form of Darkness Eye was unable to block the attack from the black-white Great Wizard. The huge ghostly face was smashed into smithereens by the glacial palm as it continued to descend with a loud howl. Wizard Leo appeared to age significantly. At the same time, his entire body trembled violently, and fresh red blood began to trickle out of his ears, nose, and empty eye sockets. He looked terrible. Darkness Eye in his head exuded a brighter glow with faint screams in the background. It was as if Darkness Eye knew its predicament of being crushed by the glacial palm and came to life. However, there was no use. Wizard Leo was no longer able to resist this huge glacial palm. The black-white Great Wizard, you're digging your own grave. Suddenly, from deep within the mountains, an angry roar sounded. Simultaneously, an equally large fiery palm flew toward them and slammed into the glacial palm violently. Boom! As a result, there was a huge collision and Wizard Leo was thrown a few 100 feet back. Merlin and the others quickly ran forward to help him up. Utto? The black-white great wizard frowned. Since Utto had arrived, it was meaningless to continue this bloodshed. It would only incur more losses for Osmu. Therefore, the black-white great wizard did not linger. Once he saw Wizard Utto approaching, he quickly led all his men away. For a moment, the sky was filled with spellcasters who were previously hiding in the dense jungle. If not for the arrival of the great wizard Utto, it was probable that all the spellcasters' organizations and spellcaster clans would be massacred by Osmu. Nevertheless, even with the great wizard Utto's intervention, the entire southern spellcaster world still suffered a massive loss. Circling high in the air, the great wizard Utto merely cast a sweeping gaze at Merlin and the others. After all, he was a highly respected great wizard and was not overly concerned about a small, unremarkable spellcasters organization like the Dark Magic region. Instead, he quickly flew back toward Blacksand Fort. The forest gradually quieted down again. Merlin gently helped Wizard Leo up, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. He could clearly feel that Wizard Leo's life force was fading away as if it was being sucked by the blood-red vertical eye in his forehead. The blood-red vertical eye was also behaving strangely, like it just came back to life. Merlin took another look at Darkness Eye and was almost entrapped by the blood-red vertical eye. Merlin. Teacher Leo, I'm right here. What is it? Merlin's tone was very calm. He knew that Wizard Leo's current outlook was not promising, but there was nothing else he could do right now. As for Darkness Eye, not many people in the spellcaster world understood it, let alone Merlin. A grim smile appeared on Wizard Leo's face. Merlin, I knew that this day would come eventually. Darkness Eye is indeed a cursed power, though I don't regret cultivating it. Even if I didn't forcefully activate the fourth form of Darkness Eye this time, I don't have much longer to live. The cultivation technique of Darkness Eye is in my ring. Take it. However, that's not important. The important thing is, I can pass Darkness Eye to you, but remember that it's alive. Don't ever let it come back to life. You must always be able to suppress it, otherwise, the curse will strike you. The reason I'm suffering this outcome today is perhaps due to the curse, like all the other wizards who had cultivated Darkness Eye before this. The decision whether or not to cultivate Darkness Eye is yours to make, but before I die, I won't allow Darkness Eye to achieve its goal. I'll seal the third and fourth forms of Darkness Eye. If you decide to cultivate Darkness Eye, don't open the seals of the third and fourth forms before you have absolute confidence of controlling it. Once he finished speaking, Wizard Leo's face flushed, and he slammed his bony hand forcefully against the huge blood-red vertical eye in his forehead. It was indeed huge, because the blood-red vertical eye started swelling in size. Hoo! Darkness Eye cried out sorrowfully like a child, seemingly begging for Wizard Leo not to seal it. However, Wizard Leo was unmoved, and darkness elements started to swirl all over his body. Phew! Finally, after an unknown period of time, the darkness elements dissipated. When Merlin took another look at Wizard Leo, he discovered that the blood-red vertical eye was no longer in his forehead. All that was left, there was a bloody gaping hole. In Wizard Leo's hands rested a demonic-looking, blood-red vertical eyeball. Chapter 391, Battle Again I. Chapter 391, Battle Again I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The demonic blood-red vertical eye laid quietly in Wizard Leo's palm, which Merlin gently picked up. He could feel that a strange power was sealed inside, like it was trying to break free from the demonic blood-red vertical eye. This strange power was probably the third and fourth forms that were forcibly sealed by Wizard Leo. In other words, the demonic blood-red vertical eye was alive. The moment Merlin touched Darkness Eye, he could clearly feel that it was alive. At the same time, several illusions began to appear before his eyes. Fortunately, he had Darkness Heart, so he was not susceptible to illusions. Darkness Eye! Merlin whispered softly. When he raised his head to look at Wizard Leo again, there was no more breath of life left in him. His body looked like a withered corpse, but at least his expression appeared serene. Wizard Leo was dead. Merlin had always been very grateful to Wizard Leo, and even regarded him as a real teacher. It was truly a pity that Wizard Leo had not been able to break the curse of Darkness Eye or become a 7th level spellcaster, and had died with many regrets. The Black-White Great Wizard. Merlin looked up into the sky. He would remember this name until the end of time. Wizard Envier and the others kept silent as Wizard Leo's death also weighed heavily in their hearts. After a few moments, he asked Merlin in a low voice, "Wizard Merlin, what do we do now?" Merlin slowly stood up and stowed Wizard Leo's ring away securely. With a gentle wave of his hand, pale white flames appeared and started burning on Wizard Leo's body. Soon, the blazing flames engulfed Wizard Leo's entire body and burned it to ashes. A light breeze wafted past, scattering his ashes into the dense forest. "Let's go back to the dark magic region," Merlin said in a sunken voice. Since the wizards of Osmu had left, it was safe for them to leave now. They would have to first make their way back to the dark magic region and report what had happened in Blacksand Fort. As for Darkness Eye, Merlin had no plans to cultivate it right now. Instead, he would first obtain the techniques of cultivating Darkness Eye from Wizard Leo's ring. Back then, Wizard Leo had accidentally stumbled across the technique to activate Darkness Eye, but he paid a steep price for it. His eyes were blinded forever, and he suffered a horrible curse. He was unable to become a 7th level spellcaster. Even consuming the Tear of God failed to help him. The cultivation techniques contained in the ring were truly complicated, but the foremost consideration was still the negative energy that Darkness Eye demanded from its host, such as negative emotions, acts of murder, the stench of death, and many more. Cultivating every single form of Darkness Eye would require a large amount of these negative energy. Therefore, cultivating Darkness Eye was extremely dangerous. Under the influence of a large amount of negative energy, Darkness Eye would be extremely powerful. However, if the negative energy was not controlled properly, it could potentially backfire. Precisely because Wizard Leo had forcefully activated the 4th form of Darkness Eye, he had suffered its backlash. If it was only once, he might have been able to endure it, but instead he had activated it twice. This time, he was unable to endure the backlash and ended up being consumed by Darkness Eye. Thus, in his last moments, Wizard Leo had forcefully sealed the 3rd and 4th forms of Darkness Eye. If Darkness Eye were to be cultivated all over again from the beginning, it would of course be a very complicated and dangerous process. However, there was one major benefit that could be derived from Darkness Eye being alive and sentient, which was the ability to continue the cultivation of Darkness Eye from where its predecessor had left off. Basically, merging Darkness Eye was quite simple. As long as Darkness Eye was infused with fresh blood, it would take root and firmly penetrate into the spellcaster's body. With dark magic power for sustenance and negative energy as power, it would grow stronger day by day. On the other hand, if the host failed to suppress the power of Darkness Eye, then he would be consumed instead. Once Merlin had thoroughly understood the special characteristics of Darkness Eye, his heart hesitated even further. Even Wizard Leo had warned him not to cultivate Darkness Eye unless and until he had no other choice. After all, Merlin had witnessed Wizard Leo's aftermath from the legendary curse. Ever since the spellcaster's most glorious era, countless spellcasters had tried to cultivate Darkness Eye, and some had even cultivated it to the 5th and 6th forms. However, without exception, all these spellcasters had died from a variety of inexplicable reasons. According to legend, the power bestowed by Darkness Eye was cursed, and its fierce reputation was earned from the amount of bloodshed associated with it. Curses were often illusory in the sense that those who believed tended to see its manifestation, whereas those who did not believe tended to remain doubtful. Deep in Merlin's heart, he did not quite believe in cursed powers. On the contrary, he believed that the spellcasters failed to control Darkness Eye. Even the respected Wizard Leo was unable to control Darkness Eye, especially after the cultivation of the 4th form. Perhaps even right from the start, Wizard Leo had been suppressing Darkness Eye with all his strength, and that was why he would not leave the Wizard Tower. "Hurry, once we get out of the forest, there's a runic magic circle of the dark magic region nearby. We can use the runic magic circle to return to the dark magic region directly." Wizard Envier led the way as he was more familiar with this area, especially the runic magic circle which was close by. He had been through this route, so naturally his guidance was trusted by the others. Suddenly, Wizard Envier stopped walking and his expression turned thunderous. He fixed his gaze on a figure standing outside the forest. Under the sunlight, his entire body looked as if it was covered in a sheen of light. Clyes! Wizard Envier gnashed his teeth, anger spilling from his voice. Unexpectedly, even though the rest of the wizards of Osmu had retreated, Clyes was still waiting for them. Merlin's head jerked up violently, a look of hatred flashed across his eyes. Indeed, the figure standing before them was Clyes. This time, however, there was only Clyes and Silver Sword Hulia. There's a runic magic circle not far ahead, so I knew you would be passing through this route and deliberately waited here for you. Merlin, I've told you that we'll meet again. Last time, you were saved by Wizard Leo, but who's left to save you now? Clyes said to him mockingly. As a former spellcaster from the dark magic region, he was naturally very familiar with the runic magic circles scattered outside the region, so he had deliberately waited here for Merlin and the others. Clyes! Suddenly, Merlin took one step forward and raised his head to meet Clyes' gaze. Clyes, when Wizard Howl was in the dark magic region, I made him a promise, which was to kill you. Oh! A fierce look flashed across Clyes' eyes. He abruptly felt that the sky turned dark. The sky did not in fact turn dark, it was just a feeling within Clyes' mind. He could sense that Merlin seemed somewhat different compared to when he was in Blacksand Fort. Back then, Merlin could easily be vanquished by him, but the situation felt slightly different this time around. Slash! Without hesitation, Merlin unearthed a dagger and drew a long gash in the middle of his palm. Crimson-red blood began to gush out of the massive wound, covering his entire palm. However, there was a smile on Merlin's face. In his other hand, he held a demonic blood-red vertical eye. Upon contact with the fresh blood on Merlin's hand, the blood-red vertical eye immediately squirmed like a gigantic worm, trying to burrow itself into Merlin's palm. Darkness Eye? Clyes was shaken to the core. This time, he came to kill Merlin not only to take revenge for Bluebird, but more importantly, to obtain the cultivation technique of Darkness Eye. Right now, however, he could clearly see that the demonic blood-red vertical eye resting in Merlin's palm was Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye. Seeing Merlin's actions, Clyes immediately understood what he was trying to achieve. His face paled and he spread his 5 fingers. In an instant, the invisible spatial power expanded. However, it was too late. In Merlin's right palm, under the nourishment of his fresh blood, Darkness Eye had securely planted itself there, sucking greedily on Merlin's blood. Merlin could clearly feel that there was tremendous power in Darkness Eye, and strange laughter was resonating faintly in his ears. It sounded dark and malicious. He knew that these were the manifestations of the power of Darkness Eye. If he failed to suppress Darkness Eye, he would not be able to control it properly, and would end up with a fate even worse than Wizard Leo. However, he did not have a choice. All his powers and abilities were powerless against Clyes. He had no choice but to merge with Darkness Eye. Darkness Eye, exterminate! Merlin could acutely sense the invisible spatial power from Clyes which surrounded him. Back in Blacksand Fort, he had almost zero resistance to Clyes' power, but now, even though it was the same special Pandora demon ability and the same second form, Merlin felt completely fearless. Boom! The invisible collision between the power of Darkness Eye and Spatial Blade caused a strong ripple effect in every direction. The tall trees in their vicinity were snapped in half, and trees closer to the chaotic power were even shredded into pieces. The space around Merlin and Clyes had turned into a huge open space, and neither Silver Sword Hulia nor Wizard Envier dared to go close to them. Darkness Eye can be directly passed on to someone else? When Clyes saw that Merlin was able to wield the powers of Darkness Eye, a glimmer of interest sparked in his eyes. Now, he was even more interested in Darkness Eye. Although Clyes was not a darkness wizard and would not be able to cultivate Darkness Eye, such a special Pandora demon ability could be studied in detail and might give him an edge in cultivating Spatial Blade further. Therefore, Clyes was staring at Darkness Eye in Merlin's hand with a look of pure greed. The second form of Darkness Eye is probably the strongest power you can wield right now, am I right? You've yet to become a 4th level spellcaster, so you can't control the third form of Darkness Eye. This means that you're still not fit to be my opponent. Die, Merlin. Clyes knew very well about the special Pandora demon ability because it was the same as his Spatial Blade. It was impossible to control its third form before becoming a 4th level spellcaster. Since Merlin was not yet a 4th level spellcaster, if he forcefully wielded the 3rd form of Darkness Eye, he might be killed by the backlash instead of Cly's Spatial Blade, slash. Clyde sneered as he swung his palm downward mercilessly. Invisible spatial power immediately began to fluctuate and flew toward Merlin. Backlash? Even if it backlashed, I'll kill you. A hint of madness appeared on Merlin's face, and he began injecting a crazy amount of dark magic power into Darkness Eye. The seal left behind by Wizard Leo was inherently fragile in nature. Under the impact of Merlin's large amount dark magic power, the seal on the 3rd form of the Darkness Eye collapsed immediately. Crack! Once the seal on the 3rd form of Darkness Eye was broken, Merlin's mind was filled with a cold, dark aura. Vaguely in his mind, there was also a gigantic blood-red vertical eye which appeared to be emitting a demonic crimson light, trapping Merlin within its glow. There was also creepy childlike laughter which raised goosebumps. As soon as the 3rd seal had collapsed, the backlash from Darkness Eye began. Chapter 392, Battle Again 2. Chapter 392, Battle Again 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hoo. A creepy, bone-chilling weep began to sound. The blood-red vertical eye in Merlin's palm was swelling faintly like it was dripping blood. At the same time, horrible illusions began to appear in Merlin's mind one after another. His mind collapsed instantly as his 5th level mind power was not enough to resist the backlash from Darkness Eye. The backlash from Darkness Eye contained strong negative emotions which made Merlin lose almost all conscious thoughts in his mind. The power was so impressive that even Merlin's ironclad willpower was unable to resist it. It was at this very moment that Merlin remembered Wizard Leo's advice to him, which was not to open the seal unless it was necessary. Otherwise, he would suffer the backlash from Darkness Eye. Now, Merlin was about to be consumed by the backlash from Darkness Eye. Merlin let out a low growl and his entire body became cocooned in a dark aura. His gaze was twisted and his expression was distorted, which looked extremely scary. However, the backlash from Darkness Eye was not something that could be resisted by mere willpower. Merlin's consciousness sank further, and even his spirit was about to be extinguished. Once his spirit was completely extinguished, Merlin would become a walking corpse. His body would become mere feed for Darkness Eye and would eventually be consumed by the backlash. Most of the spellcasters who had cultivated Darkness Eye died due to the backlash from Darkness Eye. Flick. Suddenly, inside Merlin's awareness, the previously inert flame maxim flickered slightly. Its flame burned steadily, re-illuminating his entire awareness with a bright light. That was not all. The quiet, unassuming strength of the flame maxim also extended to Darkness Eye, causing all the negative emotions released by Darkness Eye to dissipate in an instant. It was as if the negative emotions were being burned away by the flames, releasing waves after waves of ear-piercing shrieks. At this moment, horrible ghostly faces were appearing one after another in Merlin's mind. The ghostly faces looked and sounded like they were being tortured, with distorted expressions and ear-splitting shrieks. Around Merlin, a burning hot aura rose like a layer of ferocious flames covering his body. The dark, cold aura of Darkness Eye disappeared instantly. Merlin's consciousness was restored. When he saw the brightly burning flame maxim inside his awareness, he immediately realized the implications. The flame maxim can suppress Darkness Eye? The backlash from Darkness Eye was truly formidable. Merlin's consciousness had almost sunk to the bottom and was close to turning him into a walking corpse, until he was completely consumed by Darkness Eye. However, with the appearance of the flame maxim, it appeared to be capable of suppressing Darkness Eye. In addition to saving Merlin, it also allowed him to easily control the 3rd form of Darkness Eye. Oh! Darkness Eye, disintegrate! Merlin did not have time to think. The time that he had spent trying to defeat the backlash from Darkness Eye might have seemed like a long time, but in reality, it was only a short moment. This meant that Cly's spatial blade was about to fluctuate into Merlin's body. Thus, Merlin immediately wielded the 3rd form of Darkness Eye. In an instant, a crimson light shot out from Darkness Eye, covering the front of Merlin's body. Once again, the two mysterious forces of power collided. Boom! The disintegrating power of Darkness Eye was comparable to the slashing power of Spatial Blade. Both powers were the 3rd forms of special Pandora demon abilities, so neither was stronger than the other. Huh? You can actually wield the third form of Darkness Eye? Clyde's expression changed rapidly with a look of astonishment on his face. Since Clyde had cultivated a special Pandora demon ability like Spatial Blade, he was naturally aware of how powerful it was. It was downright impossible for a spellcaster to cultivate a special Pandora demon ability to its third form before becoming a fourth-level spellcaster. If its third form was wielded forcefully, then the spellcaster would face a terrifying backlash force. However, Merlin seemed to be even braver than before, and did not seem to suffer any effects. Is it because Darkness Eye was passed directly from Wizard Leo to Merlin? Clyde's heart hesitated for the first time. When Wizard Leo wielded the third form of Darkness Eye previously, it had already shaken him to the core. He was well aware that Wizard Leo was also capable of wielding the fourth form of Darkness Eye. Clyde was extremely averse to Wizard Leo, as Wizard Leo was one of a small handful of wizards who had been able to stand against his Spatial Blade. The reality of Merlin's situation was hard-pressed even for an experienced spellcaster to interpret, as no one in his wildest dreams would have guessed that a mere third-level spellcaster possessed a flame maxim inside his awareness. The powers of maxims were only ever possessed by the great legendary wizards. Although Merlin was unable to directly utilize the power of the flame maxim, it was possible that the flame maxim was also sentient. Thus, when Merlin's consciousness was about to sink completely, it reacted to suppress Darkness Eye and stopped its backlash. It was precisely this combination of coincidences and strange occurrences that allowed Merlin to wield the third form of Darkness Eye, and to fend off Clyde's attacks. Merlin raised his hand to examine Darkness Eye lodged in his palm. He could still faintly see the strange ghostly faces changing inside Darkness Eye. Among the ghostly faces, Merlin was astonished to spot Wizard Leo's face as well. Merlin knew in his heart that these ghostly faces belonged to victims who were vanquished by Wizard Leo using Darkness Eye. Somehow, they were absorbed into Darkness Eye via a special method, and became part of the negative emotions that were used to affect and control whichever spellcaster who tried to cultivate Darkness Eye. The more people who were killed, the stronger the negative energy of Darkness Eye, hence more forms of Darkness Eye could be wielded. However, the spellcasters would have to resist a stronger attacking force, and could potentially be consumed by the backlash from Darkness Eye in a moment's notice. This was the foremost difficulty in cultivating Darkness Eye. With just a momentary lapse in concentration, the spellcaster risked being consumed by the backlash. Therefore, no one dared to regard it lightly. Back then, Wizard Leo was able to wield the third form freely, but once the fourth form appeared, he did not even dare use it. At last, he had only managed to use it twice before he was killed by its backlash. Regardless, at this point, Merlin was already at the brink of insanity. His entire body glowed with wind element fluctuations, and he glared steadfastly at Clyde. "Clyde, it's your turn to die," he said in an icy tone. Following that, Merlin raised his palm, and from Darkness Eye appeared a huge ghostly face that hung in the air. It was heart-stopping to watch. Merlin truly was on the brink of insanity. Leveraging on the opportunity while the flame maxim was suppressing Darkness Eye, he intended to break open the seal placed by Wizard Leo on the fourth form. The fourth form of Darkness Eye was exceedingly strong. Even Merlin could not be sure that he would be able to walk away unscathed. With his current abilities, without the suppression of the flame maxim, he would be consumed by the backlash from Darkness Eye in an instant. Even with the suppression from the flame maxim, the fourth form was a completely different beast, so Merlin was not entirely sure whether the flame maxim would be able to suppress it. His desire to kill Clyde was too strong that Merlin threw away all rational thoughts and decided to risk one more time. The fourth form? You're crazy. Finally, on Clyde's calm face, a trace of horror appeared. He had always liked to be in control of the situation, so he had full confidence in every battle no matter the opponent. Even the miracle child was not a noteworthy opponent. This time, facing against a crazed Merlin who was wielding the fourth form of Darkness Eye without any regard for his own safety, Clyde began to consider retreating from the battle. He remembered that Wizard Leo's powers were far stronger than him even without wielding the fourth form of Darkness Eye. Clyde was extremely familiar with the fourth forms of special Pandora demon abilities. Even though he was already a fourth-level spellcaster and possessed above-average abilities, still he did not dare wield the fourth form of Spatial Blade. Therefore, this time, Clyde retreated. Whoosh! Clyde retreated quickly due to his proficiency in spatial spells. Among all types of spells, spatial spells were considered the most secretive and the most special of all. Even during the spellcaster's most glorious era, spatial wizards were rarely found. Therefore, following Clyde's use of a strange spatial spell, both he and Silver Sword Hulia slowly faded away like a thin veil of smoke. Soon, both their figures had disappeared completely. All that was left was a disembodied voice from the forest. Darkness Eye is a cursed power, Merlin. You've lost the chance to become a 7th level spellcaster, much less a great wizard. You're no longer worthy to be my opponent. The voice reverberated continuously in the dense forest, but was still inexplicably clear to their ears. TSSS. Merlin's movement also came to a screeching halt. A look of pain flashed on his face, and he took in deep breaths. Now that Clyde was no longer a threat to him, he also stopped trying to remove Wizard Leo's seal on the 4th form of Darkness Eye. That was the power that even Wizard Leo could not control. He only managed to wield the 4th form twice before he died. Forcefully using Darkness Eye without grasping its power properly would only lead to horrible after effects. Fortunately, Merlin's magic power was slightly weaker than the seal placed by Wizard Leo on the 4th form. Otherwise, if the seal was broken and the 4th form of Darkness Eye was released, Merlin would have to rely fully on the Flame Maxim to suppress its backlash. If the Flame Maxim was not enough to suppress Darkness Eye, then once the Flame Maxim was exhausted, Merlin would be consumed by the backlash from Darkness Eye. Merlin checked the seal on the 4th form of Darkness Eye. It was not broken yet, but there was a slight crack, and Merlin could already sense the horrifying power awaiting inside the 4th form of Darkness Eye, which was slipping through the cracks. Just this small trace of leaked power was enough to shake Merlin to the core. It was not surprising that even Wizard Leo had failed to withstand the backlash from the 4th form of Darkness Eye. The 4th forms of special Pandora demon abilities could only be wielded safely by spellcasters who were the 7th level, and above without being affected by the backlash. On the other hand, if the 4th form was wielded forcefully, the spellcaster would end up with a similar fate as Wizard Leo. Merlin had hoped that with the suppression from the Flame Maxim, he could try to break the seal on the 4th form of Darkness Eye. However, after removing the seal on the 3rd form, the Flame Maxim was still continuously suppressing Darkness Eye. Merlin was shocked to discover that the Flame Maxim was diminishing little by little. Even though the process was extremely slow, it was definitely diminishing. It was the price to pay for using the Flame Maxim to suppress the 3rd form of Darkness Eye. Judging by the condition of the Flame Maxim, Merlin feared that it would only be able to sustain for another few years. If the Flame Maxim was completely diminished in a few years' time, and Merlin had not yet become a 4th level spellcaster, then Merlin would be facing mortal danger. Wizard Merlin, are you all right? Seeing that Clyde had left, Wizard Envier and the others hurriedly came to check on Merlin's condition. They had seen Merlin use the power of Darkness Eye. The power of Darkness Eye was so powerful that even Clyde had been scared into retreating. Therefore, Wizard Envier and the others held a trace of envy on their faces. Although they knew that Darkness Eye was a cursed power, they also desired for a stronger power. Perhaps that was why in every generation, there were spellcasters who were still eager to cultivate Darkness Eye. With control over Darkness Eye, the spellcaster would possess formidable power. Chapter 393, Attempting the Runic Tower Again I. Chapter 393, Attempting the Runic Tower Again I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On a quiet beach, a white light appeared, and a few solemn-faced spellcasters emerged from the light. We finally returned to the dark magic region, Wizard Merlin. The situation at hand is too grave. Let's report back together. These four were Wizard Envier and the rest of their delegation. The trip to Blacksand Fort had brought about a disastrous situation. The sudden attack from Osmu had caused Blacksand Fort to be in chaos, and numerous spellcasters' organizations suffered irreconcilable losses. Although most of the delegations were only a small part of their respective spellcasters' organizations, they consisted of young prodigies from these organizations. Now that they were killed by the surprise attack from Osmu, the entire southern spellcaster world would experience a massive upheaval. This matter was too grave, hence it would have to be reported to the higher-ups of the dark magic region immediately for them to start making preparations. In addition, the dark magic region had lost 3 7th-level spellcasters including Husius as well as the powerful wizard Leo, who possessed Darkness Eye. Thus, the total loss of the dark magic region could be considered massive. Yes, let's go together. Merlin agreed and quickly rushed into the dark magic region along with Wizard Envier and the others. Once they stepped through the light veil, several tall towers that stretched into the clouds appeared before Merlin's eyes. The familiar dark magic region materialized before them once again. Wizard Merlin, you're back. Upon returning to the dark magic region, Merlin was greeted by a 4th-level spellcaster. He had been waiting there to welcome them. We're back. Bring me to the wizard tower of the 7th-level wizards. I have an important report to bring to them. Merlin said in a deep voice. Wizard Husius and the others aren't back yet. When the 4th-level spellcaster who was waiting for them saw that Wizard Husius and the others did not follow behind them, his face turned anxious. There had been some interference, so they'll not be back for a while. We really need to report to the 7th-level wizards. Wizard Envier stepped forward and said with a somber expression. This 4th-level spellcaster was only a follower of the 7th-level wizards, and was aware that Merlin was highly valued by the higher-ups of the dark magic region. In that sense, Merlin outranked him, therefore he nodded and immediately led Merlin and the others toward the 7th-level wizard's tower. Since Wizard Envier did not have a flying spell, the 4th-level spellcaster flew very slowly, huffing and puffing all the way as he transported Wizard Envier and the others to the 7th-level wizard's tower. Please wait here. I'll inform Sir Wizard Morse. Subsequently, the 4th-level spellcaster disappeared, leaving Merlin and the others to wait alone in the wizard tower. After a moment, an elderly but rosy-looking and burly spellcaster appeared from the depths of the wizard tower. Merlin, you have something to report? This wizard was a 7th-level spellcaster of the dark magic region. Similar to Wizard Husius, he was one of the core strengths of the dark magic region. Wizard Morse, it's truly something important. It's about our trip to Blacksand Fort. Merlin stood up and glanced at Wizard Morse's follower who was standing behind him. Seeing Merlin's gaze, Wizard Morse naturally understood. If Merlin was being cautious, it must truly be a dire situation. In addition, the fact that Wizard Husius and the others did not come back also raised some questions. Therefore, Wizard Morse waved the follower away, leaving only the 4 wizards and himself. Tell me, what happened? Why isn't Husius and the others back yet? Wizard Morse's expression was serious as he gazed at them intently. Wizard Husius and the others are gone. They won't be back anymore. Even Wizard Leo died on the way back trying to protect us. Wizard Envier was the one who spoke. He gripped his fist tightly, reliving the scene in his head when Wizard Leo had faced off against the black-white Great Wizard. They would never forget it, as without Wizard Leo, none of them would have made it back alive. What? Died? What on earth happened? Tell me clearly. Wizard Morse's expression changed violently, like he dared not believe his ears. Faint elemental fluctuations began to appear around his body as it was apparent that his emotions were very anxious. The black-white Great Wizard from Osmu led a team of highly skilled members of Osmu and invaded Blacksand Fort. Their sudden attack disrupted the summit and caused massive losses to all the large spellcasters' organizations. Although Blacksand Fort managed to force Osmu into retreating in the end, many large spellcasters' organizations were attacked once again by the ambush set up by Osmu on their way back. Besides a few lucky survivors, almost all delegates from every spellcaster's organization are dead. Despite Merlin's calm demeanor, which expressed no emotional turmoil in his tone, everyone could still feel the heaviness in their hearts. The loss of Wizard Leo, Wizard Husius, and the others were all the absolute core strengths of the dark magic region. The dark magic region was a small spellcasters' organization, far from its glorious days under the great wizard Fidel. Even the loss of one 7th-level spellcaster was bad enough. What more to lose 3 7th-level spellcasters all at once in addition to Wizard Leo, who was almost on par with a 7th-level spellcaster? The dark magic region could not afford a loss like this. Subsequently, Wizard Morse carefully inquired further, which Merlin and the others reported to him in full details according to their knowledge. Merlin, did you really cultivate Darkness Eye? When Wizard Morse heard that Wizard Leo had given Darkness Eye to Merlin, he looked at Merlin with an astonished gaze. Merlin did not answer. He raised his hand and showed a blinking blood-red vertical eye in his palm. It looked extremely eerie. Seeing this blood-red vertical eye, Morse's gaze grew even more astonished. He looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just shook his head. All right, why don't you go back first? I'll inform the other 7th level wizards about what happened. If there are any more questions, we'll inform you immediately. Wizard Morse waved his hand, and Merlin and the others left the wizard tower. Phew! Once they had left the wizard tower, Wizard Envier exhaled heavily. He took a few steps toward Merlin and whispered, "Wizard Merlin, how do you think the higher-ups will manage this?" "That's for the higher-ups to worry about. Now that the entire southern spellcaster world is going to descend into chaos, you should hurry back and construct more 4th-level spells." Merlin had a premonition that this was just the tip of the iceberg. Osmu had not only invaded a large spellcasters organization like Black Sand Fort but also slaughtered a large number of spellcasters. Such crazy behavior was, in a way, in line with Osmu's reputation. They had always acted outrageously irrational. However, this time, Osmu had gone too far. Their actions might unite the entire southern spellcaster world. If the 3 largest spellcasters organizations decided to work together, they would form a formidable alliance. If and when that happened, then a real confrontation with Osmu would be unavoidable. As part of the southern spellcaster world, the dark magic region would most certainly be involved. Wizard Envier and the rest nodded in understanding. This trip to Black Sand Fort had made them painfully aware of the inadequacies of their own abilities, even though they had previously been considered as prodigies and placed on a pedestal in the dark magic region. Once they arrived in Black Sand Fort, however, they were not even able to clear the first and second rounds. The gap in their abilities was too jarring. Therefore, at a time when the southern spellcaster was on the brink of descending into chaos, their foremost priority would be to hone their abilities. Wizard Merlin, although Darkness Eye is indeed powerful, it's a cursed power. If the situation is not dire, I think you should not use its power lightly. Wizard Envier took a long look at Merlin and reminded him gently. A cursed power. Merlin tilted his head to look at Darkness Eye in his palm. He could feel the darkness and stench of death which were oozing from it. He was perfectly aware of the danger posed by Darkness Eye. Right now, his only protection was the Flame Maxim, which was suppressing its power. However, Merlin knew that he could not rely solely on the Flame Maxim to solve this problem, as Darkness Eye would slowly diminish the powers of the Flame Maxim. He had to learn to control the 3rd form of Darkness Eye as soon as possible. That was his utmost priority. Since Merlin owned Darkness Heart and had constructed Darkness-type spells, he was quite familiar with the powers of Darkness-type magic. He was more suited to cultivate Darkness Eye compared to Wizard Leo. To control the 3rd form of Darkness Eye, the most straightforward method was still to construct a 4th-level Darkness-type spell. Merlin was lacking mind power, but fortunately, he had the ingredients for more than 1,000 portions of Mokra Potion that were gifted to him from the 8th Prince in the Imperial City. He had such an abundant amount of ingredients that even with a 30% success rate, he would be able to produce at least 300 portions of Mokra Potion. If he consumed all that, Merlin himself was not sure how much further his mind power would be enhanced. Once his mind power was enhanced, it would be easy to construct spells. Now Merlin had to deliberate whether to construct the 4th-level spells using derivation from the consumption of maxims in the matrix, or to just construct existing 4th-level spells. This decision was very important as it would affect Merlin's future paths, so he had to consider both options carefully. Both options had their merits. If the 4th-level spells were derived by the matrix, they would be more suitable for Merlin and surpass existing spells in every aspect. However, it would need to consume the power of maxims. Perhaps the Flame Maxim would be temporarily enough for Merlin to derive all 4th-level spells, but in the future, he would need to derive the 5th-, 6th-, and even 7th-level spells independently. When it was time, the amount of power of Maxim which it would consume would also be colossal, so Merlin had to consider the long-term consequences as well. Merlin could not make up his mind on either option. However, before he started constructing 4th-level spells, Merlin had another place to go, the Runic Tower. Previously, Merlin was not able to clear the 7th floor, but now with Darkness Eye, he was confident to make another attempt on the runic tower. After all, once he had successfully constructed a 4th level spell and became a 4th level spell caster, he would not be able to attempt the runic tower anymore. On the 7th floor of the runic tower, the treasure left behind by the great wizard Fidel still remained. Naturally, Merlin did not want to miss this opportunity. Thinking along these lines, Merlin decided not to return to the wizard tower and flew toward the runic tower instead. Chapter 394, Attempting the runic tower again 2. Chapter 394, Attempting the runic tower again 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There was a large number of spellcasters on the front lawn of the runic tower. Ever since Merlin's last attempt on the runic tower, more and more spellcasters in the dark magic region were willing to try their luck. After all, there was no loss even if they failed. Nevertheless, most of them were truly simply trying their luck because only a precious few managed to break through to the 4th floor, not to mention the 5th or 6th floor. Whoosh! A dark figure slowly descended from the sky, drawing speculation from the spellcasters around the runic tower. The runic tower only allowed spellcasters below the 4th level to enter, so if a 4th level or above spellcasters tried to enter, they would immediately be ejected out violently by the runic magic circles. However, only 4th level spellcasters could fly. Who's that wizard? Oh. It's not a 4th level or above spellcaster, I think it's Wizard Merlin. Wizard Merlin? I see, although he's not a 4th level spellcaster, he has a flying type casting tool. I wonder why he came to the runic tower. Is he going to attempt it again? Merlin was considered a well-known figure in the dark magic region. Therefore, his arrival stirred up lots of debate among the spellcasters around the runic tower. Merlin did not pay any attention to them. He raised his gaze toward the soaring runic tower. The last time, he was defeated on the final floor and could not clear it. This time, with Darkness Eye and the ability to wield its 3rd form, Merlin was much more confident attempting the runic tower. Thus, he did not dither and walked into the runic tower. Coincidentally this time, there were a few other spellcasters on the 1st floor. Upon seeing Merlin, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces, and they bowed respectfully at him. Merlin nodded his head genially and continued his stride until he came to the guardian spirit on the 1st floor. With a light wave of his hand, fierce flames began pouring out. The guardian spirit on the 1st floor was completely unable to withstand it. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. Merlin progressed like a hot knife through butter. Soon, he was already on the 6th floor. The guardian spirit of the 6th floor, Wizard Effidel, slowly appeared. When he saw Merlin, he was momentarily stunned. With a weird expression, he asked, "Why are you here again? It hasn't been that long since you last cleared the 6th floor, but now you're making another attempt. If you're here to claim the prize on the 6th floor, then you're sorely mistaken." Wizard Fidel had already made a rule that every person can only claim one treasure on each floor. Merlin had not even remembered the treasure chest on the 6th floor until Wizard Effidel's reminder. It seemed that Wizard Fidel had it all thought out so that the runic tower would not be misused by a single person to claim all his treasure. "I came to attempt the 7th floor of the runic tower." Merlin bowed his head at Wizard Effidel and headed toward the overlapping runic magic circles. These overlapping runic magic circles required at least the ultimate power limit of the 6th level to be broken. Merlin was extremely familiar with the challenge after his last runic tower attempt. He did not activate Darkness Eye, but instead released the strongest form of fiery collapse. Boom! It felt like the entire runic tower was rumbling. Following the explosion of the ultimate power limit of the 6th level, the overlapping runic magic circles collapsed in an instant. The 7th floor. Merlin's figure was wrapped in a white light and reappeared on the 7th floor. This was his second time on the 7th floor, also the top floor of the runic tower. Huh? Someone else managed to break through to the 7th floor again? Merlin had just gotten here not too long ago the last time, and now someone else is here. The dark magic region must be sprouting a good crop recently. Upon arriving on the 7th floor, Merlin saw the familiar black cat Didymos again. Novel full. Sir Didymos, we meet again. Merlin was the first to speak. The black cat Didymos stared at Merlin with a trace of astonishment shining through his bright glassy cat eyes. He asked, "Wizard Merlin, it has only been a short while since your last attempt on the runic tower. Are you truly confident that you can clear the 7th floor? It doesn't matter whether I can clear it or not. I'm just here to try." Merlin also knew that the 7th floor of the runic tower required powers that were on par with a 7th level spellcaster, which was extremely difficult to achieve for spellcasters below the 4th level. In the entire southern spellcaster world, the only spellcaster below the 4th level who was able to stand against and vanquish a 7th level spellcaster was the Miracle Child. Of course, Merlin now had the help of Darkness Eye, especially one that was being suppressed by the Flame Maxim, allowing him to wield its 3rd form freely. Therefore, the list must now include Merlin because he could use the 3rd form of Darkness Eye to vanquish a 7th level spellcaster. It was also because of the powerful Darkness Eye that Merlin chose to come to the runic tower to make another attempt on the 7th floor. The black cat Didymos nodded daintily and continued its graceful pace in the air. "Very well, if you want to try, then so be it. You'll still choose to fight with the power level of a 7th level spellcaster?" "Certainly. I'm not at all familiar with runology. I choose the power level of a 7th level spellcaster." Previously, Merlin was defeated from the runic tower because he was struck by Didymos' runic thunder. The runic thunder wielded by the black cat Didymos was equivalent to the power level of a 7th level spellcaster, and thus, Merlin's perfect armor was not able to withstand it. This time, Merlin had come prepared. The black cat Didymos gave Merlin an assessing look. Slowly, he said, "There's runic magic circle here that releases runic thunder as powerful as a 7th level spell. If you can break the runic magic circle, then you'll clear the 7th floor." The rule was simple enough, which was to break the runic magic circle. However, for spellcasters below the 4th level, it was a challenging feat. Similarly, perhaps only someone like the Miracle Child would be able to clear the 7th floor. Even with Darkness Eye, Merlin did not have full confidence that he would succeed. He could only try. Runic thunder. Human words suddenly spilled from the black cat Didymos, who was still strolling in the air. Immediately, a bolt of lightning as thick as a man's arm appeared and flew toward Merlin. Merlin could sense the intimidating power contained inside the lightning bolt. His perfect armor did not stand a chance against it, not to mention any 3rd level spells, even with the addition of Pandora demon abilities. In this situation, his only chance was to wield the 3rd form of Darkness Eye. Darkness Eye, dispel. Merlin unfurled his fingers and revealed Darkness Eye in his palm. The slow blinking blood-red eye radiated an overwhelming amount of power as a crimson ray shot out. Boom! The runic thunder seemed to have collided with an invisible force. With a loud explosion, it sizzled and dispersed. Even though it packed the power of a 7th level spell, it could not go anywhere near Merlin. Leo's Darkness Eye? Furthermore, it's the 3rd form. The black cat Didymos was very familiar with the dark magic region as he was one of the oldest beings in existence. He had been created back when the great wizard Fidel was still alive. Since then, many years had passed, and the black cat Didymos witnessed the slow descent of the dark magic region from its glory days to its current state of despair. The era right now could be considered hitting rock bottom, with only one 9th level spellcaster left. Thus, the black cat Didymos naturally knew about Wizard Leo and his circumstances, especially Darkness Eye. Additionally, it was a famous special Pandora demon ability, so the black cat Didymos was quite familiar with it. Crack crack. The runic magic circle on the 7th floor began to crumble. Once Merlin wielded the 3rd form of Darkness Eye, the black cat Didymos immediately knew that he would be able to clear the 7th floor. The treasure on the 7th floor would finally be obtained by Merlin. The black cat Didymos took a deep gaze at Merlin. At last, he brandished a cat claw at the wreckage that was once the runic magic circle and grinned. "You can stop wielding Darkness Eye. The runic magic circle has been broken into pieces. You've already cleared the 7th floor. TSK, what an unexpected outcome." Wizard Fidel invested all his effort to pass on his lifetime knowledge of runes to a spellcaster proficient in runes, so that runology could be expanded and advanced further. With this turn of events, I guess the great Wizard Fidel's grandeur plans will all be for naught. The sole purpose of building the runic tower was to select a spellcaster who was highly proficient in runes to continue the lifework of the great wizard Fidel in runology. It was unfortunate that in the end, the spellcaster who managed to clear all 7 floors turned out to be the rune-illiterate Merlin. The one question that the Black Cat Didymos could not figure out was, how did Merlin, a 3rd-level spellcaster, wield the 3rd form of Darkness Eye? However, the Black Cat Didymos instinctively knew that it was a secret, so he did not ask further. After all, he was only a guardian spirit, albeit one who was truly ancient and had a life force. He was still tied to the rules set by the great wizard Fidel in the beginning. Rumble. The Black Cat Didymos opened a small room inside the 7th floor, then he said to Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, come on in, you've cleared the 7th floor of the runic tower. The great wizard Fidel's lifework lies inside this room. That's the treasure prepared for you." Merlin used his mind power to lightly scan the room, but it was almost completely shrouded with runic magic circles, so his mind power could not see anything. In order to find out the treasure left behind by the great wizard Fidel, Merlin would have to enter the room himself. With that in mind, Merlin took a deep breath and slowly reeled in the power of Darkness Eye. He gave a small bow to the Black Cat Didymos as a sign of respect. Following that, Merlin stepped in. Hum. The room shrouded in runic magic circles shook gently like ripples on water, like it was completely cut off from the outside world. At the same time, Merlin's figure disappeared from the 7th floor. Chapter 395, Runic Heartprint. Chapter 395, Runic Heartprint. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the 7th floor, Merlin entered a small room that was completely isolated. He could not see anything outside, and the people outside also could not see anything inside. Even the Black Cat Didymos, the spirit of the runic magic circle, could not see anything in the small room. Therefore, Merlin could look at the treasures left by the great wizard Fidel in the small room with ease. The treasures on the 7th floor were the great wizard Fidel's most precious treasures. Merlin was also full of curiosity. For so many years, no one had been able to conquer the 7th floor of the runic tower. Besides the great wizard Fidel himself, no one knew exactly what treasures there were here. The decoration in the small room was very simple. Merlin swept his gaze around and immediately concentrated at an area which was emitting white light. There was a huge mysterious rune in this area. It floated in the white light, rolling incessantly, looking incredibly mysterious. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure loomed out from within the white light, looking just like the guardian spirit of the 6th floor of the runic magic circle, Ephidel. Ephidel looked exactly like the great wizard Fidel. Naturally, this figure was not Ephidel, so there was only one explanation: it was left behind by the great wizard Fidel. Finally, someone has conquered the 7th floor of the runic tower. What's your name? The great wizard Fidel calmly looked at Merlin. Merlin's heart was slightly shocked. The fact that this apparition could communicate with him greatly surprised him. However, he was a figure left behind by the great wizard Fidel, so he must be related to the treasure here. Thus, Merlin respectfully answered, "My name is Wilson Merlin." Wizard Merlin, don't be afraid. This figure is merely a projection of me, and it can't support itself for too long. When you obtain the treasure, the projection will disappear. There's not much time left, so let me introduce to you the treasure I left behind, a runic heartprint. Runic heartprint? Merlin looked at the huge runes in mid-air that were presumably the runic heartprint left behind by the great wizard Fidel, but he could not detect anything special. Indeed, the runic heartprint. This heartprint contains my lifetime's understanding and comprehension of runic magic circles. With this heartprint, even those who don't know runes can rely on it to activate a runic magic circle. It's a special treasure that I've created. Although it's different from a casting tool, it's stronger than some powerful casting tool. Of course, the most important thing about the runic heartprint is still my understanding of runes. You can slowly digest the runes in the heartprint and become a great rune wizard. This world is full of mysteries. I've seen all kinds of prodigies, even some 3rd-level spell casters who could kill 7th-level casters. Such talents are few and far in between, but it doesn't rule out the chance that there would be such wizard in the dark magic region in the future. If you're really such a prodigy but aren't interested in runology, Then I hope you'll find a spellcaster in the dark magic region proficient in runology and pass on the runic heartprint to him in the future, so as not to waste my entire life's efforts. Merlin already understood that the great wizard Fidel's projection did not have any consciousness. When it asked for Merlin's name earlier, it was only set by the great wizard Fidel. The projection only spoke according to what the great wizard Fidel had set in the beginning. Soon after, the great wizard Fidel's projection gradually faded, and before long, it completely dispersed, leaving only the huge rune in the room. The runes in the white light were the runic heartprint that the great wizard Fidel had mentioned. It was the painstaking effort of the great wizard Fidel's life that he originally wanted to pass on to the true runology prodigy of the dark magic region, who would conquer the 7th floor using his understanding of runes, and finally obtain the runic heartprint. A prodigious spellcaster like that could better inherit the great wizard Fidel's lifelong understanding of runology, but now, it was Merlin who had conquered the 7th floor. Even if one isn't a runology spellcaster, once one possesses the runic heartprint, one would be able to use the runic heartprint to activate runic magic circles and become a formidable rune wizard. Merlin looked at the runic heartprint in mid-air and gradually became interested. He was not proficient in runology, so he could not even set up runic magic circles, much less understand what runes were. His energy had limits. Apart from spells and Pandora demon abilities, Merlin did not have much energy to study the boundless and profound field of runology. However, since there was such a mysterious treasure like the runic heartprint, he naturally wanted to give it a try. Perhaps he would not get the genuine and precious knowledge on runology even after obtaining the runic heartprint, but the mysteries of the runic heartprint was enough to satisfy Merlin. If in the future a genius in runology appeared in the dark magic region, it would not be too late to pass on the runic heartprint to him then. Earlier, the great wizard Fidel's projection didn't seem to have mentioned how to obtain the runic heartprint. Suddenly, a thought struck Merlin. The runic heartprint was indeed mysterious, but he did not know how to obtain it. Even the great wizard Fidel's projection seemed to have forgotten to mention this point. Merlin frowned and took a few steps forward. He walked to the area which was bathed in the white light, wanting to look at the runic heartprint and figure out how to obtain it. While he was still at a distance from the runic heartprint, it seemed to have sensed something and was fiercely shaken. Hum hum hum. The white light rolled like a cloud, enveloping Merlin in it. At the same time, the huge and mysterious runic heartprint instantly turned into a ray of light and engraved itself into Merlin's mind. Boom! A large amount of information suddenly appeared in Merlin's mind. Merlin's mind went blank as if it was fried. This state only lasted for a moment before Merlin quickly recovered. He could feel a sudden increase in knowledge in his mind. Moreover, in his awareness, there was a huge rune faintly emitting white light. It was the runic heartprint. This runic heartprint was very mysterious. It floated in the awareness and did not interfere in Merlin's spell model and the flame maxim. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, he could see that there were numerous mysterious runes on the surface of the runic heartprint, faintly arranging into countless runic magic circles to protect the runic heartprint. These runic magic circles must have been the great wizard Fidel's painstaking effort. Its purpose was to protect the runic heartprint, so even if any accident happened, the runic heartprint would still be intact, and the great wizard Fidel's lifetime of effort would not be wasted. In addition to the protection of the runic magic circle, Merlin could not destroy the runic heartprint either. However, Merlin was very satisfied with everything else. The runic heartprint was different from the flame maxim and could be easily controlled by Merlin. If he used the runic heartprint, he could see a white imprint gradually appear on his forehead, which seemed to make Merlin appear full of mystery. The runic heartprint indeed had a great deal of knowledge regarding runology, which was incredibly valuable. To spellcasters who wholeheartedly studied runology, this was a priceless treasure. All this knowledge was the great wizard Fidel's comprehension and understanding of runology, and the spellcasters who liked runology would be able to advance by leaps and bounds, greatly enhancing their comprehension of runology. However, to Merlin, there was not much use. What he really took a fancy to was that the runic heartprint would be able to help Merlin master runes. Regardless if he did not know anything about runes, with this runic heartprint, he could even arrange powerful runic magic circles. Let's see if this runic heartprint really is as wondrous as it seemed. Merlin took out the runic magic disc he received at the beginning from his ring. It was just an ordinary runic magic disc, but since Merlin did not know about runes and did not do any research about runes, this runic magic disc had become a mere decoration. Merlin also had no way to activate the runic magic circle in the runic magic disc. Runic heartprint. Merlin chanted in a low voice and activated the runic heartprint. Immediately, the runic heartprint became more distinct in the middle of Merlin's forehead, and runes began to enter the runic magic disc one by one. Hum hum hum. Instantly, the runic magic disc in Merlin's hands began to activate, and the runic magic circle in the runic magic disc rapidly began its arrangement. Even though Merlin did not know runology, he knew that this runic heartprint was incredibly powerful. The runic heartprint enabled a spellcaster who did not know anything about runology to become a master in runology in an instant. All sorts of runic magic circles could be easily arranged. Good, good. I've never thought that it was actually true. With this runic heartprint, I'll be able to activate any runic magic circle no matter how complicated it is. Merlin was overjoyed. He did not understand runology, so he had to forcefully break any runic magic circles he encountered, which was extremely troublesome. Moreover, some incredibly complicated and powerful runic magic circles were not inferior to other powerful magic abilities, and were extremely tough to forcefully break. Now that he had the mysterious runic heartprint, he had nothing to fear regarding runic magic circles anymore. After all, the great wizard Fidel had reached the peak in the comprehension of runology. The great wizard Fidel would even be able to reach the peak of the great wizards by relying on runes and become second only to those great legends. It's time to leave. Merlin was very satisfied after obtaining the runic heartprint. He did not return to the 7th floor but instead drew a picture in the air inside the small room itself, fiercely activating the runic heartprint. Instantly, mysterious runes from the runic heartprint shot out and formed a runic magic circle. This was a simple transport magic circle that Merlin could easily arrange by using the runic heartprint. Then, Merlin walked into the runic magic circle. White light wrapped around Merlin, and he instantly disappeared from the runic magic circle. Chapter 396, Runology. Chapter 396, Runology. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Outside the runic tower, several spellcasters saw the light on the 7th floor, which showed that Merlin had entered the 7th floor again and was starting to attempt to conquer the 7th floor of the runic tower. As expected of Wizard Merlin. He can even enter the 7th floor of the runic tower at will. I thought that Wizard Merlin entered by fluke the previous time. Who would have thought that he would be able to enter the 7th floor again? Looks like Merlin's strength enabled him to easily enter the 7th floor. Wizard Merlin didn't manage to conquer the 7th floor previously. I wonder what the result is this time. The spellcasters outside the runic tower came to try their luck in conquering the runic tower. However, now that Merlin had entered the 7th floor, they simply watched the outcome from the outside. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire runic tower began to shake. Many spellcasters were shocked and did not know what was happening. However, it stopped just as suddenly as it had started. Before some spellcasters were even able to react, the shaking had stopped. What's going on? What just happened? What happened to the runic tower? The shaking of the runic tower had just stopped, and several spellcasters had not returned to their senses yet. However, they were astonished to find that the gate to the 1st floor of the runic tower was completely sealed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, several spellcasters who were attempting the runic tower were transported out one by one. Even they did not know what was going on, and they all expressed confusion on their faces. Some spellcasters even tried to enter the runic tower again, but as they approached it, they were blocked by a thin layer of light. There was no way to enter. Even if they wanted to break this layer of light, they would not be able to do so even with several 7th level spellcasters. Oh, the runic tower must be sealed. The runic tower is sealed? It'll only seal after someone conquers the 7th floor. Are you saying that someone conquered the 7th floor and obtained the treasure that the great wizard Fidel left behind? Wizard Merlin must have conquered the 7th floor. It was only speculation at first, but as more and more spellcasters recalled the information about the runic tower, they came to the realization that the treasure of the 7th floor of the runic tower had been taken away by someone. Besides Wizard Merlin, no one in the dark magic region could conquer the 7th floor of the runic tower. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Many wizards were guessing and speculating outside the runic tower when a white light suddenly appeared outside Wizard Leo's tower. A figure staggered out from the white light. It really can transport me here. The figure that walked out of the white light was Merlin, who had just left the runic tower. He used the runic heartprint to arrange a runic magic circle which directly transported him outside Wizard Leo's tower. This had also helped him avoid several unnecessary troubles. Merlin looked at the direction of the runic tower. He knew that after conquering the 7th floor and obtaining the runic heartprint, the entire runic tower would be sealed. This was a major event, and he was worried that the entire dark magic region would be strongly affected. Thus, he directly used the runic heartprint and arranged a runic magic circle to return to Wizard Leo's tower. Merlin hurried back to the wizard tower. Although Wizard Leo had died, his wizard tower was still around. According to the rules of the dark magic region, once it was determined that a spellcaster above the 4th level was dead, his wizard tower would be removed. However, the dark magic region was still under investigation, so the wizard tower could still exist for a year. If Merlin still had not become a 4th level spellcaster after a year, then the dark magic region would arrange other tutors for him. With Merlin's current potential, if other tutors were to be arranged to him, most of them would be spellcasters above the 7th level from the dark magic region. Merlin did not think about those matters. He went directly to the room and began to check some content regarding runes in the runic heartprint. Runology, alchemy, and potions were all said to have the same status as spells construction, especially runology, which was vast and profound. A spellcaster proficient in runology could even challenge many powerful spellcasters, which was incredibly unfathomable. Merlin was not clear before, but looking at the introduction of the runic heartprint now, he slowly began to gain an understanding of runology. The core and the most fundamental source of power in runology was mind power. Mind power was illusory. A general spellcaster would use mind power to imitate spell model and stabilize spell models, but besides that, it did not seem to have any other function. However, if one wanted to research runology and arrange runic magic circles, mind power was essential. Runes were, in fact, more like mysterious imprints. These imprints were activated by mind power in a special way, and then combined and arranged to form mysterious runic magic circles. This was a rather complicated process. Mind power was illusory, and only the spellcaster himself would be able to control it. Even Merlin's matrix was unable to control the illusory mind power. Since the matrix could not control mind power, Merlin naturally could not rely on the matrix to learn and research runology. However, after conquering the 7th floor of the runic tower and obtaining the great wizard Fidel's runic heartprint, Merlin could be considered to have a systematic understanding of runology. Runology relied on mind power to activate runes. Originally, these runes were also illusory and could not interfere with matter. However, when countless runes were arranged in a specific way, changes could be formed. Different runic magic circles could use the power of different elements such as runic thunder and runic wind, which used runic magic circles to grasp the power of the elements. Thus, their power was not inferior to spells or even Pandora demon abilities. This was runology. If wizards used spell models to absorb elements and transform that into magic power, then releasing spells was all about using the power in their own spell models. The stronger the spell model, the stronger the magic power. However, runology was completely different. It used runic magic circles to control the power of elements. The more refined the runic magic circle, the more perfect and stronger the arrangement, the more powerful it would be. There was no need to be a powerful spellcaster. In the spellcaster's most glorious era, the strongest first-level and second-level spellcasters who were proficient in runology would even be able to kill 7th-level spellcasters by using runic magic circles. Of course, such wizards were rare. If the runic magic circle was too complicated, it would require a terrifying amount of mind power. Furthermore, runes were much more complicated than spells. It really is hard to research runology. Thankfully, I have the runic heartprint now, so I don't have to spend my energy learning runes. Merlin had some knowledge of runology, and even more understanding of the runic heartprint. This was the result of the great wizard Fidel Life's painstaking effort. It contained numerous runic magic circles which could be activated at any time using the runic heartprint. To Merlin, this was an extremely powerful casting tool. With the runic heartprint, Merlin no longer had to be afraid of being attacked or trapped by others who used runic magic circles. Merlin looked at the runic heartprint repeatedly and was relieved when he confirmed that he could indeed freely control the runic heartprint. However, even with the runic heartprint, it was not enough. Merlin did not have any advantage in the chaos that would follow. Furthermore, Darkness Eye still consumed the power of the flame maxim unceasingly. Therefore, the most important thing now was to construct 4th level spells as soon as possible. To construct a 4th level spell, he must first increase his mind power. Only when his mind power was strong enough would he be able to construct 4th level spells. Merlin's ring contained thousands of portions of Mokra potions, but he lacked the time to brew them. Now was the perfect opportunity to brew potions. Thinking about this, Merlin took out the Mokra potion materials from the ring and began to brew the potions in the peaceful wizard tower. Whoosh! In the silent forest, the falling maple leaves painted the entire forest red. A black-robed figure slowly appeared from the maple forest. He looked around and walked to a thick maple tree and clapped it skillfully. Bang! The maple tree shook violently. At the same time, the thick layer of maple leaves on the ground was blown away by the strong wind, revealing a mysterious runic magic circle. No one knew how long it had remained unused. I finally found it. The dark magic region really is hard to find. Fortunately, 3 7th level spellcasters from the dark magic region died at Blacksand Fort this time and I've obtained their dark magic rings. Otherwise, even if I found the runic magic circle, I still wouldn't be able to enter dark magic region. This mysterious black-robed figure then took out a dark magic ring and used mind power to activate the runic magic circle. The dark magic ring in his hands and the mysterious runes that flew out one by one corresponded to the runic magic circle on the ground. Swoosh! A white light quickly enveloped the black-robed wizard, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 397, Troubled Times. Chapter 397, Troubled Times. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin returned to his senses from the haze. He had been brewing potions for a long time and after brewing a few portions, he started to use them. Every time he consumed the potion, he would have to sleep for a period of time. Therefore, Merlin was currently in a dreamy state of being half asleep and half awake. However, his mind power did grow at a rapid pace. The Mokra potion effects also began to weaken a little but could still support Merlin's mind power growth. If he finished taking all the Mokra potions, there would be no problem for his mind power to grow to the 6th level. The Mokra potions have finished. I'll have to brew them again. Merlin looked at the Mokra potion materials in the ring and found that there was still a large amount left as if they were uncountable. In this period, he could only vaguely remember that he took around 13 portions of Mokra potions. As there were too many potions, Merlin did not check on the growth of his mind power and simply repeated the same actions of brewing the potions, consuming the potions, and sleeping throughout a period of time. Rumble. Just as Merlin was about to continue brewing the potions, he found that the entire wizard tower started shaking. He focused his eyes slightly and saw that there seemed to be some drastic changes outside the wizard tower. Whoosh! The runic heartprint appeared on Merlin's forehead. Merlin quickly arranged the runic magic circle and left the wizard tower directly. The dark magic region had always been peaceful with not many changes. It was impossible for the outside world to disturb them. If one wanted to enter the mysterious dark magic region, one would need to go through the runic magic circle by using the precious dark magic ring. Besides the official members of the dark magic region who had the dark magic ring, outsider spellcaster would not have the dark magic ring at all. Without the dark magic ring, it was impossible to enter the dark magic region. As such, the peace and calmness of the dark magic region had been maintained for hundreds of years. Now, the peace of the dark magic region had been broken. The entire sky seemed to be shrouded in a faint light where numerous mysterious runes flashed by. This was the activation of the runic magic circle which protected the dark magic region. This huge runic magic circle was personally arranged by the great wizard Fidel, and rumor had it that it could even block attacks from great wizards. At this time, in the sky shrouded by the runic magic circle, a huge black cat slowly walked in the air and spoke. Its voice reached the ears of every spellcaster in the dark magic region. There's a foreign invasion. This huge black cat was the spirit of the runic magic circle in the dark magic region stone tablet, Didymos. As the spirit of the runic magic circle in the dark magic region, the black cat Didymos was clear about anyone trying to enter the dark magic region. Foreign invasion? How could that be? How long has it been since the dark magic region has been discovered and invaded by foreign enemies? Even the runic magic circle has been activated. Besides Sir Didymos, only Wizard Delma, the only 9th level spellcaster in our dark magic region, can activate the runic magic circle. However, Wizard Delma hasn't shown himself for a long time. Would he simply activate the runic magic circle like that? Many spellcasters were shocked to see the black cat Didymos in the air. These spellcasters were no strangers to Didymos, the spirit of the runic magic circle that the great wizard Fidel had personally created. It could be the oldest existence in the dark magic region. At the same time, the black cat Didymos controlled the big runic circle, silently guarding the entire dark magic region. Damn it! It's another damn runic magic circle. The dark magic region really is a spellcaster's organization that's most proficient in runology. It could trap me and make things so difficult for me. A black-robed spellcaster stood out conspicuously under the runic magic circle. He had been firmly locked up by the runic magic circle. The runic magic circle controlled by Didymos could bring out the greatest power. Even great wizards would not be able to break it, much less this mysterious spellcaster. The fluctuations on this mysterious spellcaster was only the 7th level at best. He entered the dark magic region for an unknown reason and had caught the attention of the black cat Didymos. Low-level spellcasters were easily ignored by Didymos, but spellcasters of the 7th level and above were very important to the black cat Didymos. After all, there were only a few spellcasters of the 7th level and above in the entire dark magic region, and Didymos also knew who all of them were. However, this mysterious and unfamiliar spellcaster was a 7th level spellcaster, and also had the dark magic ring, so it was natural that it would arouse Didymos' suspicion. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several 7th level spellcasters flew out from the highest wizard tower in the dark magic region, including Wizard Morse. However, they did not know what was going on and could only see the black-robed spellcaster currently imprisoned in mid-air. The black-robed man imprisoned in the air had a sullen expression. Then, he sneered, took a deep breath, and shouted, "I'm a 7th level wizard from Shadowthorn, Wizard Tom." Shadowthorn? Perhaps the lower level wizard did not know about Shadowthorn, but after hearing the declaration from the spellcaster of Shadowthorn as well as seeing his black wizard robe and logo, the spellcasters of the 7th level and above were very clear. It really is a spellcaster from Shadowthorn. What is he doing in our dark magic region? How did a wizard from Shadowthorn enter? There were many questions, but under Didymos' oppression, the power of the runic magic circle was gradually about to crush Tom. At this time, Wizard Tom finally put away his arrogance and continued. "I was sent here by the Grand Elder to invite Wizard Delma from the dark magic region. If you ask Wizard Delma to come out, everything will become clear." Wizard Delma? The 7th level spellcasters were stunned, but their expressions quickly became heavy. The lower-level spellcasters including Merlin did not know who Wizard Delma was. Wizard Delma? I've never heard of him before, but judging by the attitude of those 7th level wizards, he must be an important person in the dark magic region. Could he be the one and only 9th level wizard in the dark magic region? Countless thoughts flashed past Merlin's mind. He had gone to Blacksand Fort before and naturally knew that the spellcaster trapped by Didymos was a wizard from Shadowthorn. All right, Didymos, put Wizard Tom down. Without anyone's notice, an energetic aged spellcaster with a ruddy face appeared in the air. His eyes, especially, were as deep as the stars, leaving a profound impression on the others. Wizard Delma. The 7th level spellcasters greeted immediately. Now, even the dullest spellcasters knew that it was Wizard Delma standing before them, the strongest wizard in the entire dark magic region, the 9th level spellcaster Wizard Delma. Heeding Wizard Delma's words, the black cat Didymos nodded and gradually disappeared. The ever-present runic magic circle shrouding the entire dark magic region also slowly faded away. Wizard Tom broke out of his restraints, but his face was gloomy, and his eyes held some fear. As a 7th level spellcaster from Shadowthorn, how would he value a mere small-sized spellcasters organization like the Dark Magic region? However, he never expected that the runic magic circle of the Dark Magic region would be so formidable. It was much more powerful than the runic magic circle in Blacksand Fort and Shadowthorn. He suspected that even the great wizards would be unable to easily break the runic magic circle in the Dark Magic region. Therefore, Wizard Tom put aside his contempt and went up to Wizard Delmer before saying lowly, "Wizard Delmer, I believe you've already gotten information regarding Blacksand Fort." Osmu was too unbridled and led spellcasters to attack Blacksand Fort, and even killed the spellcasters in our southern spellcaster world on the way. The Dark Magic region also lost 3 7th-level spellcasters. Thus, Shadowthorn, Miracle City, and Blacksand Fort have sent spellcasters to various spellcasters organization to invite their strongest spellcasters to discuss this major event in Miracle City. This is the image of Miracle City, Blacksand Fort, and Shadowthorn signing a contract of an alliance. Please have a look, Wizard Delmer. After speaking, Wizard Tom carved out a few simple runes, in which there were indeed 3 extremely large spellcaster life forces that had jointly signed the agreement. Wizard Delmer's eyes flickered slightly. He recognized the 3 wizards who had signed the agreement. They were all great wizards from Shadowthorn, Miracle City, and Blacksand Fort. The 3 large-sized spellcasters organizations had really joined hands. Wizard Delmer could not refuse such an invitation. Otherwise, he would have to face the 3 large-sized spellcasters organizations. It was an invitation on the surface, but the fact was he had no choice but to go. In the southern spellcaster world, no one could go against the 3 large-sized spellcasters organizations. "All right, please wait a moment, Wizard Tom. I'll make some arrangements and follow you." Wizard Delmer remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. "Of course, as you wish, Wizard Delmer." Wizard Tom smiled. As he expected, the Dark Magic region did not dare to refuse the invitation of the 3 large-sized spellcasters organizations. This time, Miracle City, Shadowthorn, and Blacksand Fort had suffered a huge loss. They naturally would not be willing to just let it go. Originally, the 3 large-sized spellcasters organizations had been ready to go against Osmu, but now that this had happened, there were indeed some losses. However, it gave them a more appropriate reason to unite the entire southern spellcaster world to deal with Osmu together. Below, Merlin also saw the images that Wizard Tom recorded in runes. Among the 3 wizards, Merlin could only recognize one. That was the Great Wizard Utto, whom he saw in Blacksand Fort. As he was a great wizard, Merlin had a very deep impression of Great Wizard Utto. Now, seeing that the Great Wizard Utto personally appeared to sign the agreement, the 2 other spellcasters were obviously not simple either. There was a large possibility that they were also great wizards. These are troubled times. The 3 large-sized spellcasters organizations must be starting to act. Merlin secretly speculated that since Osmu's previous move was too large, it was impossible for the 3 large-sized spellcasters organizations, the strongest in the southern spellcaster world, to remain indifferent. Perhaps Osmu's sudden action had disrupted their previous plans and delayed their own attack on Osmu, but with this, they were able to unite the factions in the southern spellcaster world closely. "Let's go, Wizard Tom." After Wizard Delmer had finished his arrangements, he and Wizard Tom spared no time and quickly disappeared from sight. Chapter 398, 4th Level Spell. Chapter 398, 4th Level Spell. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Peace returned to the Dark Magic region, but the departure of their 9th level spellcaster still caused a lot of discussions. Perhaps others did not know what this meant, but Merlin, who personally experienced Blacksand Fort, knew exactly how serious this matter was. 9th level spellcasters were invited, and the 3 large spellcasters organizations have signed an agreement. They're really going to act against Osmu. They've gathered almost all the forces in the southern spellcaster world. Merlin was very clear that if even a small spellcasters organization like the Dark Magic region was invited, it obviously meant that those 3 large-sized spellcasters organizations were ready to act. Osmu could fight against almost all large spellcasters organizations. Although it had great strength, the deeper reason laid in the fact that Osmu's old nest was too hidden. Even if large spellcasters' organizations wanted to destroy it, they could not, as they cannot find the place. This was somewhat different from the dark magic region, where one could kill a member of the dark magic region, and seize the dark magic ring to forcefully enter the dark magic region. However, no one knew where Osmu's old nest was located, as it was incredibly mysterious. This time, it was different. Blacksand Fort knew where Osmu's old nest was. Perhaps it was because of this that Osmu became reckless, and decided to send spellcasters led by the Black-White Great Wizard to attack Blacksand Fort. Fortunately, Blacksand Fort also had a hidden trump card, which was a powerful guardian spirit that even the Black-White Great Wizard was no match against. The chaos in Blacksand Fort had instead brought together the forces in the southern spellcaster world. Novel full, Chaos is coming. I have to hurry and increase my mind power. Merlin returned to the wizard tower. This time, he frantically brewed potions day and night. As Merlin grasped the fire handling of potion making and became more skillful, his success rate of brewing mokra potions also increased. What was originally a 30% success rate was increased to a nearly 40% success rate. Merlin was overjoyed by such a high success rate. Mokra potions were extremely valuable, and although its effects had decreased now, it was still much more effective than the bell space and other potions. He prepared several portions of mokra potions daily and used the next several days to consume the potion to increase his mind power. Thus, Merlin's mind power very quickly rose to the beginning stage of the 5th level, then to the middle stage of the 5th level, and continued to grow, gradually reaching the peak of the 5th level. At this time, more than a month had passed. Wizard Delma never returned even once, and the southern spellcaster world remained peaceful as always. However, Merlin knew that behind the peace, a huge storm was brewing. Peak of the 5th level. I can try constructing 4th level spells now. Merlin finally stopped brewing mokra potions. He had consumed almost half of the mokra potions that he had prepared, and his mind power had reached the peak of the 5th level. A large amount of accumulation was needed to increase one's mind power from the 5th level to the 6th level, and it was impossible to do so in a short amount of time. Hence, Merlin did not continue brewing mokra potions and chose to construct spells instead. At Merlin's current mind power level, it was not difficult to construct 4th level spells at all. He could construct several 4th level spells. Although it was unlikely that he could successfully construct 6 elemental spells, there was no problem constructing the most powerful 4th level spells. The difference was that the 4th level spells that needed to be constructed were, in the end, ordinary 4th level spells, that used the Maxim as well as consumed the power of the Flame Maxim to derive a completely new 4th level spell. Matrix, derive new 4th level fire-type spell model. Merlin activated the Matrix, and started to check the 200 and more 4th level fire-type spell models derived after he consumed the Flame Maxim. In the beginning, due to Merlin's insufficient mind power, he did not construct these fire-type 4th level spells. However, it was different now. Merlin's mind power had reached the peak of the 5th level and was enough to construct several 4th level spells. Most of the 200 or so spell models had very high compatibility. They were all at least 90% and above, and there were even some with 100% compatibility. The biggest difference between the derived spell models and ordinary spell models was compatibility. Moreover, by deriving a new spell model according to the previously constructed spell models, the compatibility could reach 100%. Now, Merlin had to choose a spell model with 100% compatibility. He would only be able to fully bring out the power of a spell model that way. Merlin looked closely at the fire-type spell model which he had constructed before. The 0-level spell Fireball, 1st-level spell Furious Flame, 2nd-level Sea of Purgatory Fire, and 3rd-level spell Condensed Fire. Apart from the ordinary Fireball, all the other spells were extremely complicated and were offensive spells. Their offensive power was outstanding among other spells. In this way, Merlin's choice of his 4th-level spells had to be extremely violent, have very strong offensive power, and possess high compatibility. Among the 200 or so spell models, Merlin only found 2 such spells which fit his criteria. After careful screening, Merlin finally picked a spell model that was derived by the Matrix. It had 100% compatibility with the spell model constructed by Merlin previously, and was frighteningly powerful. Such a powerful spell model should be very complicated and extremely difficult to construct, but newly derived spells were not like that. Spells that were derived by the spellcasters themselves according to the situation were very convenient to construct, and the difficulty would be greatly reduced as well. Basically, as long as one could derive new spells by themselves and had sufficient mind power, then one would basically be able to simulate the success of a spell in the awareness. It was very simple and was also one of the benefits of deriving a spell. Since he chose the spell, Merlin began to maneuver all his mind power and concentrated in simulating the first derived spell model. Time passed bit by bit. Although the derived spell model was a good simulation and was not too complicated, it still required a long period of time. Boom! An unknown amount of time passed before Merlin's awareness shook fiercely. A huge spell model appeared in his awareness, and countless fire elements frantically entered the new spell model, quickly converting into magic power. It finally succeeded. My first 4th level spell. Merlin could feel that his awareness was currently full of raging flames. Compared to the 4th level and below spells constructed before, a 4th level spell really was quite different. It was just a single 4th level spell model, but its power was almost equal to all the previous spell models. Of course, that did not include the Pandora Demon ability. 4th level spells were a qualitative improvement. Merlin could clearly feel that the spell model of newly constructed 4th level fire-type spell greatly suppressed the other spell models in his awareness. Let's see how powerful it is. Merlin sucked in a breath and felt that some magic power had accumulated in the spell model, so he used his mind power to simulate it and immediately released the spell. Boom! Flames covered the sky, faintly descending and enveloping the entire room. Everything that was touched by the flames was reduced to ashes. How powerful! The power of the spell itself can rival the power of ordinary 6th level spells. Merlin was pleasantly surprised to see that the derived spell power was so terrifying. He also noticed that the ability to release a strengthened version of the spell after releasing 3 ordinary spells had disappeared. Merlin rarely cast the strengthened version spells after he cultivated a powerful Pandora Demon ability. Merlin did not know what caused the strengthened version spells and why there were strengthened version spells. However, now, Merlin slowly understood. It was because the previous spells did not have 100% compatibility, and could never reach the point where it was most compatible with the spell caster. Therefore, the power of the spell could not be maximized. Previously, the strengthened spells helped Merlin to bring out the true power of the spell into play. Now, after the new spell was derived by the matrix using data integration, the compatibility became almost 100%, reaching the point of perfect compatibility. Therefore, the 4th level fire-type spell which Merlin had constructed could be used to its full power at any time. There was naturally no strengthened version of the spell because the spell itself was already at the pinnacle of its power. I never thought that derived spells would be able to use its full power. The spell was able to burn everything in the room into ashes. With this formidable power, this completely new 4th level spell shall be called Incinerating Fire. Merlin named this brand new 4th level spell. Henceforth, there was a new 4th level spell in the world, Incinerating Fire. Even in the future, Merlin could pass down Incinerating Fire, and make it a powerful spell unique to the Wilson clan. Seeing the might of Incinerating Fire, it was indeed very powerful and could rival 6th level spells. However, it was not enough just by relying on the strength of the spell. There were still fire-type Pandora Demon abilities. Presently, Merlin only had Fiery Collapse, which strength was also quite strong. Although it was a Pandora Demon ability that could not be combined with spells, it was suppressed by the Flame Maxim and forcefully fused into the fire-type spells, so it also played a role in making the spells incredibly powerful. Now, Merlin wanted to try and see if he could fuse Fiery Collapse into his newly constructed, brand new 4th level spell, Incinerating Fire. This kind of attempt was extremely important. Once successful, the power of Incinerating Fire would increase multiple folds. Thinking about this, Merlin no longer hesitated and started to control Fiery Collapse. Fuse. Merlin immediately tried to fuse Fiery Collapse with Incinerating Fire. Chapter 399, Derivation. Chapter 399, Derivation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Incinerating Fire was a 4th level spell that had 100% compatibility with Merlin's previous spells. As for Fiery Collapse, it was a powerful Pandora demon ability. Merlin now had a slight understanding of Pandora demon abilities. This mysterious and formidable power did not have to be specifically under certain spells, but compatibility. This kind of compatibility was virtually the same as the compatibility between spells. There was also compatibility between Pandora demon abilities and spells. For example, it was absolutely impossible for Glacial Finger to be compatible with Fire-type spells. They were basically two different elements and two different powers. However, Glacial Finger could be compatible with Ice-type spells. Certain Ice-type spells had extremely high compatibility with Glacial Finger. Therefore, with high compatibility, the Pandora demon ability could be successfully cultivated. Merlin had now constructed a brand new 4th level spell. Its prominent characteristic was that it conformed to Merlin's own characteristics as well as the characteristics of the spells he constructed in the past. As long as he successfully cultivated Pandora demon abilities for the previous spells, then there was no problem cultivating a Pandora demon ability for a 4th level spell with 100% compatibility. Novelful, that included the merging of Fiery Collapse. Under the suppression of the Flame Maxim as well as the long amount of time it fused with Fire-type spells, the fusion between Fiery Collapse and Incinerating Fire was quite smooth. Phew! After a long moment, Merlin breathed out a sigh of relief. He held out his hand gently, and a flame-emitting white light rose from his hand. It was Incinerating Fire. The fusion was a success. Incinerating Fire and Fiery Collapse merged, and its power was instantly raised to a level that's comparable to a regular 7th level spell. However, this is merely the first form of Fiery Collapse. Just by relying on Incinerating Fire, the strength was comparable to a 6th level spell, much less by adding Fiery Collapse. The power instantly increased to the point of a 7th level spell. Furthermore, it was just the first form of Fiery Collapse. There were still 2nd and 3rd forms of Fiery Collapse. Now that Merlin had constructed a 4th level spell, he could cultivate the 2nd form of Fiery Collapse. Merlin still required the treasure from the ancient monument to cultivate the 2nd form of Fiery Collapse, which was pale white. After all, the treasures needed to cultivate the 2nd form of Fiery Collapse were quite special. The 3rd form of Darkness Eye can kill a regular 7th level spell caster. If Fiery Collapse is cultivated to its 2nd form as well, its power would be terrifying. It might even be able to kill a regular 7th level spell caster. Merlin carefully thought in his heart that between Darkness Eye and Fiery Collapse, there was no comparison between the two types of Pandora demon abilities. The power of Fiery Collapse might not be as powerful as Darkness Eye. However, if it was fused into a spell and coupled with the strength of the spell itself, its power would be quite considerable. Moreover, the new 4th level spell was derived by Merlin. From then on, Merlin would no longer be a traditional spell caster. In the future, the 5th, 6th, and even 7th level and above spell casters would have no practical reference significance to Merlin. That was because Merlin had already embarked on another path, a way to derive spells and understand the essence of elements alone. It was a path to becoming a great legend. In the spellcaster's most glorious era, the number of spellcasters who started deriving from 4th level spells were quite rare. However, those spellcasters were terrifying. Generally, spellcasters who started deriving from 4th level spells did not simply aim to be great wizards, but the position above the great wizard, a great legend. Only great legends could condense a maxim and explore the essence and true meaning of spells. Deriving spells by oneself was the beginning of exploring the essence and true meaning of spells. They were better than spellcasters who started deriving spells from the 7th level onward. The probability of becoming a legendary wizard after starting to derive from 4th level spells was quite high. Even Merlin himself could vaguely feel that the spells from ordinary wizard were no longer suitable for him. After all, the spellcasters who just merely constructed spells were simply too weak. In the spellcaster's most glorious era, ordinary wizard used a combination of spells and Pandora demon abilities which could burst into incomparable power. That was the true strength of wizards. Unfortunately, the number of spellcasters were rare now. All sorts of inheritances had been submerged in the long river of history. One of the most common Pandora demon abilities could make many spellcasters go crazy. It simply could not be compared to the spellcaster's most glorious era. Even in the spellcaster's most glorious era, only Merlin was a wizard who was extremely valiant and had unlimited potential. The fusion of incinerating fire and fiery collapse was successful, but that did not mean the end. On the contrary, it was just the beginning. His mind power was enough to support him in constructing several new 4th level spells. I'll need to consume some power of the Maxim to derive the spells. Although the power of the Maxim is extremely valuable, it's not my own power. Only by deriving spells and constructing them in the awareness would I be able to control this unique power. Next, I'll derive a 4th level darkness type spell. Merlin took a deep breath. This time, he wanted to derive a 4th level darkness type spell. Currently, Merlin had 0 level spell Dark Mist, 1st level Dark Light Realm, 2nd level Darkness Tide, and 3rd level Darkness Vortex. These were all hallucinating spells. If Merlin wanted to derive a new darkness type spell, he should move in that direction if he wanted it to obtain 100% compatibility. Originally, Merlin already obtained a 4th level darkness type spell Darkness Nightmare in Abyss Fort. He even had 5th and 6th level darkness type spells. They were all extremely complicated and powerful spells. Among them was a 4th level spell called Darkness Nightmare, which seemed to have reached the pinnacle of illusions. Thus, the 5th level and above darkness type spells began to develop in the direction of illusions and reality interfering with matter. Merlin also considered ahead of time that the 4th level darkness type spell he wanted to derive should also be developed in this direction. Not only were hallucinating spells strong, but it could also influence a 7th level spellcaster's mind power. Even if a 7th level spellcaster could not be dragged into an illusion, he still had to be affected. Besides influencing, it also had to possess strong offensive power. This was the 4th level darkness type spell that Merlin needed. Matrix, start the analysis. Derive all 4th level darkness type spells. Beep, commence derivation. Deriving an entirely new spell required a large amount of time. Especially this time, deriving a darkness type spell seemed to be even more complicated, so the time required was even longer. Merlin simply waited quietly. After waiting for more than 10 hours, the sky outside the wizard tower gradually darkened, and the Matrix finally finished deriving a new darkness spell. Beep, a total of 343 4th level darkness type spell models have been derived. The Matrix had derived more than 300 darkness-type spells. Merlin did not look at them immediately, but instead rushed to check on the Flame Maxim in his awareness. The change in the Flame Maxim was obvious. Merlin could clearly feel that it seemed to have become smaller. Deriving darkness-type spells really did consume the Flame Maxim a little. Currently, Merlin only had one Maxim. Therefore, this Soul Flame Maxim was especially crucial. Every little loss could not be recovered. Only 2 more 4th level skill can be derived. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Flame Maxim will really be exhausted. Merlin secretly decided in his heart that after darkness-type spells, he would only derive 2 other 4th level spells and no more. The Flame Maxim could be used, but it could not be completely exhausted. He would leave a little to better suppress Darkness Eye as well as Fiery Collapse, just in case of any accidents. After looking at the Flame Maxim, Merlin focused his attention on the 4th level spells derived by the Matrix. These 300 or so 4th level spells mostly had high compatibility, and there were several dozen with 100% compatibility. However, Merlin only selected a few spells that had 100% compatibility. All these spells had powerful hallucination effects, and none was inferior to Darkness Nightmare. In the end, Merlin chose a spell that could not only influence the mind of a spellcaster but could also stimulate a slight strangling power, which could strangle a spellcaster trapped in an illusion. For this spell, Merlin named it Darkness Illusory Death. Now that a brand new spell was derived, the next step was to simulate it in his awareness. Merlin had done this step countless times, so he was already very familiar with it. Soon, he simulated spell model of Darkness Illusory Death in his awareness and merged it with Darkness Heart. It also smoothly raised to the 2nd stage as well. For Darkness Heart, as long as a 4th level darkness spell was constructed, it could reach the 2nd stage directly. It was also the strongest form of Darkness Heart and could improve the strength of a spell by 5 to 10 times. This was quite frightening. Merlin's darkness spells were already powerful to begin with. Their destructive power could not be compared to fire-type spells, but when it came to the degree of bizarreness and the effects of dealing with spellcasters, darkness spells were definitely the most powerful. However, once a spellcaster had reached the 7th level, his mind power would evolve, and the advantages of darkness-type spells would be less obvious. As they were simply pure illusions, the advantages would turn into disadvantages as well. However, darkness illusory death was not purely an illusion, as it also had the power of strangulation. Coupled with the amplification from darkness heart, it could also easily kill a regular 7th level spellcaster. The two most important spells have been derived. The next choice would be much easier. A smile appeared on Merlin's face. He had decided the next spell he would derive to be a wind-type spell. Chapter 400, Returning to the Ancient Monument I. Chapter 400, Returning to the Ancient Monument I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In comparison, deriving a wind-type spell was much simpler. In Merlin's awareness, he had constructed 0-level spell Gale, 1st-level spell Wind of Freedom, 2nd-level spell Light Breeze, and 3rd-level spell Shadow Gust. These spells were speed enhancers and had distinctive features. If Merlin wanted to derive a new 4th-level spell, it would need to have sufficient speed. Moreover, a 4th-level wind-type spell had another feature, which was to enable flight. Currently, Merlin could only rely on the flying casting tool to fly, but he was no match for spellcasters above the 4th level in terms of speed. The exception was if Merlin could merge with Flash Wind. However, this would consume too much energy. Flash Wind was not meant for speeding up journeys, but for battle. It was able to increase one's speed countless times in an instant. Therefore, if Merlin were to construct a new 4th-level flying spell now, there was no doubt that his speed would increase. Furthermore, if it was combined with Flash Wind, Merlin would be even more elusive during battle. If his opponent did not have binding spells, then no matter how strong they were, they would be of no threat to Merlin. Thus, the 3rd spell that Merlin derived was a 4th-level wind-type spell. Following that, he activated the Matrix and began deriving a new 4th-level wind-type spell. This time, Merlin monitored the changes of the Flame Maxim at all times. When the Matrix began to derive a new spell, Merlin clearly felt a change in the Flame Maxim. It really was diminishing bit by bit as it was consumed by the Matrix. Presently, the Flame Maxim was simply being used as an energy to support the derivation of a new spell by the Matrix. The Flame Maxim was not used up too much. It was the same as when he derived darkness-type spells, the Maxim shrank a little, and the 4th-level wind-type spells were derived. Merlin selected the spell with 100% compatibility, which had greater speed and enabled flight. He named it Rainbow Wind because once it was cast along with Flash Wind, it was like a rainbow beam of astonishing speed. These newly derived spells had never been created by any spellcaster before. Being unique, they belonged only to Merlin. In the future, Merlin could pass these on as spells unique to the Wilson clan. Once the wind-type spell was derived, Merlin continued with deriving an earth-type spell. This would be a defensive spell and was crucial as well. Based on the current state of the Flame Maxim, it could only further support the derivation of 1 or 2 spells at most. If Merlin went all out, he could even use up the Flame Maxim entirely and construct all types of 4th-level spells. However, if the Flame Maxim disappeared, it would cause more harm than good, and was not worth it at all. Therefore, Merlin could only derive this last Earth-type spell. The features of an Earth-type spell were obvious. It possessed great defensive strength. The derived spells would also have high compatibility. In general, most Earth-type spells that were derived could achieve a 100% compatibility rate. As it turned out, it was as Merlin had predicted. A majority of the Earth-type spells that the Matrix had derived had compatibility that was near 100%. This time, his choice was not so easy. Most of the spells were almost the same, having only subtle differences in certain aspects. Previously, Merlin's Earth-type spells Earth Guard, Guardian Monument, Earth Veil, and Perfect Armor all shared a similar feature: they provided all-around protection. Among the spells derived by the Matrix, the defense emphasis of the spells varied. Some were customized to defend from the front with terrifying capabilities, whereas others were particularly effective in defending against a certain type of spell. For spells that defended on all sides, their defensive capability on any one side certainly could not compare to those spells. Nevertheless, in terms of overall strength, they were the most powerful. Naturally, Merlin chose a spell with all-around defenses. He gave it the name Rippling Armor. The reason for this was that the spell had a similar appearance to a suit of armor. Moreover, once Rippling Armor sustained a blow, ripples would spread across the armor as if it was water. Each layer of these ripples would reduce the power of the attack by a margin. Through the progressive diminishing caused by the innumerable ripples, the force of the attack would dwindle unceasingly until it finally disappeared. This was the greatest feature of Rippling Armor. Furthermore, if it was combined with Pandora Demon ability Fuse Earth, even the peak of the 7th level strength would have no way of overcoming Merlin's Rippling Armor. Phew! Merlin let out a long sigh at last. He had now derived and constructed Incinerating Fire, Darkness Illusory Death, Rainbow Wind, and Rippling Armor, for 4th level spells in total. These were all derived by the Matrix through the consumption of the Flame Maxim. There was just a small ball left of the Flame Maxim. Merlin decided that before he obtained a new Maxim, he would not exploit the Flame Maxim to derive the remaining Thunder-type and Ice-type spells. Although Merlin was currently still not a 4th level spellcaster, he had already constructed 4 newly derived spells. Merlin's abilities were greatly improved. All 4 spells could be merged with a Pandora Demon ability. If Merlin were to battle with Clyze once more, he did not have to worry even without activating the 3rd form of Darkness Eye. At the standard of 4th level spells, Merlin's utilization of the Matrix to derive spells was truly the greatest advantage. He had become frightening once more. Even if Clyze had cultivated a scary special Pandora Demon ability, he was likewise still at the stage of the 4th level. Merlin, even without Darkness Eye, was not inferior to Clyze. This was the double effect of Merlin's derivation of new spells and his Pandora Demon abilities. Of course, if Clyze was able to successfully cultivate the 4th form of Spatial Blade, Merlin would be no match for him. However, only spellcasters above the 7th level would be able to cultivate the 4th form of a special Pandora Demon ability. Otherwise, one would end up like Wizard Leo, who had forcibly activated the 4th form of Darkness Eye and died from the backlash. Merlin sorted out his abilities. In the past, his powers were in a disorder, for he had spells, Pandora Demon abilities, the Flame Maxim, and even his fortified body. These strengths were all scattered. As for now, Merlin had gradually brought together spells and Pandora Demon abilities, completely merging them. The outstanding quality of power in Merlin's spells was developed to the fullest. Even Clyze could not compare to the spells Merlin had constructed in terms of 4th level spells. Thus, by adding his Pandora Demon abilities, Merlin could enhance the might of his spells to the peak of the 7th level. Of course, this only applied to Wind-type, Darkness-type, and Earth-type spells. As for Fire-type Fiery Collapse, it was still at its 1st form. At best, it was equivalent to an average 7th level spell and was still far from the peak of the 7th level. The 2nd form of Fiery Collapse, it's time for another trip to the Ancient Monument. Back then, Merlin clearly recalled that when he left the Ancient Monument, the Flame Sprite mentioned that if he wanted to cultivate the 2nd and 3rd form of Fiery Collapse, he would have to visit the Ancient Monument once more. This was because the treasures that enabled the cultivation of the 2nd and 3rd form of Fiery could only be found there. As he thought of this, Merlin stood up immediately and left the tower. The dark magic region was as tranquil as before, with no trace of a tense atmosphere, for it could be considered very isolated. Other than the spellcasters above the 7th level at the higher ranks, not many spellcasters knew about the situation outside. Most spellcasters stayed silently in the dark magic region. Here, there were various cultivation resources such as spells, potions, runology, and so on. Naturally, not many spellcasters would head out voluntarily, and outsiders who came in were undoubtedly uncommon in the dark magic region. As a result, most spellcasters of the dark magic region had no knowledge of what the situation outside was like. Only the 7th level spellcasters of the higher levels would occasionally leave the dark magic region, to inquire about the developments outside. In particular, during recent times, even the sole 9th level spellcaster in the dark magic region, Wizard Delma, had left the dark magic region. Obviously, a great change was brewing, so the higher-ups of the dark magic region would frequently go outside to get updates. Although Merlin had not left the dark magic region, he knew that chaos was imminent. The great change in the entire southern spellcaster world and the battle with Osmu was not as simple as one might imagine. The entire southern spellcaster world would be altered, and every spellcaster would be embroiled in the conflict. Buzz buzz buzz. The runic heartprint appeared on his forehead. Within the runic heartprint, Merlin instantly created a runic magic circle. These runic magic circles were originally left behind in the runic heartprint. Now that Merlin controlled it, he was able to control the runic magic circles within. The mysterious runic magic circle began to gradually twinkle with white light, following which it rapidly engulfed Merlin. A powerful pulling force immediately absorbed Merlin into the runic magic circle. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Merlin's figure had disappeared from the dark magic region. In the dense mountain forest, lush, towering trees grew branches heavy with leaves. Birds in flight landed on the canopy and flitted around playfully, chirping constantly. Swoosh! A white ray suddenly flickered. Soon, a black-robed figure stepped out from the white light, descending firmly onto the ground. There's a runic magic circle here too? How many of these did the dark magic region set up in the beginning? This figure was Merlin, who had just left the dark magic region. He had followed the runic magic circle of the runic heartprint, roughly determined the direction of the ancient monument, then selected a runic magic circle that was in the general direction. He did not think that he would be transported so far, immediately reaching the jungle where the ancient monument was. Merlin turned back and glanced at the ground. Underneath the thick carpet of fallen leaves, there was a buried runic magic circle. It was through this runic magic circle that Merlin had arrived here. It was obvious that this runic magic circle had not been used for many years. If Merlin had not utilized the runic magic circle in the runic heartprint, he would not have known about this runic magic circle. Back when the great wizard Fidel had founded the dark magic region, the main way of entering and exiting was through runic magic circles. Furthermore, in the countless years to come, the dark magic region had set up an unknown number of runic magic circles outside. Now, no one knew how many runic magic circles were arranged in the beginning. This was also due to the considerations of that time. If the dark magic region was under attack where the attackers had successfully broken through the protection of the runic magic circle, the spellcasters of the dark magic region could escape in an instant through the runic magic circles by transporting to all sorts of different locations. These points were all considered by the great wizard Fidel. By relying on the runic magic circles, the dark magic region had held on to its mystery for so many years and had not been under much threat since. It must be said that when the great wizard Fidel founded the dark magic region, he had thought of everything. Thus, even if the influence of the dark magic region had declined by much, it did not receive many threats. The ancient monument should be somewhere nearby up ahead. Merlin examined his surroundings. Just as he was looking for the ancient monument, he suddenly felt the presence of the flame sprite. Only those who had cultivated fiery collapse would have such a reaction when they were near the flame sprite. It was clear that the ancient monument was not far from where Merlin stood. As he thought of this, Merlin shut his eyes lightly, carefully sensing the fluctuations of the flame sprite. Thereafter, he determined the direction and walked forward.